Junior GP action awaits here at the Circuito de Jerez, Ángel Nieto in the south of Spain. We're here bringing you 5 races of action across the day. I'm Kiko Giles, and alongside me, Steve English. Steve, it's great to be here, an iconic venue, one that has always delivered, and today promises to be absolutely no exception.
Yeah, there's nothing like coming to Jerez for Grand Prix classes, and certainly today we should see some great racing across all 3 classes. The beauty of the Junior GP classes is we get the Moto 3 class, the European Talent Cup, and Moto 2, so plenty of variety all the way through the day, and most importantly, plenty of good racing.
There's 5 races to come, 2 in the Junior GP class, 1 in the Moto 2 class. That's in the middle of it all on either side of that. And booking the end of the day in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. We'll come to all of that very, very soon. But this was last time out in Barcelona. This was Junior GP. It was action right from the start. Saifoud and Asman originally got the whole shot, but it was Jose Antonio Rueda who would go on to win not 1 but 2 races. Filippo Farioli was right in the mix as well, but out front it was Rueda. 3 victories on the bounce. He's looking to make it 4 this weekend. Could he make it 5? It's a double header. That's not happened for a little while. This was race 2. It was Boazri who got the launch that time around, but he would go backwards. He dropped back all the way through the race. He did score points though on the Asia talent team. There's a pile-up for Eddie O'Shea. That was Boazri getting forced off by David Salvador. In the start of the race, he did pick his way back through though to get points. Rueda was gone again at the front. It was a battle between Farioli, Piqueras and Asman. No one could catch Rueda though. He's leading the championship rather handsomely. And this is back today, the Circuito de Jerez, Ángel Nieto. It is cloudy, it's far from ideal conditions, 22 degrees air temperature, 27 degrees track temperature, so it's a lot cooler than it has been at any other point this weekend. But that doesn't dampen the mood on track. We've promised great action. We're going to be going through the grid very, very soon. But Steve, coming into this round, who are we looking at as the contenders?
Well, we're looking at Jose Antonio Rueda on the number 99 machine. Like you said, Kiko, he's come here 4 in a row. He's trying to make it 5 in a row this weekend. He's been in sensational form all the way through this season, whether you're looking in the Junior GP, where he has 3 wins on the bounce, or also in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, where he's also leading that championship with 3 wins and podiums in, I think, 5 out of the 8 races. So he's the rider to keep an eye on, but he's also going to do a bit of chasing today with a bit of luck.
There is, and there's a lot of chasing to be done, particularly for the number 95. Colin Vire is on pole position. Like we said, we're going to go through the grid very soon, but it's the first pole position for him. He's going to be really up for this today, isn't he?
Yeah, Vire, of course, Dutch rider, and I was speaking to Michael van der Mark about him, actually, just to see what van der Mark had to say, and he says he's a talented rider. It's going to be interesting to see how he deals with the pressure of being right at the front of the field, though.
Here he is, he's on pole position. He's only 16th in the championship with 11 points, but that doesn't tell the full story. He's hit a bit of form of late. Yeah,
and certainly for Vire, the first career pole, but it's the big step that he's made this weekend. His best previous qualifying effort was a top 10 spot, so big step made. What was really impressive was he set the times all the way through the weekend, whether you're looking at the Friday tests, the practice sessions, the qualifying sessions. He's been quick all the way through.
He has been quick, and he has actually seen off the charge of the championship leader, which is Jose Antonio Rueda, who is in the middle of the front row. He's won all 3 of the last 3 races. He is by far and away the rider to beat. And coming into this, every round's a home round more or less for him, but he is from down here in Sevilla, so this is feeling like home.
Yeah, and I think the one thing about Rueda is he's got the confidence that comes from winning a lot of races already this season, whether you're in the Junior GP or in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. What's interesting is the pole sitter Vire had a podium here in the Rookies Cup as well, so he's got some good form at Jerez. Obviously, Rueda has a good form pretty much everywhere, as you can see all the way through this season. Top 5s in all 3 races.
5 top 5s, a worst finish of 4th. That's why he's the championship leader with 108 points. So Rueda really is a rider to beat. But completing this front row, a rider, Steve, that me and you have been looking at now over the last year or so, and someone who has shown great signs of improvement. Filippo Farioli on the Aspar KTM.
Yeah, Farioli, he's been really strong of late. If you look back to the last round in Catalonia, he had the pace to be able to bridge a big gap at one stage, come away with 2 podium finishes. In Valencia, he retired out of a podium spot as well, so he's been in good form lately. and certainly he'll expect to be able to carry that form all the way through. He's up there 5th in the championship standings, as you can see, but really close to the riders in front of him. That battle between, I think it's 2nd all the way down to Ángel in 6th in the standings. Only 12 points between them, so this weekend's races could see a big impact in those championship spots.
Just a little bit of housekeeping while it's relevant. Jose Antonio Ueda was holding up, or in the bike, there was a piece of paper. That's because Facundo Giambias, who is his teammate, isn't here, was injured in the last round, and he'll be looking to make a comeback later on. And Filippo Favioli, for his Hawkers European Talent Cup teammate, Joel Esteban, who is your series leader there, holding up the banner just to hopefully he gets well soon. He's out with illness. David Alonso doing the same. P4 for him, Steve. Yeah,
Alonso, of course, he comes in as a real rider that a lot's expected of. He was the Red Bull Rookies Cup winner last year. He's a talented rider, but this season hasn't really gone quite according to plan. The season opened in Estoril, a top 5 finish. He won in Valencia, but since then the Rueda train started to roll, and Alonso's been left a little bit behind. This weekend is massive for Alonso on the number 80 machine.
He has been a winner here before in the European Talent Cup, so he'll be looking to repeat that success and at least get back on the podium. That's got to be the aim for the Colombian. 16 years old. He's actually from Madrid, but he takes Colombian nationality. 5th on the grid. We're going to be catching up with them very, very soon. Here it is. It's Saifuddin Azman. Now, Azman is a bit of a specialist at Jerez. He got a podium there already this year. He's 3rd in the championship. He won at Jerez. Sorry, this is at Catalunya. He won at Catalunya last year, so he comes to Jerez on a real high, double podium last time out, Steve. And really, can Azman make it 3 on the bounce?
Well, the one thing for Azman is that it's all about trying to build that confidence at somewhere that isn't Catalunya. But we've seen through the course of this year that he has been able to get stronger and stronger as the year went on. He was pretty good in Valencia. He was able to come away with a top 5 finish. Then those podiums last time out should give him some confidence. He's also been in World Championship racing this season as well in the Moto3 class.
Ángel Piqueras lines up 6th. He was on the podium last time out in Catalunya. He was 3rd. He was on the front row last time out at Catalunya. He was 36th today. He's had a podium already. That was at Valencia earlier on in the year. And as you can see, besides Estoril, where he was taken out in a crash with Harrison Voigt, his consistency hasn't actually been that bad. Just that victory missing for Piqueras.
Yeah, the one thing for Piqueras in the championship standings, he's 6th, but like I said, there's only 12 points between him and David Salvador up in 2nd spot as well. He's been a Red Bull Rookies Cup race winner this season, only a couple of weeks ago in the Saxon Ring, so Piqueras has a bit of confidence, but it's up to him to really translate that into podium finishes here in Junior GP.
And in Valencia, of course, if we look back at Valencia, Piqueras had to start from the back of the grid due to riding slowly in all 5 sectors, and therefore he had to come through the field, and he did so with great gusto. David Salvador, coming into this season, was one of the favourites. Hasn't quite delivered. He is still 2nd in the championship, though, the 19-year-old. 3 podiums this year, all finishes inside the top 6. He's just missing that cherry on top of the cake with victory.
Yeah, just turned 19 last week, and he started the season really strong with those 3 podiums on the bounce. But for him, the big thing has to be to try and get that first win of the campaign.
8th place on the grid is Harrison Voigt. Voigt coming into 2022, back into 2022 at the start of this year from a nasty injury sustained last year, but has been a rider that has shown good potential. The number 29 lines up in the middle of the 3rd row and really could be one to grab a podium out today.
Yeah, he had a podium in the Rookies Cup in Saxon Ring a couple of weeks ago, so Harrison comes here with a little bit of form, and you can see there, obviously, the Valencia races which he missed. Big crash in Estoril, left him with a bit of an injury, so that's what's put him on the back foot this season.
Best race finish of 6th last time out. Obviously, that's what those were his only 2 races, so he's had a bit of hard luck at the start of the season, but Harrison Voigt has absolutely got the potential to grab a podium here today. Colin Vire on pole position with the team photo. We're going to go to 9th place in a minute on the grid. That's Tachakorn Bawazri. He's the Thai rider. He's a real sensation. Won the opening race of the year after a track limits penalty for Jose Antonio Ueda. Bawazri, a race winner this year, luckless last time out. Steve, what can we expect from him here?
He's the oldest rider in the field, but don't make you think that that means he's the most experienced rider in the field. Far from it. Coming from the Asian Championships, he's had to really build himself up. This year he's made a big step forward, whether in the Rookies Cup or in Junior GP as well. So Bawazri has made big steps over the last few years. The culmination of that was the race victory at the opening race of the season. But the big thing for him now is just to get himself back onto that road to recovery and make sure he's able to get some momentum for the summer.
Yeah, a couple of top 6s here will really do him good. They go to Portimao after this, so Bawazri looking just to get back to some kind of form. He's had a bit of a knockback in Catalunya, as we say, in Valencia as well. He peaked very early on. Now, 10th on the grid, Nicola Fabio Carraro. He's back in the class the last round, actually, and straight back into the top 10 as well. Not bad at all in Catalonia, 10th and 11th, back in Valencia, but it didn't really matter for him there. But top 10 here on the grid, Steve. This could be something special.
Well, Nico's leading the Italian Championship. He's won half the races so far in the Italian Moto3 Championship, so he has some confidence coming into this season. But it's also worth saying the Italian Championship, it's a little bit different to the Junior GP classes, but he's got to carry that confidence into this weekend. For all these riders, it's about getting as much track time as possible out there on a Moto3 machine.
Slowly but surely, everyone making their way off the grid on the 4th row alongside Fabio Carraro, David Almanza. Almanza, 10th in the championship, was in contention for victory back at Valencia before he was taken out by Filippo Fabrioli in the closing stages, but 5th season best last time out in Catalonia. Yeah,
3 top 10s in a row coming into today. He's got a lot of confidence. When you look at Valencia, he actually crashed out of one of the race leading positions, so Almanza has some confidence about him, but now it's about trying to get those podium spots.
12th on the grid and completing that 4th row is Xabi Zuratuza, but Colin Vire is your poleman. Can he deliver at Jerez? A full rundown of your grid then ahead of Junior GP Race 1. Colin Vire, a first pole of his career and a first for the Netherlands. Jose Antonio Rueda is your championship leader in 2nd. 3rd, Filippo Fabrioli. David Alonso, Colombian, in 4th place, ahead of Saifood in Asman, who makes it 5 different nationalities inside the top 5. Ángel Pequeras is 6th. Further down the field, Brit Watch, Eddie O'Shea, 14th on the grid. He actually qualified 15th, but because of a penalty for another rider, he goes up 1 place. He'll be looking to get back in the points after missing out in Barcelona last time out. Kiko Giles and Steve English taking you through the action. This is the first of 5 action-packed races here at the iconic, timeless classic Circuito de Jerez Ángel Nieto. It's got Ángel Nieto in its name, Steve. This place has got history and bags of it. Yeah, lots of history here. Always a good atmosphere whenever we're here for the Grand Prix during the course of a MotoGP season. But for the Junior GP riders, this is a place where they need to perform well. This is where there's always back-to-back comparisons that we make between these riders and the riders that have stepped up to the World Championship. 16 laps of action around Jerez, expected to go right down to the last lap. Yeah, we've seen lots of races decided here. None other, on the last corner, none other than last year. 2021, Scott Ogden, of course, now in Moto3, the World Championship itself. He took his first victory. David Munoz was a winner here last year. There's been 17 winners in this class from 19 races staged. No one on this grid has previously won a race here, so we're guaranteed another winner here. Who are we looking at, Steve? Who's been fast right from Friday? Vire on pole is 1. Yeah, obviously Colin Vire on the pole position there, the number 95 machine. He's 2nd in the train here, and for him, this is a big opportunity. And the reason for that is he was really strong in the cooler conditions, especially during Friday and Saturday's running. It's a lot cooler this morning than it has been the rest of the weekend. We've got a lot of cloud cover here in Jerez that is going to burn off as the day progresses. So that right now is when the track is in its ideal conditions. So for someone like Vire aiming for his first career podium, this is his opportunity. Talking about this circuit, Steve, we're looking at turn 6 now, Dani Pedrosa corner. Where are the hot spots at this track to get past your opposition? Turn 6 is your key overtaking opportunity, but you can make moves into the last corner, into the first corner as well. Jerez on a Moto3 bike basically means there's a lot of places you can make some overtaking moves. Even whenever we were walking around the track yesterday during free practice sessions, we saw riders making moves through here as well. Into the stadium complex on the last lap, this is where you're trying to set up those moves at the end of the lap, because from this point onwards, the track just builds momentum all the way through for these Moto3 machines, and it goes right down to the last corner. Quick nod to your championship standings. Jose Antonio Rueda, 39 points clear of David Salvador. Whatever happens in this race, he will be the championship leader going into race 2 this afternoon. Everyone just trying to get heat in the tyres. It is the coolest point it's been all over the weekend, Steve. We woke up this morning and it was cool. What difference will that have on these riders? They've been running in temperatures of way over 30 degrees centigrade all weekend, so it's a little bit easy for them now. Yeah, it's going to be pretty much ideal conditions. There'll be good grip out there for these bikes. As it gets hotter here in Jerez, you reach a certain point where the track just gives up a lot of grip. So right now for these bikes, this is where it's at its best. The riders are going to feel a lot cooler on the bike. It is still warm, there's no two ways about that, but compared to what we've been enduring at times through the course of this weekend so far, it's a lot more pleasant this morning, but it is going to get hotter as the day goes on. It'll probably be one of the coolest races of the year. because I remember back at Estoril when we brought that coverage there, it was warm on race day. Valencia as well. Barcelona's been in a heat wave of late. So here it's only in the low to mid 20s. It's not too bad. Just before we get underway, Steve, prediction, who's your winner?
I think obviously enough Rueda on the 99 is your favourite coming into this one, but I want to keep an eye on Farioli on the number 7 on the outside, the front row. 3 podiums in a row. He's got good form. He's got a lot of confidence. He's the rider I'm keeping an eye on.
Green flag at the back, the number 7 end of Farioli. Steve English's tip for success here. But race 1 at Jerez Junior GP. Lights on in a moment. They're held for a very long time. But now we go, race 1, we're into it. Good start from Colin Vire. Also from the middle of the front row, the 2 Aspar teammates almost collide. That was Farioli and Alonso, who's up to 2nd from 4th on the grid. But it is your pole man who's got the whole shot. Colin Vire leads the way through turn 1. Everyone looks like there's safety through. It's very, very difficult through this part of the course. Jose Antonio Rueda straight into 2nd ahead of David Alonso. And through on the inside, that looked like Asman from 5th on the grid. Back inside the top 5, all cleanly through, Steve.
Yeah, it was Piqueras as well, making those moves down in towards turn 2, but certainly for Piqueras, good move from him on the number 18 to get himself up into those top 5 spots.
Rueda straight for the lead at turn 5, that's the Circuito Pons corner. You can do that on the opening lap. 2nd place then. Back to 2nd is your pole man Colin Vire, but don't expect it to stay like that for long. We're coming down the back straight now, if you can call it a back straight. It's not that long. Vire's already alongside Rueda. Will he do him in the braking area? Yes, he will. And David Alonso thinks I'm going to have a bit of that. Doesn't make the move. So at the moment, yellow flags at turn 5. Not sure who that is. We'll pick that up in a minute. But Colin Vire retakes the lead, coming through turn 7.
Yeah, we saw David Salvador as well on the number 38 machine. He's 2nd in the championship. He's starting to make some progress from the 3rd row of the grid as well.
Number 89 has gone down. That is from the back of the grid. That's Richard Austin. Ben Richard Austin is back in this class for the first time this year. Back at the front, Jose Antonio Rueda is doing what he's done best, and that's hit the front early doors. That was into turn number 9, through turn 10 now, back towards the charge to the pit. So 99 Rueda ahead of 95 Vire.
Well, Rueda all the way through this season, everything bar 12 laps so far this campaign. He's been in the top 3 spots, and he loves to lead from the front. He loves to make sure he's the one dictating the pace. He's doing that here on lap 1.
Up the inside, almost that looked like Almanza on Farioli. He almost hit the back of the Italian air, so Almanza coming through the order. That's a great start from Almanza. Up from the 4th row, he's up into 9th place, so he's done a very good job there, cleared a couple of riders. Boisri dropped down to 10th, but into turn 1 on lap 2. Rueda, is he going to be the rider to beat? We've got a yellow flag. I think that's at turn 13. Not sure who it is. We'll pick it up in a minute. Coming through turn 2, Rueda leads Vire. Oh dear me.
That's Gorba on the 32, and then it looks like maybe Daniel Chariz in the 32, and then Gorba as well on the 42.
And judging by the way Chariz is looking at Gorba, that's not Charil's fault. We'll hopefully get a replay of that. Main thing is they're both up and okay. Gorba's actually been showing a little bit of form this season. It's his comeback season to the Junior GPs, obviously in the Red Bull Rookies as well. He walks up pit lane, he'll be out of this. He's got another chance tomorrow, later on, as up the inside comes Vire, and he left no room in the braking area for Jose Antonio Rueda there. So Vire back to the front. Rueda looked like he's on the inside for turn 7. Yes, he is, and he gets that done. So the 99 versus the 95. It's a Honda for Rueda, it's a KTM for Vire, and snap straight across the front. Vire absolutely snapping straight back, doing what he absolutely does, and that's causing a group at the front.
Yeah, Rueda just ran in a little bit hot into some of those corners. That's what opened the door a little bit. And you can see here at this stage, Rueda is going to just pounce on any opportunity, just like we saw from Colin Vire. Both of them want to hit the front, lead from the front. But what's interesting for Vire is he is a podium finisher here in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, so he knows Jerez well. He's got some form here, and he wants to make sure that he's in a position to stay at the front. He knows this is his chance to get his first career podium.
Rueda was swung out onto the green there, Farioli out onto the blue. You can't do that too many times. Just coming up on our timing screen, that the race crash that happened at turn 13 a lap ago is under investigation. David Salvador making moves. That's up into P4 for him, and he's under pressure now from Asman though, up in towards turn 1. Vire on the inside of Rueda. These two are knocking spots off each other. Vire goes through, Rueda looking to come back at him. This is the short, sharp burst up towards turn 2, and Rueda gets it done. These two going at it right from the start. We're only on lap 3.
Yeah, you can see there the fastest lap from David Salvador. We saw him make some progress there the last couple of laps. What's interesting is he's only a couple of hundredths of a second slower than the pole position time. That shows the track conditions we have right now. Yeah,
it's very, very cool in comparison to what we've had all weekend. Oh, Salvador was out on the curve there. He's got to be careful. Don't want to be doing that too many times. David Alonso looking good in 3rd place. but he's under pressure.
Yeah, Salvador got bundled out there a little bit just on that run down in towards turn 5. Easy to happen here in the Moto3 bikes, but he was able to recover all right from that. He's still in the position to be able to attack in the run down into 6. So Salvador on that 38 machine, second in the Junior GP Championship, and certainly one of the more experienced riders, having been in this class for a few years.
Via back at the front then, so this is, I think, going to be the pattern we're going to see right the way through this race as Rueda comes back. That's at turn 8, the Jorge Martinez Aspar corner. Through they go. Salvador now up into third. He's cleared David Alonso for the time being, whilst Piqueras is having a look at Asman. So just a quick run through your order whilst we've got a pause in the action, if you can say so. Rueda via Salvador and Alonso is your top 4. Then it's Asman, Piqueras, Harrison Voigt up into 7th place. Filippo Farioli from that front row hasn't converted it yet. He's in 8th. Tach Corporazzi has just been bundled back, I think, to 10th because Nicola Fabio Carraro has come through into 9th.
Yeah, Farioli running out wide there onto the blue as well on the outside of the track. So that's 2 laps in a row he's done that. Salvador, nice clean move down the inside as well at the last corner.
Top 2 in the championship. Rueda leads Salvador. Salvador needs to pull points back in on Rueda at this point. It's the halfway point of the season. David Alonso looking on the inside of Vaya, who in turn is looking on the inside of Salvador. They're starting to battle. This is not looking good for them if they want to keep tabs on Jose Antonio Rueda, who's already putting a little bit of time into them.
Yeah, but you can see there another fastest lap from Salvador. That's only 200th of a second off the pole time as well. So really good stuff from him. He can get his head down and bridge any gap that's there to Rueda, but he needs to make sure that he's clear of Colin Byron and they're not fighting with one another. Zipa Queiroz there, another rider exceeding the track limits on the run through turn 4. So that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on all the way through this race as well. Race direction, they're certainly going to be keeping an eye on it.
They absolutely are. 13 laps to go as well. You do not want to be running out at this time in the race. Rueda at the moment leads from Via. Alonso having a look at Salvador. Salvador just not quite able to get through in turn on Via. But someone who is impressing me at the moment, Harrison Voigt, he's up inside the top 7. He started 8th, very solid start. He's held his top 8 position from the grid, and he's definitely one to keep an eye on. I'm interested to say, was Asman to cut away? Asman was up the inside of Alonso there. Did he make it stick? Looks like he did. So Sire Food and Asman up inside the top 4 as Harrison Voigt there, I think, was going up the inside of Ángel Piqueras. This is a replay into turn 1, Steve. Yeah,
and you should keep an eye here on the 95 as he gets down the inside of Salvador. They've been having a bit of a ding-dong battle the last lap, and certainly for Vire, any time someone's been in front of him, he's been trying to make those moves. He knows this is his chance for finishing on the podium, and that's why you're seeing him really aggressive any chance he gets to be able to make the moves. But Vire doing a really good job here at the start of this race.
Piqueras up the inside of Alonso. That's at the Jorge Lorenzo hairpin that ends this lap. So they blast back out onto the front straight. Salvador fastest lap of this race, 46.5. I don't know what it's going to be this time around. It's 46.2 from Jose Antonio Rueda, so he's dropped the pace. Vaya's trying to go with him at a 46.2, and that's getting tight in turn 1. Deary me, I think that was Alonso and Piqueras, indeed it was. Rueda fastest lap though, so very, very good stuff at the front from Jose Antonio Rueda. He's starting to pull clear.
Yeah, what's interesting is that obviously Colin Byron last time around still very fast as well, only a 10th of a second slower than Rueda. But with David Salvador up there in 3rd spot, again, it was 3 laps, 4 laps in a row where he's gotten faster and faster with each lap. So that's why we're starting to see them break away as a top 3.
Yeah, and Rueda, you know, he's breaking away, but he is the fastest rider on this track, and it's given Via that carrot in front of him that's just keeping him on par with the pace, say. Salvador has another look at turn 6, can't get it done this time around. Brit watch, Steve, Eddie O'Shea 16th on the verge of points, just behind Luca Lanetta in 15th place, but expect O'Shea to come through. He started 14th. There's been no further action between the racing incident between Daniel Sharil and Gorba at the final corner. So it's as you were as far as that, nothing to be concerned of.
Yeah, just looking at it on this lap so far, we've seen that in the opening half of the lap, Rueda was able to pull out a couple of tenths of a second, but now Colin Vire on that 95, just edging back a 10th here, a 10th there.
Vire looks very good through the 3rd sector. That seems to be where he's out at his absolute best between turns 7 and 9 up towards the stadium section. I've seen Rueda, he's going out onto the blue or the green quite a few times, and you've got to be careful at this stage of the race.
Yeah, I think the riders to keep an eye on though right now is Asman and Piqueras, because they've done a good job to latch on to the back of Salvador on the 38 machine, and they're not giving up this one right now. That's why they're starting just to edge themselves a bit closer. Fastest lap last time around by Piqueras. He's in 5th position right now in the number 18 machine.
Someone we didn't talk about coming into this race was Adrian Cruces, who's up into 11th, and he's actually bridged the gap in the battle for 6th now as the front 5 start breaking away. Piqueras with the fastest lap, 46.1. That's very, very fast. 0.2 of a second quicker last time around than Jose Antonio Rueda and Colin Vire. So Piqueras searching for that first victory. He's in the lead group.
Yeah, and Asman on the 63 machine, he was also a 10th of a second faster than the race leader as well. So that's boding well for the riders in 4th and 5th position.
Farioli just bundled through on David Alonso there, and he's telling him to come on. He wasn't giving him a hard time or anything. Almanza, look how close he's almost on the grass. Almanza going round the outside. He'd probably have to give that position back. Alonso's on the outside. Oh, it's close. Almanza got that backed in. There was a bit of contact there, foot off the footrest for Alonso, but through has come Farioli, and that has let Harrison Voigt off the hook.
Yeah, last time around Farioli was still down in the 1:46s. A lot of the riders in this group down in the 47s. That's why he's saying, latch on to me and I'll be able to bring us back to that lead group. As it is, there's probably just too much of a gap starting to break there.
Yeah, you've got to think that Farioli, if he wants to get back in this battle for the podium or for a top 5, he's going to have to start doing the donkey work now. But the problem is he's got David Almanza and David Alonso and now Adrian Cruces right up with him.
Yeah, but in that lead group as well, next time we see a wider shot, you're going to see Asman on this lap has pulled up another couple of 10ths of a second. The Piqueras there in the 18, they're running out of track limits there. But it is the 63 Asman that's starting just to make sure that sector by sector he's pulling back a 10th of a second. This is good riding from the 63.
We had a meatball flag being waved there for someone, didn't quite see it, haven't had anything on our timing screen, so we'll try and pick that up when we can. But very smart riding from the guys at the front now. It started with a bit of pushing and shoving, but they've settled into a rhythm, they've got themselves that gap. So the top 5, really it's the top 4 plus Piqueras now just dropped back a tiny bit. Broken well clear, and then it's the gap back to Harrison Voigt, the number 29 in 6th place, who's leading the group with Filippo Farioli and David Almanza on the purple Finetwork Mir Racing team. Back at the front, Rueda still with that 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second margin. He's just up the road enough to keep himself out of any harm's way. Colin Vire, I am so impressed with this, Steve. We haven't seen this all year, and he's really coming on strong now here at Jerez.
Well, he's got that confidence from having a podium here in rookies, and that pole position yesterday has helped him find something. I know, speaking to a lot of Dutch journalists, they have said that Vire's been a rider to keep an eye on for the last while, but that's why we hit the meatball flag out.
Yes, Kataru Chiumi is out, number 91. So that's, I don't know where that is. That looks like the Cito Ponds corner. Is there smoke coming out the exhaust? So he's seen it and he's hopefully going to get off track. Yes, he does. So that's the end of the race for the Japanese. He'll be back out in race 2 later on. Meanwhile, back at the front, Colin Vire, we said he was good through that 3rd sector. He's looking very fast. Piqueras out wide, but Asman is your man.
Yeah, Asman 0.2 of a second faster in that last sector than the race leader. He just keeps pulling closer and closer to that lead group. But certainly right now for Rueda, he's the rider under pressure.
Yeah, he's under pressure. Vire looking to the inside, but all line astern at the moment. There's no point making the move right now unless you really feel you have got a lot more pace than the others.
You've watched a Moto 3 race before though, Kiko, yeah?
I have watched many, and mainly with you. And I don't know where that statement even came from, because we have never seen there's no point in making a pass. Of course, there is a point to make a pass. If we do get the unfortunate circumstance of a red flag and you're leading at 2/3 distance, then you can be in a prime position.
Fastest lap last time around from Piqueras at the back of this group. He lost ground a couple of laps ago when he ran wide through the penultimate corner. He's made it all back up now as well. The fastest lap last time around at 46.1. It was 0.3 of a second faster than Rueda.
Yeah, it looked like he did run out onto track limits though for that, so I'm not sure whether we're going to get any penalties coming the way of Piqueras very soon. Track limits warning right on cue for Ángel Piqueras in 5th place. So not very good for the number 18, but hopefully if he can keep it all tidy for the rest of the race, he should be okay. Just noticed coming out of turn 2 a few corners ago, Colin Vire looked like he made a mistake, but he's instantly caught back up as Piqueras makes a move on the number 63 of Asman. That's for 4th place, but Vire made the mistake on the exit of turn 2 and he's caught back up. That, to me, Steve, shows that he has got some pace.
Yeah, lost a couple of 10ths with that mistake, but last sector around using the slipstream pulled back a couple of 10ths of a second down the back straight. So certainly for Vire, you can see there just how close he is. Rueda has eased himself off right now. He's just making sure that he's not making mistakes. His pace has dropped off into the mid 1:46. It's still very fast lap times around here in a Moto 3 machine, but that's why we've got this group really congested now, compacted on the mid part of this race. We're still 8.5 laps to go, so we're just about to come up towards half distance, so plenty of racing still to be run.
Coming down, oh, Rueda running out wide, so I wonder if we're going to get a track limits warning for him very soon. And he's in deep into the Jorge Lorenzo corner and through up into second. Maybe it's even a lead. David Salvador takes the opportunity like a rat up a drain pipe. Vaya was out wide, he followed Rueda in. And that was a very good move from Salvador up into second place, but Vaya will be looking to snap back immediately like he's shown he can right away throughout this race, and he has done. But Salvador's going to cut back towards turn 2. Just for context, I was about to come in on 46.530. That was the pole position time. The fastest up of this race is a 46.1, so the track temperatures are really allowing a good pace at the front.
Yeah, it is starting to heat up even just in the last 20 minutes since this race started, so it is going to get more and more difficult as this race goes on, but certainly as it is right now, everyone's just in the battle. But last time around, they were 0.8 seconds slower than the previous lap, so this is where they are starting to scrap with one another. This is where, for Rueda, it's really important to stay at the front, and then if they start to battle with one another, then you're really able to take advantage of it.
Number 99, Jose Antonio Rueda, your race leader, your championship leader, has a track limits warning. We predicted it may well come, and it has come. So he's got to be careful. With 8 laps to go, it's a long way on a track limits warning. He's got to be so careful not to use too much curb. We've got that's Alex Gordon. It looks like he's holding a collarbone or something there. So a previous injury for the number 74, Alex Gordon, out of this race. Salvador, back at the front, is up into 3rd place.
Yeah, Salvador on the 38, making sure that any time Piqueras makes a charge that he's able to answer straight back. We've seen Salvador keep himself in these positions, qualified in the 3rd row of the grid, made a good start, and now he's trying to make sure he's able to hold on to a podium spot because he knows he can't give up any more points to Rueda at this stage of the championship. Rueda outside of track limits once again, so if he does that one more time after this, he'll be getting a long lap penalty. This is the long lap loop through the last corner. Yeah,
and I've just got to say, Vaya, through the fast rights that end this lap was so much faster, and he kept it all on the island as well. So Colin Vaya really is in a really good position here, sitting in second, as long as he doesn't grab a track limits warning, which I haven't seen him go out onto the green so many times so far in this race. He should be in a good position if Rueda continues to exceed track limits. Rueda, Vaya, Salvador, Piqueras and Asman, that's your top 5, that's your breakaway group of 5. Out of shot in 6th place, Filippo Farioli started on the front row, couldn't convert it straight away, and he's just been dropped a little bit. He's down in 6th. Harrison Voigt, 7th. Adrian Cruces has really come up from 15th on the grid. That's a great ride from him up into the top 8. 9th is David Alonso, he started 4th. And Nicola Fabio Carraro completes the top 10. Britwatch, Eddie O'Shea in 13th, whilst back at the front, Colin Vaya is looking for the race lead as he shoved Rueda out of the way. Rueda's going to try and go around the outside. He'll have the inside for turn 7. Does he? Yes. Vaya wants to lean on him, but there's no hope. Rueda has got the lead. Salvador coming back into this as well. So come through turn 8. This is the Jorge Martinez asphalt corner into the stadium section. Everybody looking on, pensive faces all about. Salvador up into 2nd, so it's the top 2 in your championship, 1st and 2nd. Yeah,
Salvador, nice move through there in the rights in the stadium section, but now you're into the fast rights at the end of the lap. This is where you really do build momentum all the way into the last corner. Still got 6.5 laps to go, so you don't have to show your hand right now, but certainly for a lot of these riders, they'll want to try and show something, and you can see there that's a brave move from Salvador.
I think Rueda had just gone a little bit wide, and he shoved, Salvador shoved him wide again. That allowed Vaya to come through. So the blue and yellow bike, as Salvador's leading the red one, it's a trio of blue bikes, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, as it is, it's a Husqvarna, a KTM out in front, and then 3 Hondas. The Husqvarna and the KTM, the same bike, and Colin Vaya now down the inside into turn 1. But it does look like at this stage, that bike's just a little bit more manageable out there than what the Hondas have. Certainly for Rueda, we've seen him look a little bit scruffy the last few laps.
Rueda straight back into 2nd now, almost taking the back of Vaya. So now with 6 laps to go in a 16 lap race. Oh, that's a move at turn 4. I didn't think so, surely. Rueda went for the apex there, but Vaya swept around him. So the number 95 of Vaya doing a very good job, whilst Rueda is eager to lead this race from the front. We said earlier, Steve, 16 laps of this. 2/3 race distance is crucial. We have seen it before where there has been a red flag for whatever incident or whatever problem there is. And if you lead at that point at 2/3 race distance, It is a full race win. It's 25 points, and Rueda won that 4th straight victory.
Yeah, and certainly for Colin Vire out in front, he's chasing his first podium. David Salvador in the 38, second in the standings. He's chasing his first win in Junior GP as well. So for these riders at the front, there's a lot still to play for, and that's why you're seeing Rueda on the 99 under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and Vire is doing a great job here. He's kind of taken over the mantle of Rueda. Rueda was looking very good at the front. Now Vire's looking very good at the front, albeit under a lot of pressure for sure. But he's never had a podium. He could be on for a victory. This would be something a bit special if Vire can hold on to this. We've got 5 and a bit laps to go. They're coming through the final sector. On the last lap, it's going to be so crucial, Steve, to get the run through here, to get the move done into the last corner. I think we're seeing a dress rehearsal, maybe? No, not this time. But how crucial is turn 12 into turn 13? Yeah,
it's really all about exiting the stadium section from turn 10 really well. If you're able to do that, you carry your speed through 11, 12, and then down in towards turn 13 at the end of the lap. And if you can do that, you can set up some overtaking moves. But Jerez really is about linking one section to the next.
Who would you put your money on, say, out of this group? You've got to look at Rueda, but he's also in a big scrap here with lots of riders. We didn't see that at Catalunya.
Well, I wouldn't really trust too much what I said, because I said Farioli is 5 seconds off the race lead. But what we've seen so far in this race is that the 95 of Colin Vire, every time someone's been in front of him, he's tried to be aggressive and get himself back to the front. He knows this is his chance to win a race. We've seen at the back of this group, Jerez on the 18's been very fast at the fastest lap of the race, but he's made a few mistakes as well. Asman's been thereabouts all the way through, same as Rueda, but it is a case of it's just going to come down to who's got that most comfort and who's feeling a little bit brave in the last lap.
Salvador's feeling brave now. That was at turn 6, couldn't get the job done. Rueda takes a bit more of a sweeping line in, still gets it turned, but carries all the speed out. And that is a very good thing in the last sector. It's big, fast sweeping corners to build into that dead stop. Left-hander, turn 13, Jorge Lorenzo hairpin. We're going to be there very, very soon. We've only got 4 and a bit laps to go, really. Asman, the 63, looking at the 38 of David Salvador and Husqvarna, but can't get it done. Vire leading this one handsomely. Can he convert pole position? We're going to find out very, very soon.
Yeah, and this is where I mean by building the momentum all the way through these right-handers at the end of the lap. This is one of the best places you can watch any sort of bike around the Jerez circuit. If you're able to stand on the outside of the track, you see riders carry all that speed, all that momentum. See a little bit too much momentum there for Vire. It's going to open the door, though, for the 99, but he chops straight back across the front of him. But this is the section of the track where it's all about the rider making a bit of a difference, using the slipstream for the riders around them, setting up moves down in towards the last corner or even into turn 1 if you want to try and make the move. But certainly with 4 laps to go, you'd expect to see it now where everyone keeps their powder dry.
Yeah, this is further back. I was just going to come in and say, because you don't want to be pushing too much right now, because it's at that stage of the race where mistakes start to happen. This is further back. Number 29, Paris and Voy, solid top 6 ride this. Filippo Farioli, the number 7, in 7th place, started 3rd, showed great potential right through the course this weekend. We walked around yesterday, Steve, on Saturday, and he looked really, really good. Glued to the ground through turn 7 and 8. He had such a style. I don't know what's happened here. He's just got bumped back and not been able to show what he's capable of.
Yeah, I was out trackside at the end of the qualifying session yesterday afternoon as well, and Farioli had a massive moment through turn 12. Maybe it spooked him a little bit coming into the race, because he's been fast in the last few rounds, Catalunya especially. He's been good during the course of the qualifying and practice sessions, but just hasn't quite had the pace in this race at this stage. But there's another race this afternoon as well.
There is, and either way, it's still a big step forward for Farioli. He hasn't shown that kind of performance coming into this season, and it's consistent, if nothing else. It's still top gas. He's ahead of his teammate David Alonso, who's got more experience in that team. And really, with the ETC title that he took 2 years ago, you'd be expecting him to be a little bit further up than what he is. But he isn't, and that's that. He's in 8th place. Keep an eye on him later on. This is back at the front then. The number 95 of Colin Vire is looking very good here. He's keeping a very, very smart, smooth ride going right into the final part of this race. A little bit wide, but he gets the line back onto the straight, which is okay at this stage of the race. It's on the last lap that you can't leave the door open, and David Salvador yet to win a race as well. The top 2 in this race haven't won. Will be eager to capitalise on that. Rueda, we've seen him fight back plenty of times throughout this race, but he's not done it just yet. Like you said, Steve, keeping the powder dry.
Yeah, what's interesting is, though, that pit board we saw, that was for Rueda and the team just reminding him that he has a track limits warning coming up with 3 laps to go. Obviously, if you exceed track limits on the last lap, it's a very different story than the rest of the race. You will be given a penalty immediately for that, but the team just making sure Rueda knows you've got to keep your nose clean at this stage.
And with a 39-point lead, Steve, he can afford to give away 4 if it's not crucial for him to absolutely finish ahead of Salvador. Of course, he wants to win, and of course, he's not thinking about that at this stage of the season, but it's a 39-point lead he's built up over the first 3 rounds of the year, so he does want to protect that if he can. Coming down into turn 6, this is the Dani Pedrosa corner. Expect to see some shuffling around in the next couple of laps here. We've only got 2 more times to get through it. We're in the last 2.5 laps now, and Colin Vire is leading this race very, very well. His brother Keanu actually won a British Talent Cup race at the start of the year, so it's in the blood. The next stars from the Netherlands are right here. If Vire can get this nailed from pole position, which was a shock to us on Saturday, we didn't see it coming. He'd not even had a top 10 before this. And he goes away and gets a first podium as a win. Well, that would be something brilliant, but Salvador wants to do something about it.
Yeah, he's got a couple of wins in the Rookies Cup this season and a lot of podiums as well. So he does have a fair bit of confidence. He had his wins in Portimao at the start of the season and then also at Mugello. So Vire does have some good confidence coming into from the Rookies Cup, but it's a very different set of stories whenever it comes to Junior GP. We see a lot of riders really strong in one championship, struggle in the other. So it's good to see Vire really able to build that confidence and carry it forward here to Junior GP.
Yeah, he is very, very calm on the bike as well. Stu came up the inside. That was Ángel Piqueras, the 18. Run it a bit wide though, and Asman's going to have him back into turn 2. So that's the battle for 4th place. If they do that too often, with 2 laps to go, they're going to find themselves slightly detached, like they're already becoming, from that podium battle. So we could have 2 groups to keep our eye on here, the top 3 and 4th and 5th. So let's see how it happens. But we're coming up to turn 5, to Cito Pond's corner. How crucial is this corner to make that move into turn 6?
And Vire looks really comfortable right now at this stage, but it is a case of what you're able to do when you're defending the slipstream. You can see here he takes that line that's going to take him down the right-hand side. It's going to try and force the other riders to try and go around the outside of him. He wants to make sure that he's protecting that inside line on the run into 6.
Rueda can't get up the inside of Salvador, so he tries the outside instead. Can't get it done there. Coming through turn 7, Vire still leading Salvador. Salvador, at this point in time, would take 4 points out of Rueda's lead. It would come down from 39 to 35. It would still be rather academic. Rueda would leave this race, regardless of, would leave this whole round actually, regardless of what happens with the championship leaders. Asman makes a move up the inside, tried to get it done, couldn't get it done. That was at turn 9 as the team are watching on. That's the AGR team. They've had a bit of misfortune this year in other classes, particularly Moto 2. Sam Wilford was riding excellently in Estoril when he had the big crash that he's still not back from. We wish Sam Wilford all the best. We know he's getting better and better, but how good would it be for the AGR team to finally get on top of the box in the Junior GP class? We're coming into the final corner for the penultimate time. Rueda wants to put himself in a prime position on the last lap, can't get it done. So we are coming now on to the last lap. It is Colin Vire who is leading David Salvador, Jose Antonio Rueda. Asman's right there, Piqueras is back with them. It's a group of 5 abreast into turn 1. No moves made, but this lap is crucial. Where's the point we've got to look, Steve?
Rueda really strong on the brakes. He tried to make that move into turn 1. It just carried him a little bit wide. That's what opened the door for Salvador. But I think for the 99 of Rueda into that last corner, we saw how tight a line he could carry. He's got a bike that works really well on the brake point into there. That's where he's going to try and make his moves on the last lap, but he needs to make a move into 6 on Salvador as well.
Turn 5, crucial. You've got to keep the speed rolling right the way through this to get the run on the back straight. If you can call it a back straight, it isn't very long at all. We've got to crash further down.
That's going to be yellow flag up the last corner.
It is yellow flags on the last corner. They're getting the bike away quickly now, but they still might be out into the last corner. Jose Antonio Rueda doesn't want to wait that long. He's still on the inside. Salvador pushes Vire. Vire shoves Rueda out back to 3rd. Vire somehow comes out of all of that. He went into it 3rd. He comes out leading. Salvador is 2nd. Track limits for Rueda, but I think he's up the inside. Yes, he is. Into 2nd place. Steve, this is going to the last corner.
Well, we've still got that yellow flag out at the last corner. We'll wait and see if it's been cleared at this stage. Salvador down the inside into the stadium complex.
Leaning on each other, this is the final run to home. We're coming through turn 10, building speed now. Fire hasn't been interrupted in this last couple of sectors. Sector 3, he was fast all the way through this race. Rueda tried to get through. Oh, big crash, Salvador. That's a turn 10, he gets caught up with the bike as well. Hopefully he's okay. He looks all right. Down into the final corner we go. Via, surely he's going to have this. I can't see a way through. Via, is he going to hold on? It's only a short burst to the line. Colin Via hasn't had a podium. The Netherlands has never had a win, but they have now. A new star is born. Colin Via takes victory ahead of championship leader Jose Antonio Rueda, and Ángel Piqueras, after all of that, takes third place. David Salvador chasing that first win, just caught out at turn 11. A disaster for Salvador. He will rue that mistake. That is so costly in the title race. What a race to get the programme underway. Colin Via takes a career first win. He's had wins in Red Bull Rookies. He's in the title race there as well. But what a final lap. It had it all. Colin Via with Jose Antonio Rueda, Ángel Piqueras on the podium. That is your podium. Fourth for Sarafoudin Asman. Fifth, Filippo Farioli recovers to the top 5 after dropping out in the race, really downfield. Harrison Voigt, a solid top 6 effort there. David Alonso, only 7th, whilst his teammate was up inside the top 5. A great ride from 15th on the grid for Adrian Cruces. Nicolo Fabio Carrara took 9th, and Noah Detweiler in 10th. David Almanza was 11th, 12th went to Luca Lanetta. Tachko and Bouazri back to 13th, Jabi Zura 2's a 14th, and a sole point, but back in the point scoring positions for Britain's Eddie O'Shea in 15th, just holds out RB Aditama. Marcus Ruder in 17th, Philip Ton 18th. Alvaro Carpe, who's back in this class, he joined that class last time out in Catalonia, is 19th and completed the top 20, Rosenthaler. But what a race that was, a fantastic finish. Colin Via had so much pace coming through the third sector, and particularly in the fourth sector. I thought Rueda would have a go, he couldn't get it done. The yellow flags had gone in for the accident that happened on the penultimate lap, but look how delighted Colin Via is. He pulled a lovely wheelie through turn 3 and 4. Via has delivered the goods here in Junior GP Race 1. 4 races still to go. If you're just joining us, you have missed an absolute belter. You will be able to catch up, of course, on a full race on our YouTube channel. Just find FIM Junior GP. What a thrilling encounter. It was a real battle, a true Jerez classic in Junior GP. 18 different winners now in Junior GP in this class at the circuit. Scott Ogden took a first victory at the circuit last year, David Munoz too, and other riders, they go on. Fabio Quartararo has done it, Nicolo Buliga, Iogura, Carlos Tatai, Ethan Guevara, Philip Ertel, to name all but a few. They are just some of the winners in this class in this circuit. And Colin Via, well, look how happy he is. He's absolutely elated with that as he comes into pit lane. He will be in Parc Ferme in the Junior GP class for the first time this season. And that doesn't get any better than doing it with a victory. Look at what it means to them. I said on the in the closing of that race, the ADR team had bad luck, and of course, some of that bad luck coming in Moto 2 with the big crash that we saw from Sam Wilford in Estoril. Sam's there, he's in the corner watching on, so great to see Sam back in the paddock, and we wish to see him on a bike. But Wilford, obviously a big accident, and the AGR team having to look elsewhere for their success after that. And wow, has Colin Via delivered for them. Jose Antonio Rueda in second. Enough can't be said about him, because 20 very valuable championship points from that, because he was leading by 39 over Salvador. He was leading by 46, if my maths is correct, over Asman, and he's beaten both of them. So the championship now, whilst he goes and gets weighed and does all the official stuff, he is extending his lead. He would have liked to do it with a victory, though. Fast lap of the race went Ángel Piqueras, 46.1. I think that was set when he did exceed track limits, but either way, 46.1 for Piqueras. And Piqueras is coming into this title battle. Steve said that before this race got underway, there's only 12 points between second and sixth here. We're going to catch, this is the race-winning move, I believe, of Colin Vire going through on the number 95 AGR KTM, through on the Husqvarna. This was the crash. This is so fast. Turn 11. We've seen it before. It's you just launch the bike into the apex, and the front washes out, and this is down into the final corner. Vire was so strong on the brakes. He got everything done that he needed to do. Took the same line he'd taken all race long. We said that you can't afford to leave the door open, but it's almost as if he knew that he had that time behind him to be able to carry that line that he'd done all race. And quite understandably, the ADR team are elated. No track limits warning as well for Vire, so he'll be pleased about that. He didn't inherit it. He was done all on merit into the final few laps. He struck at the right time. That's the most impressive thing about it. But back to Ángel Piqueras. He was in sixth, but we're going to go to an interview now. Colin Vire is down in Parc Fermé with Steve English.
Colin Vire, your first win in the Junior GP. This is going to be a day you're going to remember for a long time.
Yeah, it was a great race. In the beginning, I wanted to lead, but then Jose came by. He pulled a little of a gap because Salvador also passed me because I went wide into the last corner. Then he had a little gap, and I managed to close it. And then on the last lap, so I tried to lead and try to get to see where I'm faster. And the last lap, I knew they were coming in turn 6, so I tried to close the line a little bit more. But on the end, they came by, and then Salvador hit me, and we hit each other like it was a train. Everyone hit each other. And then, yeah, on the end, I tried to close the line on the last corner, and I won. And I'm happy with this win.
Well done, Colin, and just your thoughts in Dutch as well.
Ja, het was een goede race. Eerste rondes waren lastig, voor mijn gevoel. Rueda reed weg en moest ik weer terughalen. Dus en op het einde probeerde ik de hele tijd te leiden. Het was wel lastig aan de ene kant, omdat ik de voorkant niet heel fijn vond in bocht 2. Dus het was lastig. Maar in de laatste ronde wist ik dat ze kwamen in bocht 6. Dus ik probeerde de lijn wat iets krapper aan te houden. Maar toch kwamen ze in de binnenkant. Maar Rueda schoot wijd en ik dacht ik kan hem terughalen. Maar toen kwam Salvador, die zat daar tussen. Maar uiteindelijk weer op 1 gekomen. En uit de laatste bocht gewoon perfect uitkomen. En ik ben heel erg blij met deze overwinning.
Thanks, Colin.
I don't understand Dutch, but I think he got the last corner perfect. Colin Vire, your race winner, and this is how he did it. A great start from pole position. He got the whole shot. The first time he'd ever started from pole position. Championship leader Jose Antonio Rueda wasted no time. He was second by turn 2 and leading by turn 5. But the two would go on and have a great battle. Vire overtaking Rueda, Rueda snapping straight back, whilst the chasing pack got a grandstand view of it all. This was at turn 7. David Salvador was in third. He was also chasing the first race win. Vire almost tagged the back of Rueda early on. Salvador came through, and it was Colombia's David Alonso who was also in the mix before he would go on to fade. Ángel Piqueras, the man in form and chasing the first victory too, was right in the mix and inside the top 5 from 6th on the grid, along with Saifood and Asman. Plenty of hard moves throughout the race. That was David Salvador in the last corner on Vire, but Vire was having none of it. He got back through on Salvador. Piqueras got into the podium positions at one point, but Jose Antonio Rueda did lead the majority of the race. Through the final couple of sectors, and it was very clear that Vire had the pace. That was a mistake from Rueda, who at this point had a track limits warning to deal with as well. We're on to the last lap here. Asman was having a look at both Salvador and Rueda. Salvador got through on the championship leader. This was actually the last lap, it turns out to be. 5 abreast into the first turn. Vire leading ahead of Rueda. Salvador trying to take the opportunity, and he tried too hard. He lost the front, he tucked away, and out he went. That's a costly error. Into the final corner, Vire got the job done. He held the perfect line and took his and the Netherlands' first victory. Absolutely fantastic. He didn't do a bad wheelie to celebrate either. Colin Via, your race winner. He moves inside the top 10 in the championship. Will he repeat it in race 2? And it is time for the podium ceremony now. And what a race that was. It'll be the team representative for AGR Racing who comes up first. So a fantastic achievement for the AGR team. Their first win of the season. Let's not forget that as a team achievement. Third for Ángel Becerras. Championship leader Jose Antonio Rueda makes it a second place, whilst race winner Colin Via will be getting the Dutch national anthem any moment now. First, though, it seems it's going to be the trophies. And director of the FIM, Frank Vassai, takes the honours in doing the team's representatives. Whilst it'll be 2 Spaniards on the podium here at Jerez. That'll get the local fans on their feet. And there's plenty of celebrations down in pit lane. Jose Antonio Rueda gets the second place trophy, and like I say, extends his championship lead. But it's a first win for Colin Via. Fantastic stuff. A first win for him and a first win for the Netherlands. Maybe now we'll be getting the Dutch national anthem for the first time in Junior GP.
Para que vea repetir este carrerón que se acaba de marcar. En su honor, escuchamos el himno nacional de Holanda. Fuerte el aplauso para Colin Beyer, el vencedor.
That's the end of the Dutch national anthem. We eventually got there, so fantastic stuff. Colin Via with a race win. Steve, he spoke very eloquently in Parc Ferme, and he's got the chance to do it again later on.
Yeah, it was a really impressive race victory by Via, and very comfortable down there in Parc Ferme as well, just chatting to him off camera. So it's good to see that from Colin, and certainly you'd expect to see that in this afternoon's race he'll be able to carry that form through as well.
Yeah, we shall see whether he can do that from pole position. We should be getting a great race coming up later for Junior GP. It really was one of the best here. What a way to open the day at Jerez. Plenty of celebrations on the podium. They can do that. It's not Prosecco, so it won't make their leathers too sticky. I think it's just fizzy water. Hopefully they'd pick the plastic bottles up, of course. We don't want them to be left around. But we should be getting a look at the race results, and I think this is it. So, Colin Via with a first race win. Jose Antonio Rueda extends his championship lead over his main rivals with a fine second. Ángel Becerras, 2 Spaniards on the podium. He was third. Asman Farioli, Voigt, Alonso, Cruces and Carraro completing the top 9. And we'll have a look further down the field very, very soon. It was a great race all the way through. Switzerland's Noah Detweiler coming home in 10th. David Almanza slipping to 11th. Luca Lanetta, Tachakorn Bawazwi of Thailand in 13th. Jabi Zuratuza, 14th. Eddie O'Shea back in the points of 15th. Just edged out Arbi Aditama and Marcos Ruda. Philip Ton in 18th. Alvaro Carpe, expect him to come on strong as this season progresses. It's his first year in the class. He was 19th. Jacob Rosenthaler, Jacob Rulston, Torren Collins, Alessandro Morossi, Mattia Volpi and Theo Gordon, his brother Alex, retired, looked like, with a collarbone injury. David Salvador crashed on the last lap. How costly is that going to be when we get to the season finale at Valencia? Championship standings, Jose Antonio Rueda is the first to break into a lead of more than 50 points. 53 is his advantage over Saifuddin Azman, who moves in to be his main rival. Ángel Piqueras up from 6th to 3rd. Felipe Farioli 4th. David Alonso and David Salvador, not good for Team David, 5th and 6th. They slip down the order. Adrian Cruces in 7th. David Almanza completes the top 10, 99 back. It is a really strong total for Jose Antonio Rueda. His teammate Facundo Yambias, the Uruguayan, not here. He had shown great potential back at round 1, but injury has ruled him out. He's 15th. Eddie O'Shea on the British talent team Honda is 18th. He'll be looking to make some more point scoring races as the season progresses, including later on today, where race 2 of Junior GP will be coming up. Before all that though, the Hawkers European Talent Cup is next. We'll be able to bring you that in just a moment. Let's have a final look at race 1 winner of the day in Junior GP, Colin Veijer, a first winner from the Netherlands. If you want to know where the stars of the future are lying, this is your class. The Hawkers European Talent Cup heads to Jerez for round 4 of its championship season, and it's a double header at the 4.4 kilometre long circuit. History oozes from the hillsides here. Jerez is a staple on all motorcycle racing calendars. It's a real treat for fans and riders alike. 15 laps, all of which are going to be chaotic. We can't wait to get into this. The Hawkers European Talent Cup always delivers. We're here at the Circuito de Jerez, Ángel Nieto in Andalusia, Spain for round 4 of the 2022 Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship. This is the youngest class here. I'm Kiko Giles, and alongside me, Steve English. Steve, if race 1 for Junior GP, no spoilers, is anything to go by, we are in for an absolute barnstormer here in the European Talent Cup.
All right, Kiko, I'll do my best not to give away any spoilers, but we've got 15 minutes before a 15-lap race here in the European Talent Cup. Just on my way back up from Parc Ferme after the Moto3 race, I was chatting to a few of the ETC team managers, and they did say that the cooler track temperatures could change things quite a bit. I know there's a few riders that have been suffering from chatter issues, suffering from handling issues. They're expecting in the cooler temps this morning that those riders could make a lot of progress. So even though we've got some riders down the field further than we would have expected, don't be too surprised if we see riders make progress from the 5th, 6th, 7th rows of the grid to get themselves up into those top 10 places. You can do that in the ETC, but obviously enough, you're also looking at the riders at the front of the field. Here in Jerez in particular, it's quite difficult to come from too much further back than the 3rd row of the grid to be able to win races. Yeah, it's never actually happened. The lowest it's come from here at Jerez, I think, is 7th place. That was David Alonso. I may stand corrected on that. I haven't got my stats sheet to hand. But this was last time out. This was the European Talent Cup at Catalunya, the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya in Montmeló. And it was a great ride from Joel Esteban early on, but it wouldn't be easy. He didn't clear off like he did at Estoril. The battle was fierce. Dono Boggio was in on the action. One of the riders with one of the best names in the whole paddock. But his teammate Joel Esteban was right there. Made a slight mistake halfway through the race and forced back as Nika Terol watched on rather anxiously. It's one of the classes where it is so unpredictable. Max Martinez was chasing a first win. There was this massive moment for one of the Finetwork Mir junior team riders. This was the final lap showdown with Uriarte and Esteban, and it was Uriarte who got it on the line. Fantastic stuff from the number 51. He'll be looking to do that again today. And headlining news coming into today is that championship leader and the man you saw in that battle, Joel Esteban,
is out of action. He has got an illness coming into this round. It's prevented him from coming to the circuit to race. He's too ill. It's not COVID, we can confirm that much. So he is on the mend. He's had surgery. He is on the mend. But that means that the Hawkers European Talent Cup, Steve, said it a couple of times already throughout the course this weekend when we've been talking about our favourites. This is a land of opportunity. This could go any way today.
It's absolutely wide open now. And what's going to be interesting is to see what happens at the championship standings after today, because Esteban's been in such great form. He's had 4 wins so far this season. Sorry, 4 podiums so far this season. Been really strong everywhere we've gone. And now it's going to be a case of who's able to make up the most ground on him in the championship standings, because he does hold a pretty handy lead of 22 points as it is over Guido Pini at the moment. But Pini starting on the front row of the grid, he's got an opportunity to really take some big chunks out of that lead and leave today as the European Talent Cup championship leader.
Pini second in the championship and on the front row. This was qualifying. Max Martinez got the pole. Can he repeat his double from last year?
No ha sido como yo quería, yo creo que podía haber bajado mucho más, pero bueno, las condiciones eran difíciles también. Estaba la pista un poco delicada y mucho viento, pero bueno, estoy feliz y con muchas ganas de mañana empezar la carrera. Intentaré recortar los máximos puntos, ya que este año es defender mi título y me gustaría ganar otra vez, así que lo veo posible y con muchas ganas. Van todos muy rápidos, yo creo que va a ser una carrera difícil, hay pilotos muy fuertes y bueno, a ver cómo va.
It was a rough start to the season for Max Martinez, but he is absolutely back with a bang. He's already won a race. He's been on the podium. He's looking to go and defend his title that he took last year, Steve. He was a double winner at Jerez last year. The 14-year-old, can he do it again today?
He's 54 points adrift in the championship standings, but with Esteban out of this race, this is his opportunity to make up for those big double non-scores, well, triple non-scores at the start of the season. He put 2 podiums last time out, though. Does give him that bit of confidence coming from Valencia, Catalunya, and now a pole position here in Jerez. He's just building that momentum once again. Last season, Martinez was a real star in this class. Just the age limits meant that he's not able to step up to the Junior GP class yet.
And he got his first win here at Jerez, so happy memories in the south of Spain. Will he be able to repeat it? We'll find out very soon. Second on the grid, Guido Pini of the AC Racing team from Borgo San Lorenzo in Italy, just right next door to Mugello, chasing that first win.
Well, you mentioned Mugello, and he was in action in the Italian Championship in the CIV classes only a couple of weeks ago there. He claimed a race victory. He's been top 5 every race so far this season. He's been consistent, 22 points behind in the championship standings, but with Esteban out, this is a good opportunity to make a lot of hay when the sun shines.
Yeah, and he is within that race winning distance as well, so for a win for him today, a career first win today, will automatically put him ahead of Esteban, who will have some catching up to do when this lot get to Portimao. Third on the grid, we're going to check in very, very soon. Rico Salmela, the number 27, 14-year-old from Finland. Best grid position of the year in his first front row since Valencia last year. What can we expect from him? He's looking for a first win.
Yeah, I like Rico, what we've seen from him so far this season. You can see their podiums in Estoril and Valencia. He's always qualified well. He's qualified inside the top 10 every race so far this season. So he's got good speed. He's racing in the Red Bull Rookies Cup as well. So he's getting a lot of experience this season. He looks like he's pretty promising.
He really does, and we've seen him get the podium already at the start of this year. He looked dejected in Estoril, then it was reversed, and he got it back, and he was suddenly elated. It was at Guido Pini's expense, if I remember correctly, back in Portugal. That was round 1 of the season, feels like ages ago. Fourth on the grid, Rush Moodley from Port Elizabeth in South Africa. So South Africa, like Finland, chasing a first victory. They've never actually had a podium, neither of them countries. So Moodley starts fourth. What can we expect here?
Well, I think from Marouche Moodley, what we've seen is a career best effort in the qualifying session. Now he needs to try and make sure he's able to come away with, top 5 finish, top 6 finish would be a great result for him.
Fifth place is Brian Uriarte. He was a winner last time out on the run to the line at Catalunya in that brilliant showdown. That was one of the best races of the year, because we obviously at the first round of the season, Steve, we saw Esteban clear off, but Uriarte reeled him back in last time. Here he is, the number 51 First front row came at Jerez. That was last year. He starts 5th this year. He's level with Martinez on podiums with 7 each in their career, and he's looking to get in this title fight.
Yeah, he did win last year as well, so he's a rider that looks like he could be one of those potential stars to keep an eye on in the ETC. You can see there that it's been an up-and-down season for him, winning a podium, 3 non-scores, but certainly Uriarte is a rider worth keeping an eye on. As it is right now, he's 50 points adrift in the championship standings, so he needs a big result in these 2 races today to be able to close back that lead to Joel Esteban.
Joel Esteban with well wishes from Dodo Boggio. I said it earlier, he has got the best name on the grid. Dodo Boggio, 14 from Turin in Italy. 2 podiums this year, started very well, always starts inside the top 8, so he's a good qualifier as well.
Yeah, and he's had a couple of podiums this year. This is his 3rd season in the ETC. He's made a big step forward this year. Looks a lot more impressive, looks a lot more confident out there on the bike as well. So certainly a rider worth keeping an eye on the 47 machine through the course of this race.
Good to see some fans joining in here this weekend, FIM JuniorGP World Championship, because it is really where the stars of the future are. We say it so often, it's becoming a bit cliche, but it is so true. Fabio Quartararo won the MotoGP World Championship last year, and he took 2 titles here in this paddock. So he's definitely, this paddock is definitely the one to keep an eye on. This is Guillaume Plonk. He will start 7th, and he had a first top 10 of the season last in Valencia. Was on course for it again in Catalonia, but crashed out.
Yeah, and I think the top 10 has to be the target for the Frenchman. See what he's able to do over the course of this race. 15 laps, it's about trying to make sure you're able to stay in the lead group, stay out of trouble, but top 10 would be a really good positive result for him. Builds on what's happened so far this season as well. Great
to see a French flag there with the number 24 and hashtag Guillaume on the front of it. So obviously the friends and family have made the trip over here. I think they're actually based in Spain anyway, because Gaban, the older brother, does train with him a little bit. This is in 8th place, middle of the 3rd row, Lorenz Tony Luciano. No, he's not something out of The Sopranos. That's Tony Arbolino. But this is one of the riders who's not actually really featured that much, but has really come on strong, Steve, here at Jerez.
Yeah, he was the Northern Talent Cup runner-up last year, and he's been able to, like you saw there, top 10 finish in his first race this season in Estoril and score points in 3 races. So been a solid start to the season for him, but this is an opportunity to really pick on from that. But certainly for Tony, he's a rider that shows the Northern Talent Cup is producing some talent as well. Obviously, we've seen Gorba in the Moto3 Junior GP class as well. So there is riders coming through from the NTC as well.
9th on the grid, Britwatch, top Brit is Emmanuel Brinton. Now, I can remember when I was back doing Cool Fab a few years ago, he was one of the stars to watch out for, and he has had a top 10 in every race so far this season. That's your pole, man. Max Martinez will look to do a double again. He did it last year. He's a race winner this year, and he's the defending title holder. Will he convert pole position? He lines up beside Guido Pini, who can easily be championship leader after this race, and almost certainly after this weekend. Rico Salmela joins him on the front row. Further back of the top 9 that we've just gone through, best ever career finish for Hamad Al Sahuti on the grid. First top 10 for Qatar. He's 10th. Gonzalo Perez is 11th. Carter Thompson, watch out for him, Australian champion in 12th. All the way down the field, there's riders. Casey O'Gorman will line up 16th. He's been a race leader, and he's been right in the battle right the way through this year. He can come through, but he's going to have to get he's going to have to get on with it very, very soon. 16th on the grid. Johnny Garnes as well. All the way down the field, we've got the top 30 here as they go out for the warm-up lap. The Hawkers European Talent Cup, 30 riders on the grid, Steve. Not all of them could necessarily win, but it wouldn't be a surprise to see someone come from so far down.
Yeah, I think even, like you mentioned, Casey O'Gorman there on the number 67 machine. He's had a rough run of form in the European Talent Cup of late, but the cooler temperatures, he could be one of the riders that's able to find a little bit more confidence now. He's struggled a little bit with chatter over the course of this weekend so far, but he has been really strong here in Jerez. He's been able to have a top 5 finish here in both races in the Red Bull Rookies Cup earlier in the season. Started the campaign very strong, battling at the front of the field in Estoril, but he's lost momentum. Now he needs to refine it as we move into the second half of the ETC season.
We had a coffee yesterday with team manager or team principal Michael Laverty, and we were talking Actually, he said that Johnny Garnes this round has outshone Casey to some degree and looks more comfortable on the bike. Garnes is another rider we expect to come good. Just looking at the air temperature, it has risen a little bit as I look out the window, but the cloud is still there. 25 degrees air temp, 30 degrees track temperature, still perfect for racing. Steve, these ETC bikes, they're only small, but they're very, very fast in the corners. Where are these overtaking hotspots for these?
Pretty much the same as what we saw in the Junior GP class, where turn 1, turn 6 and the last corner you can make a lot of moves, but it's all about momentum on an ETC bike. Small bikes, it's all about being able to carry your corner speed, keep yourself as close to the rider in front as possible, use the slipstream, make the move. The big things for us to keep an eye on during the course of this race, as ever in racing these days, is track limits. See who's exceeding the track limits onto the blue paint on the outside of the course, and who's doing that on a consistent basis. In the ETC, it's a little bit better now that the field's a little bit smaller. Only 30 riders now is your max grid size in this class. That's tended to make it where it's a little bit easier to find your position out on track in any of the battles, but it is very easy to run wide, especially a track like Jerez where one corner leads into the next.
Particularly good for us that there's only 30 riders on the grid. We just about managed with this, but it is a really good field. Lots of talent all the way through. Number 28, Max Martinez, starts on pole. Without the championship leader in play, Steve, who is your favourite? Who are you going to pick out for this one?
Well, Max Martinez, you can see there on the 28, he's the reigning European Talent Cup winner. Last season he was incredibly strong and consistent. This season's been a tough start to the campaign. Last time out in Barcelona, though, he claimed his first win of the season, followed it up with another podium. He wants to do the double here. This is where last year he picked up 2 wins as well in the European Talent Cup. So keep an eye on the number 28 machine.
Max Martinez will go from pole. They held them a long time on the grid for the Junior GP class earlier on today. Safety car just pulls in at the back. Martinez, Pini and Salmeda, 28, 93 and 27. That's your front row. Who will convert it? Lights out, we're into race 1 for the Hawkers European Talent Cup, and it's a swift start from the number 21. That's Rouge Moodley, the South African, has got right ahead of this field. Rico Salmela from 3rd place. He's looking to dive bomb, can't do it. Rouge Moodley from 4th on the grid, sweeps majestically across the front and takes the lead. The number 21 leads a race ahead of 27. Max Martinez, 3rd place from pole. He's still in the mix. They're all through cleanly by the looks of it. Bit of pushing and shoving further downfield, but good start from Rouge Moodley. The number 21 is leading.
Yeah, Moodley with a really good start from the 2nd row of the grid. You can see now though Rico Salmela on the 27. He's about to try and make a move down in towards turn 5, but look at the 28 of Martinez. He's the rider to keep an eye on. We know how good he is around Jerez. We know that he's got his tail up, he's feeling confident. So certainly that number 28 machine, the pole sitter, he's the rider to watch today.
And we know how good he is on the brakes as well. I can remember when he made his debut last year, we couldn't believe his style in the braking area. He's got it all a bit tidier this time. He hits the front. So the number 28 is leading ahead of that. Looked to me like Salmela. No, it wasn't. It was Uriarte up from the 2nd row of the grid in 5th. So Moody back to 3rd. But Uriarte's come through from the middle of the 2nd row into 2nd. Now he's into the lead, so that's all out of date already. We're only at turn 8 on lap 1, and already Uriarte's hit the front.
Yeah, and you can see Martinez trying to set something up as well. Brinton as well, though, on the 43 machine with a really good start from the 3rd row of the grid. He's after getting duffed up a little bit there by Dodo Baggio on the 47. Baggio can see the riders at the front, trying to break away a little bit, so he needs to get in front of Moodley as quick as possible. And you can see there from the 27, just making sure that everyone around Salmela knows that they got to stay with him if they want to try and stop fighting with one another, try and break their way up towards the 51, the race leader. We've just seen a double long lap penalty for Brinton. He was a bit too quick off the gun at the start.
That's such a shame. A double long lap penalty then for Emmanuel Brinton. Really hoping for good things of him. Of course, it doesn't necessarily end your race. You can still latch onto the back of the group. We saw at the last corner there, Max Martinez having a look at Uriarte. Couldn't quite get it done. He had a load of front end chatter, but he's through on the inside this time. Through into the lead. Max Martinez hits the front.
Yeah, good move there from Martinez. And you can see Uriarte behind on the 51. He's going to try and keep that watch and brief. But in the ETC, you've also got to attack as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's a bit too easy to get yourself in a scrap with everyone else. That's where it becomes really important to always hit the front of these groups.
Just looking downfield, a terrible getaway from Guido Pini. He's down. I think he's just gone up into 9th place, but he started on the front row. So one of the riders who really is looking to capitalise on Joel Esteban's absence here in Jerez has had a terrible getaway. He's down by the number 8. That's Garcia Miguel in 9th place. So a lot of work to do for Pini. He's already detached from the leading group. Uriarte looking on the inside, couldn't quite do it. Rouge Moodley out a bit wide there. Going to get shoved again if he's not careful. Back to 5th place. Boggio up into third.
Yeah, that's where for Moodley there on the number 21 machine, it is really important for him just to make sure he's able to stay in this lead group, try and come away with a good finish here inside the top 5, top 6 to be a really good result for the South African rider.
Yeah, Guillaume Plonk has done really well as well. He's staying in that leading group, fourth in 8th place there, looking very good. We're going to get a replay at the start. Watch the 43 with Emmanuel Brinton, Steve. Yeah,
you can see there Brinton just away well before everyone else, but I'm going to keep an eye on the 93 as well off the line. You can see there Rhys Moodley with a really fast getaway, and straight away Peony from the front row of the grid had lost a lot of spots, but you can see there the 43 of Brinton, just how many rows the grid he made up just by being really quick off the line. But he's going to take his first long lap penalty now. He's got another one to take, but you can see here in Jerez it is possible to take that penalty without losing too much momentum, but you do feed straight back into the track. It's a little bit on the limit, that.
Yeah, hold your breath there. Dearie me, Emmanuel Brinton was right out on the edge of the curb as he came in, and that would have got everyone's peckers up coming out of that turn who were behind him. But hopefully he can come back into it. That promotes a couple of riders. Guillaume Plonk is one of them. He's now up into 7th. Vigo Saint-Mella, having got a good start, back down to 6th. Dodo Boggio with the fastest lap, the number 47, chasing Max Martinez. I remind you, double race winner last year, Max Martinez, 54 points back in this title race, and your series leader is out. That's Joel Esteban, he's out. He'll hopefully be back in the next round, but it's 53 points up for grabs here. Ooh, a little bit of a moment coming through turn 5. The Circuito Pons corner for Guillaume Plonk, who makes that. He's just at 7th place, but he's a little bit behind at the moment. He is just holding on as things stand. Boggio to the front, good move up from 3rd to 1st. So Dodo Boggio comes through as that's the 13 getting pushed out. That's Hakim Danish who's come through.
Yeah, Hakim just running a little bit wide there in the exit at turn 6, but look at Uriarte now attacking straight back on Boggio, but Boggio able to carry that corner speed, sweep across the front of Uriarte as well. But at the front of this field you can see it is a leading group that is starting to stretch their way away from the rest of the field. But interestingly, Brinton already to the front of that 2nd group as well, so he's still got another long lap penalty to take. This is the gap back towards Brinton in that 2nd group.
Because the battle is so fierce at the front, they could trip each other up, and when Brinton comes out of his 2nd long lap penalty, he may be able to get his head down and catch them back up if they're taking time off each other.
Yeah, just looking at it there in that 2nd group, Brinton lost a lot of ground there in that last sector, actually lost 4 or 5 spots in that as well. You can see the wins in the last corner. Max Martinez on the 28, he's able to make up some ground. That's Brinton taking his 2nd penalty at the top of the shot, and now he'll try and force his way back into those points paying positions.
Yeah, down outside the top 20 at the moment. Not a good start from the Qatari Hamed Al Sahout. He's back into 22nd. I was just going to say, Hakim Danish has come up from row 5. He started 13th. He's in the lead battle. That shows how crazy the Hawkers European Talent Cup can be.
What's interesting is Cesar Perea on the number 18 machine actually lapping as fast as the race leaders, only a 10th of a second slower than Dodo Boggio, but he's all the way down in 14th position. It shows just how close it is if you're trying to make up a lot of time. If you lose time in this class, you immediately have to then try and just make it back straight away, but it's really difficult. Just seeing that Brinton's been given a track limits warning now as well, so miserable start to the race, these opening 3 or 4 laps for him.
It's either super miserable or they're considering track limits when he's going out of the circuit into the long lap. So I'm not quite sure if that's an automatic sensor thing or if it's Brinton actually exceeding track limits.
You could have it for the coming back from the long lap penalty as well, but certainly at the front of the field, these riders not having any of those concerns right now. It is still Uriarte leading on the 51 machine, and then Max Martinez, last year's European Talent Cup winner, double podiums last time out. He knows that this is a weekend where he needs to make up an awful lot of points because he had a miserable start to the year in the first 3 races.
Terrible start, Steve. We was in Estoril. I sided out of the race both times on lap 1, and he was in contention as well out of the podium positions. Okay, it was only lap 1, but a terrible start to the year. He gave up 50 points there. He's got an opportunity to take 50 points back and 50 points closer to retaining his title. At the moment, Uriarte leads it. Martinez is 2nd. Danish looking on the inside at turn 13, the Jorge Lorenzo hairpin. But those front four at the moment, just slightly edging clear. I hold my breath as I say that because, of course, Rhys Moodley in 5th. This could all concertina up at any moment's notice.
Yeah, Uriarte at the front of the field just setting on the new fastest lap of the race, a few tenths of a second clear of everyone else. You can see here the 43 of Brinton around the outside into turn 1. He's trying to make up as many spots as he can after that penalty. He's down in about 17th, 18th position right now, so a lot of ground to make up. The goal for him is try and make sure you're able to get to the front of this group. That's Guido Pini up there in 8th spot right now, so a lot of work still to be done, but there's actually a lot of time left for Brinton as well if he's got the speed.
11 laps is a long time in Hawkers European Talent Cup, especially around here. We're looking at lap times around 1:49.1, 1:49.2. The fastest lap is a 48.8, but that's by Uriarte at the front. He's setting the pace, but look, around 49.1, 49.2 is a good lap time around here. Max Martinez hits the front, Dodo Boggio follows him through, and Hakim Danish comes through into third place. That pushes Uriarte. He led onto that straight. From first back to fourth. Rouge Moody will be having to go in a minute. The purple number 21 machine, the South African, having a great ride. It's the best we've seen of him all season.
Yeah, I think for Moodley and then for Salmela and for Plonk, they need to just try and see if they're able to latch on to the back of this top 4. The top 4 look like they've got a little bit more pace than the chasing riders right now, but it is up to them to be able to try and find something to be able to get into that battle. But right now it does look like the leading 4 have that bit of an advantage.
I can't believe the word I'm about to say, but 5th, 6th and 7th, it won't hurt them to learn a little bit in this class by following 4 of the fast guys in the class.
Oh, it never hurts to learn in this class, and that's where you see a lot of riders really make a lot of progress during the course of a season, and suddenly they just make that big jump forward, and you learn an awful lot more looking at the guys like Max Martinez on the 28 that's at the front of this field, Boggio with the progress he's made this year, Uriarte's a double race winner, he's had 7 or 8 podiums in his ETC career, so certainly there's a lot of riders that can be used as that bit of a yardstick for the chasing through.
Hakim Danish getting a pit board there saying warning. Not sure what that's quite for. We haven't had anything on our timing monitors.
We haven't had anything for it, but we have seen him run off track limits, so clearly the team are aware of that. They want to make sure he's aware of it, so it's something that in the next 10 laps doesn't come back to bite him.
Very good team, that team as well. Very well run. We've had so much success through the years. Look at this, 4 abreast. We've got 10 laps to go. You'd never guess it. If you're just tuning in, no, it's not the last lap. We're not even at half-race distance. Max Martinez with a track limits warning, the number 28, who has just hit the front. So Max Martinez looking for his 2nd win of the year and his 3rd consecutive win at Jerez. Might have a little track limits warning and a penalty to come if he carries on exceeding them. But let's hope he doesn't. He's leading well at the front. Yeah,
when you get that warning, you then get one more time where you're able to exceed track limits before you're given the penalty. So for Martinez, we're only a 1/3 of the way through this race. He's now going to have to be on his best behaviour for the rest of this race.
Yeah, and he needs to be as well. He needs to take advantage of Joel Esteban's absence. Esteban has been so dominant in this year so far. Should have really had a win in Catalonia. Was pipped to the post on the line by Uriarte then. What are we seeing here, Steve? This is the run into turn 1. How crucial is it to get it all anchored up here?
Yeah, and you can see there Martinez out in front. It's Boggio and Uriarte behind them. This is the run into turn 1. There are a few bumps on the entry into there as well. You can see the front end just moving around a little bit firm. Just looking at the times right now, the race leader's down in the low 1 minute 49. Fastest rider out there is actually Emmanuel Brinton, further down the field as well. So Brinton doing a good job at this stage to try and recover.
Yeah, Brinton has got some great pace. He's up now ahead, right on the verge of points. He's chasing Keso Gorman, his old rival from the Coolfab days, actually. That's for the final point position. Keso Gorman in 15th. And besides that, Johnny Garness in 19th place. So the Brits and the Irish are coming on very, very strong. Back at the front, Guillaume Plonk was momentarily in 6th place, got ahead of Rouge Moodley, then Moodley's taking it back. But these front 7 really got a great lead over Jesus Rios has come up into 8th place. That's from way down. That's 19th on the grid. So Jesus Rios has absolutely flown up the order. Back at the front, Martinez leading well.
Yeah, we did see Rios last time out have a top 5 in Catalonia, so he's got a bit of confidence trying to make sure he's able to make good use of that right now as well.
And he was in the leading group when he was taken out by Al Sahuti. I think that was in Estoril back at the start here. That'll be track limits, I believe, for Martinez. So let's hope he's not used it up in a straight line. That won't be very useful at all. But at the moment, he's leading. 2nd place, Dodo Boggio hanging in there. Boggio is really in this title hunt. He's looking to get in. He's 5th at the moment. He's a little bit behind. He's been dominated by his teammates so far. He's looking at the lead of this race right now. But a couple of good, solid podium point scoring positions here, and he's back in the race.
Yeah, and just looking in the 2nd group as well, just behind this, obviously you were mentioning about Pini and Rios at the top of that group. We've also got around about 10 riders within a second in that 2nd group as well, and lots of riders making their progress all the way through that group. It's a proper yo-yo battle for that 8th position right now.
And some good riders down there, Steve. I mean, they're all very good, but Alberto Ferrandez is down there. Nico Tirol watches on as his rider, Dodo Boggio, looks for the race lead. But Alberto Ferrandez is down there. Pini, second in the championship, is in that group as well. Gato Gorman, race leader in this class, is in 13th. Gonzalo Perez is right there. He's on the front row back at Estoril. And, of course, Emmanuel Brinton now in the points in 15th. Hopefully he's not exceeded any more track limits. Max Martinez at the moment with a 10.5 gap. It's completely academic. There is no gap at all.
Yeah, we're just coming up towards half distance. Danish there with his fastest lap of the race, the new fastest lap in this one at 48.8. But we're looking a little bit further down the field as well. Carter Thompson only a few hundredths of a second slower than that. Carter's down there in 19th position, the Australian rider. That gives you an indication of just how competitive the European Talent Cup is.
Special shout out to Thompson. This is his first season in Europe. It's a hard transition to make whenever you're not in Europe anyway. He's coming from Australia as a champion back home, so it's going to be getting used to the feeling of not winning straight away here in the European Talent Cup.
Yeah, about 3 years ago, Damo Cudlin said to me, keep an eye on Carter Thompson, because he was a rider that Cudlin was taking under his wing a little bit, and certainly a talented rider that they expect to see really make the transition in Europe over the course of the next few years. But it is a case of having to learn an awful lot. You're learning Grand Prix style track. You're away from home. You're having to adapt to a very different life over here compared to racing in the Aussie Championships on the 300 like you had done in the past.
So true that, Steve. It really is. It's a whole cultural and lifestyle change. He runs number 50. That is because Damien Cudlin used to run the number 50. Ooh, we've had a change at the front. That is coming through. That's Danish. He ran out wide, but onto the green. Martinez is going to look straight back. Uriarte! Surely not. Oh, my goodness me. I thought he was coming through on the pair of them at turn 11. That is not a place to do a double overtake.
Yeah, we did see in the Junior GP class that there was a few moves made there, especially on the last lap, that ended in tears. So that's a section of track where you need to have a lot of faith in the other rider around you. Boggio there had a little bit of a moment there through the last corner as well. That's what's allowed Rouge Moodley there on the 21 machine to close right up on him.
Yeah, Moodley started out of this. He dropped to the back of this group, having grabbed the whole shot earlier on lap 1 and turn 1. He's still right there. I'm very impressed with Guillaume Blanc in 6th. This is the best ride he's had all season. Previous best finish this year of 8th place. He's just coming up to the fringes of the top 15, top 10 in the championship. It's Danish's team watch on. Danish is in 2nd place. He's chasing Martinez. Martinez, double race winner here last year. How he needs to do it again this year. Uriarte to the inside, can't get it done. And it's all line astern at the moment, but it's a bit, I'm feeling it's a bit standoffish. No one's doing anything too drastic. All about keeping the powder dry.
Yeah, nobody wants to make that big mistake right now, and certainly for the likes of Martinez, for Uriarte, a lot of points to make up in the championship standings, so they need to be a little bit careful. You can see there for Rouge Moodley on 21 though, he's not being careful on the run down in towards turn 6. He sees that there's a chance then to make some moves. A little bit of bar-to-bar action there on the run down in towards the left-hander. Ends up getting ducked up a little bit there, and he's ran out a little bit wide. That allows Boggio to come back through.
Yeah, that's just opened that group up a bit. Martinez, Danish and Uriarte now, the top 3. Slightly further up than they were, but Boggio will be reeling that in. There was no doubt about that. Christian Daniel, the American, has gone down. The number 70 on turn 6. That's a bit of a crashing hotspot, Steve. How many times have we seen that over the years? Yeah,
turn 6 always lures you in, and you can see there just losing the front end. Very easy for that to happen. Just carry that little bit too much speed through there, and the limit is the limit for a reason, and sometimes you can just step over it. But for Daniel, it's all about trying to just gain your experience this season. Still very young.
Whatever happens, whether it's a mistake or an achievement, it's all part of the learning process. It's why the European Talent Cup has gone on to produce world champions now. We've got, that's just, we've got a timing, delay in the timing screen there about Christian Daniel's crash. Main thing is he's up and okay, and he's got another chance to do make a good result later on today. Uriarte still leading, ahead of Danish.
Yeah, just to go back to Daniel as well, his pace around the last few laps has been really impressive. It's been as fast as probably about 8th position, so that's quite impressive from him. He's also got another race this afternoon, so hopefully we're able to see that step forward once again from him. Yeah,
it'd be great to have an American right up the order as well. We've got Spanish, we've got the Italians, we've got South African, and Indonesian as well. So we're right up there at the moment with all the nationalities at the front of this. 6 laps to go. Guillaume Blanc still right here. It's still a good group. So we haven't spoken much about Rico Salmela, the number 27, just keeping a watching brief. Say he's not doing anything too drastic, and that kind of approach and attitude has got him a podium earlier on in the season at Esteban.
And you can see there for Dinesh on the 13, just that big look over his shoulder. He wants to see who all is in this group as we move towards the final third of this race. It is Uriarte out in front on the 51, race winner last time out. He claimed that race win by only, I think it was 14 thousandths of a second. And it was a real close battle for him last time around. That's Buchanan that's gone down, the Kiwi rider on the number 14 machine. That's down at turn 6 as well.
Well, that's a shame. Did he get a bit of help in all of this? Are we going to see it? Or he's going to slide into view now. The number 14 all on his own. Turn 6, though. Track temperature might be coming up a little bit, Steve. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it. Do you think so?
Well, it is starting to get warmer and warmer. You can see there the sun really is starting to come out. So I'd say by the end of this race, that's whenever we're going to get those really high track temperatures. Just interestingly as well, when we saw that replay at turn 6, it looked like Johnny Garnes had gotten through on his teammate Casey O'Gorman. That's really impressive from Garnes. He's riding really well in the British Talent Cup Championship, and he's now been able to translate that into some decent performances here in the European Talent Cup. But certainly that team, those two riders, they would have expected to be a little bit closer to the front than just battling it out for a single point position right now.
Yeah, Johnny Garnes, of course, British Talent Cup race winner, back at the season opener, so definitely got the pace, and he is showing good signs of good progress. I can remember a year or so ago, the number 31's got a track limits warning. That's just come up on our screen. That's way down the order. That's Sanchez. He's in 19th. But I can remember Garnes coming in a couple of years ago. He was outside the top 20, outside the top 25, but slowly but surely, incremental steps, getting him towards the points and towards that top 10, that crucial top 10 in this category. 5 to go. We're at turn 6, and leading the way still is Uriarte. He's led the way for so long in this race. He has been the rider to beat. He was the winner last time out in a head-to-head with Joel Esteban, who's not here through illness, but Hakim Dinesh, wow, he was absolutely bouncing up to the rear end there of the number 51 at the Jorge Martinez Aspar corner at turn 8. Dodo Boggio, the Italian, is keeping the watching brief in 3rd. Max Martinez, double winner here last year, eager to get back in the title race, is 4th. Ahead of Roosh Moody, the South African, in 5th.
Yeah, Dinesh on the 13 up there in 2nd spot. Very impressive and consistent all the way through this season. One of the few riders that scored points in every race so far this campaign. I think Guido Pini a little bit further down the order in 12th spot, 2nd in the championship. One of the only other riders that's done that. So certainly for Dinesh, he's going to try and keep a cool head, make sure that he's in a position to be able to pick up as many points as he can over the course of this race, because he's one of those riders, a lot of points down, 46 points behind the championship leader Joel Esteban as it is right now. So a couple of really good races, 2 podiums will do an awful lot to bring him back into that championship battle. And
he's got to capitalise whilst the points are there to be taken. It's not about Esteban having a bad weekend. The fact is he's not here at all. Dodo Boggio with the fastest lap of 48.4. That is cracking on for time. That is 4 tenths faster than Uriarte last time out, and you can see on your screens he's right up behind him, and he's looking to make that move. As Dodo Boggio just been waiting until the last 3 or 4 laps, do you think?
Well, Boggio has done a good job to make sure throughout the course this race has been in those top 3-4 spots. And now it looks like for the likes of Martinez on the 28, who we know has already got a track limits warning, that he needs to just bridge that gap now. But you can see for Dinesh on the run down in towards turn 6, 3rd to 1st, really good move there from the Malaysian rider.
Very good from the Malaysian, and number 13 ahead of the 51 of Uriarte. Uriarte just being pushed out a little bit there as Dinesh came back across onto his racing line. That'll bring Dodo Boggio into play. I think Guillaume Plonk has just been dropped a little bit. He's still there hanging on, but he's just not making enough of an impact, but still a great ride from him.
Yeah, I think for Plonk, what we've seen over the course of this season is that this is as good as it's been. Obviously in Estoril he was able to come away with a top 10 finish. Other than that, it's been battling it out for a point paying finish down in 14th, 15th position. So this is a real step forward, and that's more than enough right now for him. And certainly that's Casey O'Gorman that's gone down. That looks like it's turn 6 as well for O'Gorman.
Turn 6, it's catching them all out. Casey O'Gorman, wow, they're on the inside. Surely not. Oh dear, I thought he was going to take the lead in a minute there. Max Martinez, the number 28, doing what he does best and ramming his motorcycle right where the other people don't want it. But Casey O'Gorman, that's a disaster for him. Out of the points paying positions, 5 abreast into turn 1 with 3 laps to go. Roosh Moody had the biggest look at them all there, but Dinesh comes out on top. Dinesh leads Boggio. Uriarte back through on Max Martinez. So Martinez tried to make up ground. He's back where he started in 4th. Moody, Salmella and Plonk. What was I on about? Plonk doing the business in 7th place. Has got right back up to the top 6 as they start to trip each other up.
Yeah, for Plonk, it's about making sure he's in a position just to take advantage of anything that happens in front of him. He doesn't have the same speed as those riders in front of him, but he can latch onto the back of them and then try and see if he's able to make some moves, because as you have it right now, you are going to have a lot of these riders under pressure. The likes of Danish, he's just been given a track limits warning. We know Martinez on the 28 machine has a track limits warning, so for all of these riders, they're having to be on their best behaviour, only 2 laps to go. So for the likes of Plonk at the back of this group, this is an opportunity. Will he just try and make some big, brave moves to try and get himself into the top 5, or will he settle for a season's best result inside the top 7?
Yeah, it's a good result nonetheless. It's been a very good ride from Plonk. Seems to be a little bit out of it in Sector 2, but he comes right back in Sector 3, round this part of the circuit. The Pelaki corner, track limits warning coming up on your screen. That's the number 13 of Hakim Danish. He is in second place. He'll be looking to take the lead at turn 11, but he's not brave enough at this point of the race. 2 laps and a little bit more to go until we get a race winner in race 1 of the Hawkers European Talent Cup. It's been a good battle so far. It's been measured. As I say that, Max Martinez proves me completely wrong and makes a dive bomb for the Apex. Up into second for your double race winner last year at this track.
Yeah, tidy move there from Martinez. He didn't come from too far back, but he was able to pick up 2 riders, and now he's able to use the slipstream to run in towards turn 1, get himself to the race lead. 2 laps to go, and Martinez, last year's European Talent Cup winner, hits the front, and now it's going to be a question of whether the likes of Boggio are really able to go with him and give him a challenge. But the slipstream is so important in the ETC that it's really difficult to break away.
I think Boggio might be in the best position here, Steve, with 2 laps to go. He's now getting a good look at where Martinez is strong, right where it counts at the end of the race. And Boggio has looked like he's got good pace right from the get-go here. So is the Aspar Junior team rider going to look to try and force his way through? The number 47 runabout is in Max Martinez's slipstream here. Uriarte, the 51, winner last time out. Martinez on the blue. He can't be going on the blue. That's track limits, and he's done it since he got the penalty, the track limits warning. So another time, and he will get a penalty for that, I'm fairly sure. Guillaume Plonk, the number 24, is up into 5th. Danish, who has had a track limits warning as well, is now back into 6th place. So Danish has got to start making moves. Dodo Boggio tries to follow suit as well and get to the front, but can't quite do it yet. Into the stadium section for the penultimate time.
Yeah, and you can see here from Martinez, he's under a lot of pressure. Boggio has been able to get himself through this group on a few occasions during the course of this race, but now it comes down to who's got what it takes on the final lap. We know Martinez needs this race win for his championship standings. We also know Boggio's got a lot of points that he needs to make up at this stage as well. He's 49 points behind in the championship standings, so for both of these riders, they know this is their big opportunity. Uriarte on the 51, race winner last time in Catalonia, he's got a lot of points to make up as well.
It's a land of opportunity. We said it when we came into this part of the programme. Hawkers European Talent Cup. On to the last lap we go now for the final time. 4.4 kilometres of Jerez to go, and Boggio is making his move, but he can't quite get through. We've got yellow flags at turn 11. That's going to be fast. That's going to be really fast. So who is it? It looks like it could be Gonzalo Perez. It is Gonzalo Perez. Our timing monitor is correct. But that's going to be yellow flags in the final sector. You're going to have to roll out of it. Max Martinez is leading them handsomely through. That's good to see. He's not happy because he throws his gloves down, but it's good to see he's on his feet. Boggio looking on the inside, can't get through. Turn 5 is crucial.
Yeah, that's really good riding from Martinez, but look in 3rd position there at Uriarte. He's got a good run down this back straight, needs to use the slipstream, try and make a move into 6.
Roosh Moodley sweeping to the outside. Boggio was on track limits now on the last lap, but I don't know if they're counting that on the straight. Danish is out of control. He's up the inside. He's somehow got it all parked up and pushes Martinez. That's going to push the Spaniard back to 5th. He's behind Roosh Moodley. He's going to have Sal Mella coming through on him in a minute. The team are watching on. Let's get back to the action. Uriarte, 51, leads the 47 of Dodo Boggio, who is chasing a first win. He needs this win to get in the title battle. Steve, we're in the last sector. Who's it going to be?
Uriarte looks really strong. He knows he's got 50 points to make up in the championship leader, but we've seen Boggio all the way through this race. Very fast in these right-handers at the end of the lap, but you need to be right there behind the 51 to try and attack into the last corner.
Yellow flags were out last time around because of a crash of Perez. They've gone in now. It's all about the final corner. Uriarte was your race winner in Catalonia. Dodo Boggio hasn't won a race, and Danish is going to do both of them. Oh my goodness me, he almost clips the back of Poggio, who's got it stopped. He's in the lead. It's a short burst to the line. The number 47, Dodo Poggio. Has he timed it to perfection? Yes, he has, just from Uriarte, who, like in Catalonia, tried the run to the line, but couldn't this time make it work. He's overhauled by the Aspar Junior team. Poggio takes victory. Uriarte second. Danish settles for third. And fourth, after being forced out, Max Martinez.
Yeah, super stuff there from Dodo Poggio. First win in the European Talent Cup, and he had to earn it the hard way into that last corner. Really impressive from Poggio. Fast all the way through the race, and very fast when it counted on that last corner. But certainly, we saw Danish really sideways into there. That could have ended in tears.
That could have ended in tears, and we've seen it all before in that corner. What a race that was. Dodo Poggio with a first win of the season, and he's done it in style. What a victory. The number 47, he looked like he had pace all the way through the race, and he does get it. Brian Uriarte back into second place, forced out by 23 thousandths of a second. There's not a lot in it. Hakim Danish with that track limits warning, did that come into play on the final lap? Well, he's 2/10 back, and he did an half send it at the final corner. Max Martinez in fourth, missing out on the podium, but makes up 13 points on the championship leader, Joel Esteban, who, as I say, is still out of this round. He's out for the rest of the round because of injury, well, because of illness actually coming into this. Fifth place, Roosh Moodley. That is a fine effort for Moodley. Moodley is way down in the championship order. He's down in 15th place. That is, I believe, a career best for the number 21, Roosh Moodley. Yes, it is. His previous best was 7th. That came at the start of the year from 10th of the grid at Estoril. Further down, Rico Salmela kept his powder dry all the way till the end. 10 points for him in 6th. Guillaume Plonk, career best in 7th. Guido Pini, well, he's going to have another chance to try and capitalise on Joel Esteban's absence. He could only manage 8th. 9th place was Garcia. Alberto Ferrandez, well, he didn't look like he had any pace throughout the weekend. He cracks the top 10, but only just. Jesus Rios in 11th. Emmanuel Brinton, 12th, after a double long lap penalty. The number 57 on your screens there, wheeling away, is Johnny Garnes. Johnny Garnes, good ride. 14th position for Garnes. That is his joint best of the season. So it's his second point scoring ride for Johnny Garnes, who was ahead of Lorenz Tony Luciano, the number 81, the Belgian rider from La Louvière, taking the last points paying position. Carter Thompson, 18th, the Australian champion, just behind Pau Alsina, who has actually been one of the standout performers all the way through the year. Let's look back, though, at the race winner. Dodo Poggio has arrived in Parc Fermé. The team are delighted. Nico Terol will be bouncing up and down with joy. Poggio, a race winner for the first time. It wasn't Terol bouncing up and down, of course. Terol was throwing Poggio in the air, but he will be delighted with that. So Dodo Poggio, a race winner. He's had a second place before. He's had 2 podiums coming into this this round there. So 2 podiums, a second and a third. Now he's got the cherry on top of the cake. He will stand on the top step for the first time. So good stuff from him. Brian Uriarte, well, he got ahead of Esteban on the run to the line in Catalonia, but the run to the line here at Jerez just isn't really long enough, even on these small 250cc motorcycles, to get ahead on the blast to the line. So second will have to do for Uriarte, but he moves on to 65 points in the championship. He won't lead the title leaving this round now. He will still be he'll still be behind Esteban. He's 30 points back at the moment. No one yet has cracked the 100 points mark. We're having a look then down into the last corner. Poggio gets it absolutely lit up through turn 12 and gets the move done really just before the braking area. But look at Danish. How did he pull it down? He almost wipes out his teammate Uriarte. Then it's all about the run to the line. Danish actually is in a good position there to pick up a 2-bike slipstream, but it's just not enough. Poggio, if the line had been a little bit further on, it could have been a totally different story. 23 thousandths of a second. Dodo Poggio, the number 47, with the first race win, and that might well be the first of many still to come for the Italian. Poggio has been riding superb throughout this season. Really, he has been one of the standout additions in terms of the battle for the front. He's only 14 from Turin in Italy. He's always started inside the top 8. We said that in the grid build-up, and he's definitely showing now that he can convert that solid consistency into a very, very good race result. And he's with Steve now to talk about his first win in a class.
Dodo Baggio, your first win in the European Talent Cup, and this was a real battle.
Yeah, incredible race. All the weekend I go fast. I do faster lap alone, and this is my first win here in the European Talent Cup. I'm very happy. It was a very big battle with Maximo, Danish, and Uriarte. But in the last corner, I can pass Uriarte, and I win. I'm very happy. I get to do thanks to my sponsor, to Talenti Azzurri e la Federazione Italiana.
And your thoughts in Italian as well?
È stata una gara bellissima, molto difficile. Non faceva molto caldo, infatti abbiamo girato più veloce rispetto alle qualifiche, ma è stata veramente una gara dura, lì a battagliare insieme a Brian, Massimo e Danish. Ma alla fine sono riuscito ad arrivare secondo all'ultimo giro, all'ultima curva sono riuscito a passare Brian e sono riuscito a vincere.
Thanks, Dodo. Congratulations.
Thanks.
We've got another Italian saying he's very, very happy. Well, Dodo Baggio can celebrate and stop. He's got to do it all again later. This is how he did it. Race 1 in the Hawkers European Talent Cup saw Roosh Moodley, the South African, from 4th on the grid, grab the initial whole shot. It was Brian Uriarte who would come through and actually lead the majority of the race. Baggio was right there, though, and went from 3rd to 1st at one point, pushing Uriarte right out to the edge of the curb. Whilst Max Martinez, double race winner in Jerez last year, was also in the battle. There was a lead group of 7 at the front with Rico Salmella as well as Guillaume Plonk making a fantastic addition to the leading group for the first time. Max Martinez led into the stadium section but was a little bit wide in the closing stages. Through came Danish. Both of them would get track limits warnings. Danish hitting the front. Roosh Moodley was sideways on. A little bit of a collision with Uriarte pushed him back as Dodo Baggio came back through. A couple of crashers further down the field. The number 14 was Cormac Buchanan, a New Zealander. He was one of many to go down at turn 6. Casey Gorman would eventually join him. Whilst the battle was so fierce at the front. Turn 13, the Jorge Lorenzo hairpin. Iconic and infamous here at Jerez, delivering the goods. Baggio went to hit the front. Uriarte wanted to come through, and this was Danish on the final lap, shoving Max Martinez wide, whilst Baggio made his move for the victory at the last corner. Danish got it all crossed up. That ruled him out. Uriarte tried blasting it to the line, picking up the slipstream, weaving from side to side. But Dodo Baggio is a new race winner in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Nico Terol was elated down in the Aspar Junior team. Another one for their growing list of talent inside that academy. Will we see Dodo Baggio move up to Junior GP very soon and perhaps onto the main world stage? Don't be surprised. It's the podium ceremony then here at the Circuito de Jerez. Ángel Nieto for race 2 of 5 on today's packed billing in the south of Spain. Aspar Junior team rider Dodo Baggio taking victory. Hakim Danish was 3rd. He makes it onto the podium first. 2nd place goes the way of Brian Uriarte, who won last time out, but Dodo Baggio is the race winner. Frank Vassé, the CCR director of the FIM, gets to hand out all of the trophies. The first one is to the team representative, so that's another one. They're going to get a new cabinet at this rate. There's so many trophies in Jorge Martinez Aspar's camp. Danish, 3rd place, consistency key in his 2022 title charge, particularly with series leader Joel Esteban out. Brian Uriarte tried to make it 2 wins on the spin, couldn't do so, so it's 2nd place for him at Jerez, but it's a career first victory for Dodo Baggio. A fantastic effort as another name signed on to the winners list. It's Italy's 5th win in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. It's time for the national anthem very, very soon of Italy.
Fuerte el aplauso para Dodo Boggio, el piloto italiano.
Dodo Boggio with race 1 honours in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. He's the 10th different winner at the Jerez circuit, joining the likes of Zonta van den Gerberg, Marco Bertelli, and of course Ethan Guevara, all of which have gone on to great success in the main World Championship. We'll stand for the photo. They've got to do it all over again soon, though. They'll be celebrating any moment now. Dodo Boggio with a first win of the season. It's his 3rd podium of the year. His title charge, whilst his teammate Joel Esteban is absent, now comes to fruition. Will it be a head-to-head come the end of the year? Well, we'll have to see about that. But one thing is for sure, no one could beat him in race 1. Dodo Boggio, a new race winner. And what a name he's got to do it as well. Fantastic stuff from the number 47. Final results see Brian Uriarte miss out by 23 thousandths of a second. Dodo Boggio with the effort to take his first win. Hakim Danish in 3rd. Maximo Martinez and Rush Moodley, the South African, with a career best 5th. Salmela, Plonk, Pini, 2nd in the championship coming into this round, couldn't capitalise. Marcos Garcia and Miguel came right up through the order into the top 9. Alberto Fernandez completes the top 10. Emmanuel Brinton, 12th place, but that doesn't tell you everything. He had to do a double long lap penalty for a jump start. That really cost him, but he was one of the fastest riders on the track at one point. Johnny Garnes in 14th. He was also very, very fast in the closing stages. Gets 2 points as well. A couple of disappointments. Hamad Al Sahuti missing out on points, having started inside the top 10. Whilst there was also a couple of big name crashes, and we'll come to them in a moment. Casey O'Gorman, one of them, Gonzalo Perez, the other. Both of them have been right up the sharp end of various points this season, but no points from race 1 at Jerez. Joel Esteban, despite not being in attendance, is still the championship leader, leading into race 2, 14 ahead of Guido Pini. Dodo Boggio's win puts him within a race win of Esteban, his teammate, in 3rd. Uriarte 4th, ahead of Danish 5th. Salmela Martinez now 7th, 41 adrift, but still with time to close down. Fernandez and Rios in the top 9. Casey Gorman of Ireland completes the top 10. Emmanuel Brinton, 11th. Rush Moodley's 5th place, a career best 5th, as I say, puts him up into 12th. He started this round in 15th. Again, Plonk, big points there from 7th place. Teammates moves up the order. Lorenz Tony Luciano, another who scored points. Johnny Garnes now level with Adriano Donoso in 24th and 25th as we go right the way through the order. Plenty of riders in the Hawkers European Talent Cup of 2022. Last on the order, Matt Rosebrook from the British Talent Cup, as well as here with 1 point. Dodo Boggio becomes the latest of a long line of winners in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. It's a 5th win for Italy, and it's another trophy added to the growing collection inside Jorge Martinez Aspar's cabinet. Will he do it all again later on? Stay with us, race 2 coming up this afternoon. But first, it's the Moto2 European Championship right now. Race 3 of today's billing in the 2022 Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship comes from the Circuito de Jerez and with the European Moto2 Championship. 4.4 kilometers in length and already one of the favourites for riders and fans alike. Jerez is a true timeless classic venue and Moto2 action promises to be no different. 17 laps around this famous venue. Who is going to take honours in the south of Spain today? Moto 2 action here at the Circuito de Jerez. It's the European Championship, the 2022 Finetwork FIM Junior World Championship. Paddock rolls into halfway in 2022. It's round 4. I'm Kiko Giles, and alongside me, Steve English. We'll be bringing you the coverage throughout today's action. We've seen 2 fantastic races that have gone to the last corner already today. This promises to be no different, although it should be a slightly more civilised affair. Last time out, the rivalry of Lucas Tulovic and Senna Aegis was a talking point, and Senna is looking at taking 3 straight wins. Will Tulovic fight back? We'll find out very soon. But Steve, this championship, this season, has really come alive.
Yeah, Tulo versus Aegis has been the battle that we've been waiting for in the Moto2 class. Obviously, last year we saw Alonso Lopez up against Fernando Niguer. It was a really good battle all the way through the season. But Tulovic versus Aegis is a little bit different. It's a young rider against the experienced rider, and Aegis last time around really impressed.
He really did, but he had to fight for it. It wasn't all easy. This was back in Barcelona just a couple of weeks ago. Tulovic got the whole shot. There was plenty of battles all the way through the field. The Skrieg was in there with Toledo as well. But the number 81 of Senna Aegis just found 4 and came on very, very strong indeed. There was battles right the way through the field, but this was Senna Aegis leading the way and taking the checkered flag in race 1. Well, this was a contact as well. Tulovic once again got a good start, but it was a Skrieg who actually led the way on the number 11. He was forced out later on. Tulovic leading, but it was again Senna Aegis who would come on strong. A big crash at turn 12. Nothing to worry about there. Senna took the victory. He'll be looking to do the same again. A big battle for the final podium positions as well. But the main story is whether or not Senna Aegis or Lucas Tulovic will be back on the top of this podium today. 25 degrees air temperature. It's slightly cooler than it has been all weekend. Steve, what can we expect from this? This is an intriguing battle, to say the least.
Well, from Tulovic, what we've seen all the way through this season is every lap he's been first or second, so we know what we're going to get from him. From Senna Aegis, he's a rider that's come through first year on a Moto2 bike, looks really comfortable out there on it. He's a bigger rider. He suits the Moto2 bike a lot more than he suited a Moto3 bike in the Junior GP class, and certainly he looks like a guy that could use this as his big stepping stone. Obviously, we've seen from Aldeguer this year how impressive he's been in the World Championship. We've seen what Alonso Lopez has been able to do since he stepped up to replace Romano Fenati as well. So we know that this class can really help produce that talent. We also have it now for the first time where pretty much all of the Moto2 class bikes in this field are all with the newer Triumph engine as well. So that makes a big difference. It's giving them that same experience that you're going to have to need to bring to the World Championship.
And that's one of the key talking points actually when we got here yesterday at the circuit, was that everyone more or less, besides a couple, are with the new Triumph engine. And how important is that now that everyone's on a slightly more level playing field? Give a bit more opportunity.
Well, I think obviously the front-running riders, the likes of Tulovic, we knew he was going to be on the Triumph all the way through the winter. But now you've got it where a lot of other teams are able to find the budget to be able to get that package together. And you do need to have a big budget to be able to bring a Moto2 bike to the European Championship. But there's a lot of teams and riders that have been able to do that. And they've really been able to show that they can turn out a good bike as well. And obviously what we've seen from Tulovic and the Aegis they've been the step forward. But the likes of Alex Skrieg this year on the number 11 machine, he looks very competitive on a Moto2 bike. And then obviously Alex Toledo, we've seen in the last few years in this class, he's always been consistent in the Moto2 class. Obviously came up through on the 600 bike before this, but for Toledo, for a Skrieg, and even for Matteo Ratto as well, keep an eye for him. He scored points in every race on the number 13 machine. So there's a few riders that have been able to really make good use of the newer bikes this year and find a lot of consistency with them.
And the teams as well making good steps. We've seen at points this weekend that it hasn't been a 2-horse show at all between Tulovic and Aegis. It has actually been a lot of Javi Cardalus in the mix, especially a Skrieg as well. A Skrieg has looked very, very good on 1 lap pace. Not sure whether they'll string it together. That's going to be what we're finding out very, very soon. Not long until the race gets underway. It gets underway at 1 o'clock local time here. This is your pole man, though. Lucas Tulovic looking for a 4th victory of the season. I'm not sure whether it's going to be as easy as that. 3 wins, 2 second places, Steve. the form guide writes itself.
Yeah, he raced here in Moto E as well, had a top 10 finish in that, and certainly for Tulovic all the way through this season, we've seen a really fast, consistent rider and one that looks very well placed to keep that winning run going.
Speaking to people around the paddock as well, Tulovic, after Catalonia, after Barcelona, is slightly on the a little bit more under pressure. It was a very relieving Estoril round, but he's under a bit more pressure this weekend following defeat in Barcelona. Xavi Cardelus, second, first front row of the year. Yeah,
it's been really tough for Cardelus lately. You can see that double non-score last time out in Catalonia. That was because of injury. He had to withdraw actually from, I think it was the Mugello Moto E round after suffering from injuries. So he's still trying to recover from that, but front row of the grid for him.
Yeah, very good for front row. First of the year, as we say, and he's going from the middle of it, so it's strong stuff. He was actually very, very close with Aegis this morning in morning warm-up. So it looks like, I think about 10th and a half covered the top three. So it looks like it's going to be a very good battle at the front. Third place, this is the man that we're all talking, sorry, this is fourth place, sorry. The man we're all talking about, Senna Aegis. 4 podiums, included 2 wins last time out. He's still so young as well, Steve. The potential that this kid has got is quite astonishing, really.
Yeah, for Aegis, just turned 17 a couple of weeks ago, and he's been really impressive this season. 2 wins. He's had podiums in all but 1 race this season, and finds himself 25 points behind in the championship standings. But it's been a really impressive campaign for him, having jumped up from a Moto 3 bike after not really shining too much in the last couple of years in the Junior GP class.
Yeah, he seemed to struggle here in the Moto 3 class. This is another rider who's made the step up. Right, I can remember when he was back in ETC, Roberto Garcia, and 5th on the grid. A very strong showing from the Spaniard.
Yeah, for Garcia, he's only 16 years of age, but he's, as you can see there, had 2 really good results. Race 2 in Estoril, Catalunya race 1, able to get himself into the top 6 in both of those races. He's a rider that's come up through after being in the ETC, like you said, Kiko, and last year here in the ETC class, he had 2 top 7 finishes as well, a 7th and a 6th.
Yeah, very strong stuff here last year in a highly competitive class and straight inside the top 5 in Moto 2. He's made a very good adaptation. Alex Toledo, he's going to be another one looking to make a return to the podium. 1 podium this year, 20 years old. 4th in the championship, 6th on the grid.
Yeah, we've seen him racing in the World Championship as well during the course of this season. Catalunya, Saxon Ring, and last time out at Assen as well. So he's gotten some World Championship experience. That goes along with a lot of experience from the Spanish Championship in the last few years, and then obviously racing here in the Moto 2 European Championship.
Alex Escrig, a bit of a story about him this weekend. Escrig actually should have been on pole position. Race direction took his lap time away. I'm not sure what the infringement was. It wasn't really ever communicated, but Escrig should have been on pole. Then he was back to 4th. Then he's up to 3rd. So in the end, Escrig 3rd on the grid. He is an outsider here today.
He's a good rider. He's been able to be a podium finisher in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. He's had a good season in Moto E as well, and now he gets that chance from the front row of the grid.
Leading off the 3rd row, Hector Garzo, the 24-year-old on the MV Agusta. How good would it be, Steve, to see the MV up in the battle for victory this weekend? Yeah,
lots of experience for Garzo. He's won 3 races in the European Championship. He also started a couple of seasons in the World Championship. So he is a fast rider with a lot of experience, but getting the most out of that MV is a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, and it's proving that on the world stage as well. But they're chipping away and they are making gains incremental, and it's not always shown in a field that's constantly making big strides either. Next here is Jerez Ruiz. We've seen him in action over in the World Superbike paddock a couple of times, and he's 8th on the grid here today, still chasing that first podium, but a high of 4th in Valencia a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, and certainly for Ruiz, we've seen him in the Yamaha R3 Blue Crew European Cup this season, and the opening round of the year in Aragon, he actually won the opening race of the year, had a podium in that. He's also raced in the Moto E Championship this year as well, the Moto E Cup, and then obviously racing in the European Championship here in Moto 2. So he's getting as much racing and riding in as possible this season.
Plenty of track time and plenty of time to make the gap up to this guy. Lucas Tulovic has been in fine form. This is back on row 3 though. Tommaso Marcon now. Oh dearie me, what on earth is that hairstyle? And that's coming from me. That is worrying, but
I was going to say, Kiko, you cannot say a word, mate. But I think for Tommaso, you can see there it's been a tough season for him. That top 6 finish in Valencia, the highlight for him. But he's a rider with some World Championship experience. Raced for RW a few years ago, raced for MV last year as well, on I think 5 or 6 occasions as well. So he's a rider that has that experience, but up to him to probably get himself down to the barber pretty soon.
I can recommend a bad one if he's interested. 9th on the grid for Mark on, and very good to see him back. We joke about that, but he's very good. He's been a good rider, solid rider in Moto E, and he's had good periods in a variety of championships. Mark Alcoba is in 10th. He completes the top 10. The fan club is here. We saw them yesterday. So Mark Alcoba looking for a 3rd top 10 on the bounce and a return to the top 6. Can he do it? He's a bit far down on the grid.
Well, Alcoba actually impressed me a lot last season in the Supersport World Championship. He had some top 10 finishes in that, and now he's been able to move on to a Moto 2 European Championship bike. Like you said, Kiko, a couple of top 10 finishes in a row, trying to build on that. There's only one race for the Moto 2 class here in Jerez this weekend.
Very, very true indeed. He's going to be knocking on the door of the strong points-paying positions. This is the 38 now. This is the top stock rider on the grid. Juan Rodriguez on the Cuna Campeones Yamaha. Keep an eye out for him. He was in a bit of a battle, I think it was with Tapia, for top stock honours. And he's had points, the first points of his season last time out in Catalonia, 14th and 15th, so keep an eye on it.
Yeah, and in the stock class, it's a lot more difficult to get yourself into those actual points-paying positions for the top 15, just because we got now so many Moto 3 bikes out there with, Moto 2 bikes out there with the Triumph engine as well, so it is getting harder and harder out there for the stock riders.
We're coming up to 12th on the grid in a minute. That is Montero. He's actually on a KTM. Not many of them around in this paddock. Here he is. Eduardo Montero, the Spaniard, 23 points racked up this year, top 10 overall in the championship. He's only 19. He's got a good chance here to really crack on in the top 10. A good starting place on the 4th row. Yeah,
raced most of last season in the Supersport World Championship as well. Raced most of the European rounds. Didn't score any points, but gained a lot of experience from that. And now on that KTM, it's up to him to really make use of that and see if he's able to come away with some points-paying finishes today.
Sometimes experience can mean a lot more than the points if you're not actually in the main title battle. It's about more of an investment in the future. We go further down the field. This is Mattia Ratto now. What on earth is he doing down in 13th place? He really should be higher up than that. He's had a podium at the start of this year. Estoril, the scenes down in Parc Fermé of jubilation and elation there. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing them much today. He struggled this weekend.
Yeah, top 10 in every race so far this season, and like you said, a podium at the opening round in Estoril. But last time out in Catalonia in the 2nd race was much more of a struggle for him, only able to come away with a 10th place finish. That was actually his worst finish of the season so far, but certainly a rider always worth keeping an eye on the number 13.
This is Kyle Paz. This is the number 32 on the styler bike Yamaha. This is the 20-year-old, 14th on the grid, a little bit further down, but he's had a top 10 this year. That was back at Estoril too.
Yeah, it comes through the Underbone series from Asia. Was actually the Underbone champion a couple of years ago, but he's been racing now in Europe the last 2 seasons and managed to score some decent points this season. Career best results of 7th, so he'll try and better that over the course of the rest of this season. It's going to be tough to do it today.
It'll be tough to beat this man here. Lukas Tulovic is your pole man. Can he convert it? Moto 2 European Championship action from the Circuito de Jerez. Ángel Nieto. Lukas Tulovic is your series leader and he's your pole man, looking to get back to winning ways. Xavi Cardaluz is in 2nd. Escrig is 3rd. Seneragius, double winner last time out, is 4th. Roberto Garcia and Toledo complete the top 6. Steve, we're expecting the win to come from one of those riders. Are there any outliers on the grid? Look at the 5th row, for example, Ratto and Bishakirski, way down the order.
Well, let's say it. Is this the day for Xavi Cardaluz? And we've been waiting for him to be able to pick up his first race victory in this class for a very long time. But for Cardaluz, the front row of the grid gives him that opportunity. But realistically, on the basis of what we've seen over the course of this season so far, we know that Lukas Tulovic is going to be really strong all the way through this race at the front of the field on that number 3 machine. We know that Seneragius has been able to finish on the podium at all but one race this season. And you'd certainly expect both of those riders to be right there all the way through. Toledo Circuito up on the front row is, the second row of the grid is always a rider worth keeping an eye on that number 55 machine. And like you said earlier, Alex Skrieg on the number 11 should have had that pole position, but lost his fastest lap.
Warm-up lap underway, then temperatures are starting to rise. It's a bit sunnier here at Jerez. It's the coolest it's been all weekend. Still not very cool, but it's still a solid 25, 26 degrees. But the sun is now beating down, warming this circuit up. There's been a lot of cloud cover here today. Remember waking up this morning, it was chilly, or chillier down at breakfast. And there was a lot of clouds, Steve, and that is starting to play into the hands of in the smaller classes, but it's starting to brighten up now. 27 degrees air temps.
Yeah, whenever we got up this morning, I saw quite a few of the locals out, jeans, jumpers, jackets, and I was kind of thinking, it's still about 18, 19 degrees, guys. There's no need to be worrying too much about it. The sun is now burning through the clouds. We're starting to see some blue sky out here. It is starting to get hotter. What's going to be key is how much hotter the track temperature gets. Obviously, for these Moto2 bikes, a lot more power going through those rear tyres than what we have in the Moto3 and the European Junior Cup Championships. But certainly, they know that in this class, it's going to be about managing that tyre as the temperature comes up.
I should just say, if you don't know Steve English, he does wear shorts to the Aragon winter test in November when the daily average highs are 4 degrees, so he's always shocked when someone's wearing jeans. We got a quick look at the championship standings. 25 points of difference.
Yeah, and for Tulovic, he holds that advantage right now, but we also know after Catalunya, he's a rider under a little bit of pressure, and it's going to be up to him to be able to prove that he's able to deal with that up against Senna Agius. Agius on the number 81 machine, mentored by Leon Camier. Camier has spoken very highly of Senna for the last few years, and now on a Moto2 bike, we're really starting to see just how good he could be, and certainly for any young rider in this class, the only riders they need to look at are the likes of Fermin Aldeguer, front runner this season in the Moto2 World Championship, and the likes of Alonso Lopez, who came through from this championship last year as well, to jump onto a Moto2 World Championship bike halfway through this season and has immediately been very impressive. If you can cut it at the front of this field, you're going to get an opportunity to move on to the World Championship.
And mentored by Leon Camier as well. Not a bad mentor. He's doing a great job as Team HRC team manager over in World Superbike. If you're not sure, go and check it out. Grid is forming, Steve. Predictions? Who's it going to be?
I think it's very difficult to look past Tulovic given the form that he has, but this man Alex Skrieg has been fast all the way through the weekend. It does look like this is going to be a very competitive race in the Moto2 class, but it is just going to be who can manage their tyre best.
Just a side note, Skrieg on that number 11. Beautiful livery on the Yamaha Moto2 bike. Don't see that very often. Green flag at the back then. We are getting ready for the third race, the only race of Moto2 action here at Jerez. Go, good starts from Tulovic. Great start from Skrieg. We said the number 11 was going to get a good launch there, and he has. Tulovic tries leaning on him on the outside, does lean on him, gets forced out himself. The German rider pushed out on the exit of turn 1. Skrieg is holding firm. Crasher in, about 2 crashes in the background. Skrieg back to second. Tulovic leads the way as they come through turn 3. Tulovic recovers. Third place card loose. Fourth, Garcia. Great start from Garcia. And fifth is Garzo. Senna Agius back to 6th.
Yeah, Garcia from the middle of the second row of the grid was able to make a good start, and Agius just got himself duffed up a little bit there in turn 2, and that's what's dropped him down the order a little bit. But it's all about now from this point on for him to really just try and see what he's able to do to recover.
Florov and Davies, so the Hungarian and the Bulgarian and the Brits have gone down at turn 1. So turn 1, bit of a nightmare on these bigger bikes, it would seem. We haven't had a crash all day at turn 1 on the first lap anyway that we've seen. Tulovic leading the way. Skrieg's going with him.
Yeah, those kind of crashes can also happen whenever you've got one of the stock bikes and a Moto2 bike out on track together. Obviously, we've seen it with the likes of Aldeguer and Toledo in the past on those stock bikes, able to get themselves up into the top 10. That's not really the case anymore, given that we've got so many of those Triumph engine Moto2 bikes out in the field now.
And the Moto2 category as well is super competitive. Roberto Garcia, are you sure? Through turn 10, I was going to say Hector Garzo got ahead at turn 9, but Garcia was trying to get back. Garzo through to 4th. He started 6th at the back of row 2, so he's got a bit of clear air in front of him. But out front, Tulovic leads Skrieg, leads Cardelus. Garzo and Garcia side by side. That's going to give Agius the chance to get back inside the top 5. So Senna Agius 5th.
Yeah, Agius did run out very wide through the right-handers as well, leading into that penultimate corner, so carried a lot of momentum from that.
Let's hope there's no track limits penalties. Jerez Ruiz is up into 7th. Toledo down into 8th. Alcoba 9th. Bishakirski up from, I think, 15th on the grid, up into 10th. That was Senna Aegis having a good old sniff up the... Oh, Garzo lost the front, and then he had a moment coming through on the direction change. Senna Aegis had a good sniff up the inside and couldn't make it work. But Garzo is pushing on the MV Augusta here.
Yeah, I think certainly for the likes of Aegis on that number 81 machine, he knows that he has to clear Garzo early because the MV hasn't been as competitive as we've seen Garzo in the past, and that's why for Aegis, if he wants to get onto the podium battle, he needs to clear him now.
The incident at turn 1 between Davies and Florov is currently under investigation. We'll have a little bit of a look at that when it comes through again. I'm hoping we get a replay of what happened, but main thing is both riders seemed okay. Tulovic leads a Skreek, and Skreek is absolutely on a mission. He's looking on the inside, the number 11 through on the number 3. That's a good move, but he's going to run a little bit wide. Tulovic looking for the line back. No, Skreek carries the speed, carries the momentum through into the lead.
Yeah, and you can see Aegis, he managed to get through on Garzo as well. I don't think I was down into turn 6. He's been able to stay in front of him now as well. So the gap between himself and the podium spot is around 0.8 of a second. So not an insurmountable lead at this stage, but a Moto2 bikes around Jerez, it's 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second there. It's not big chunks of time unless someone's struggling with their tyre life.
I must admit, I'm impressed with 3rd place. Xavi Carlos. We said, whoa, are you sure? Lucas Tulovic, he's doing a voluntary long lap penalty. That has blown it. That is a big error from Tulovic. The poleman rejoins. Rejoined a bit dodgy as well. He's in head-to-head with Garcia, but wow, Tulovic now has got to be chasing Senna Aegis. What a disaster.
Yeah, for the first time this season, Tulovic has dropped out of the top 2 spots. That's meant that Senna Aegis up into 3rd spot. And look at him now, immediately onto the back of Xavi Carlos. He knows this is an opportunity to make up a lot of points. A Skreek in front, though, with a new fastest lap. Let's see what Aegis can do this time around now with a clear track in front of him to see if he's really able to latch onto the back of his teammate, Xavi Carlos.
42.9 last time around for Senna Aegis. Let's see what he can do indeed, Steve. 42.9 also, only 3,000 slower than a Skreek who got the fastest lap. So Senna Aegis, clear track in front of him and a little bit more behind him, and of which that is filled with Lucas Tulovic, who's coming through on Ruiz. Garcia's trying to follow through as well. Oh, he had to pick it up on the apex, but gets through. Tulovic gets through, up into 4th place. Now the charge is on.
I'm not going to lie, there's a little bit of me very excited to see what Tulovic is going to be like now. An angry Tulovic trying to make up for that mistake, trying to get back the time to the podium riders as well. So he's got about 2 seconds to make up on the race leader, but we know all the way through this season how strong, consistent, and just the right mental approach that we've seen from Tulovic for most of this campaign. We did see in Catalonia, though, struggled a little bit dealing with the pressure that Aegis was putting on him. So now Tulovic, after that mistake, is that the momentum starting to shift against him during the course of this Moto2 European Championship season? Aegis miles out onto the blue paint. That's the 2nd time he's done that. We're only a couple of laps into this race, so certainly for him on the 81, he's going to have to keep an eye on that.
He's going to need his paddock pass to come back online. He went so far out there. I'm just going to say I interrupted myself when Tulovic went wide, but I'm impressed with Xavi Carlos. We said it's today the day. 2nd place. He's just under 3/10 off of Skreek, and he's right there.
Aegis made up 0.4 of a second in that last sector. A lot of that's going to come from having ran so wide through those right-handers. That's definitely something race direction are going to be keeping an eye on, because even though you're allowed to exceed track limits X amount of times during the course of a race, you can't gain that big of an advantage either on a couple of occasions. So that's certainly something that's going to be keeping an eye on.
Just tails keeping Florov and Davies. No further action to be taken. That was they were the 2 riders who got caught up in lap 1. They're the only 2 riders who have retired so far. Let's hope it stays like that. As we look at the number 11 being chased down by the 18, that's a Skreek being chased by Carlos. Aegis, Tulovic is coming back into this, and Garcia is up into the top 5. He's ahead of Jerez Ruiz. Both of these riders very, very young. It's a very young field at the front of this, Steve. I must admit, Moto2's been hammered in the last couple of years. Just a couple of riders coming back from GP, not able to crack it there, not able to find a ride or whatever, but these are real stars here.
Well, you only have to look at last season with Aldeguer and just how strong he's been since he jumped onto the World Championship field, and it certainly has been a case of seeing that in the Moto2 European Championship you can find talent, you can get riders on the way up through their career, the likes of a Senna Aegis you see on the 81, because you're up against known riders, known quantities, like a Hector Garza. Obviously he's on the MV this year, not quite the same as what we've seen from him in the past, but we know what type of rider Lukas Tulovic is. He's a rider with a lot of experience, well known in the Grand Prix paddocks, and certainly that means that if you're able to bring the fight to him, you're doing a really good job. If you're able to beat Xavi Cardelus, you're able to show that you warrant a second look from the World Championship. And Senna Aegis just trying to take a quick look down the inside of his teammate there, Cardelus. But Aegis on the 81 last time around, a couple of tenths of a second faster than the race leader. But it was Tulovic that was the fastest rider out there last time around. Pulled back only a tenth of a second, but that's what he has to do. He has to claw back tenth by tenth on Senna Aegis.
Good race so far. This is going to build and build as we go through. Tulovic only a tenth quicker than Aegis, so it's a battle on here. Just a quick mention, Hector Garza, don't know what happened there. He was up to fourth, he's back down to 8th place now. He's just ahead of Peter Pole, Peter Bishakirski, and Mark Alcoba. The fan club will be happy with the top 10. Matteo Ratto up from 13th to 11th. But back at the front, Escrigue, Cardelus, Senna Aegis, and Lukas Tulovic, the big four in this class.
Yeah, Senna lost a lot of time in the first sector, but he's immediately gained it all back into turn 6 there as well, so he's right there with Cardelus. And certainly for Aegis, he's going to know that it's Tulovic behind them, so he's got to clear these riders in front of him, put as much ground between him and the championship leader as he can.
I just wonder if Senna's sandbagging a little bit here. It's 13 laps to go, there's no need to go and try and win the race straight off. This is a replay of the start.
Yeah, and you can see Aegis there, middle of the second row of the grid on the 81 machine. Lost a bit of ground on the opening lap. The reason for that wasn't so much the initial getaway. It's keep an eye on what happens on the run through turns 1 and turn 2. This is going to be the instant further down the field. And that's a lucky escape for some of the other riders. It looked like it was the stock rider that tagged the back of the Moto2 rider there. So that's unfortunate there for Davis that you can see there on the number 16 machine out of this race. But that can happen on the run down in towards turn 1 here in Jerez. We see it time and time again.
There was something flapping around. It's still on the track, actually, in the middle of the circuit. It's like a piece of debris. It's not from that accident, but it was floating around on the circuit in the prelude to that crash. So I just wonder if that took someone's eye line and back on the racing line, gone for a load of front brake and Florence hit the back.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to notice that too much whenever you're in behind someone on the run down in towards turn 1, and it's enough off the line now as well that it shouldn't be much of a factor. But you can see now at the front of the field, Tulovic once again closing down a third of a second faster than anyone out there right now, and that's why he's got the gap down to around about a second.
Squeak a little bit wide, your race leader, the first error we've seen. Cardelus will be looking to pounce. Xavi Cardelus, what a revelation he's been here. He's not shown too strongly in 2022. It's not been his best start to a campaign, but he's right there now. Senna Aegis is right there now, looking to take both of them, third to first.
Injuries for Cardelus have really held him back this season, and good to see him get himself back onto some sort of form. We've obviously seen him a front runner all the way through the last few years in the European Championship. A lot of experience in the World Championship as well. He's one of the riders that has probably the most experience on Moto2 machinery, so that's where it's really important to see him up at the front of the field, a rider that you can use as a real barometer to which you can judge the likes of Aegis, the likes of Escrigue, two of the younger riders out there.
Yeah, and you can really trust Cardelus as well, because he's a very neat rider, doesn't make too many errors, and really he's a very fun. Senna Aegis there was wide, and that's another track limits warning. Cardelus looking at the inside, can't make it work there at turn 13, but Senna Aegis, I actually think he lost the front and maybe, or just ran in a bit hot at turn 12. I don't think he was running out because he got the power on too soon, so hopefully that's how Race Direct should see it and we don't get any penalties.
Yeah, I think that's 3 occasions we've seen him do that though, and fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times, but I think for Senna Aegis, he needs to be careful with that. You can see there for Cardelus though, nice clean move down into 2.
Very good move for Cardelus, 11 laps to go. He has hit the front, very good stuff from the Andorran. Looking for that first win. It has eluded him so many times in this class. Is today, as we said, gonna be the day where it all comes to an end for that winning feeling and the weight that it's been. It's been a long time. He's instantly gapped to Skrieg here. Cardelus looking good. The 81 of Senna Aegis trying to get through as well on a Skrieg, but Skrieg rides a very defensive line, and Tulovic just keeping a watching brief as well. Aegis on the brakes, a bit squirrely, but gets it all anchored up. The blast up now towards turn 7. Cardelus, your new race leader. If you're just joining us, we've got way over half race distance to go. Xavi Cardelus hasn't won a race yet. Second place for Escrig. He's been your long-time race leader since the start. Is he going to have an answer back, I wonder? Senerage's third. Tulovic is now with them. It's half a second, more or less, covering the front four.
Yeah, that's a good one for Cardalus. This is his 100th Moto 2 start between the CEV classes, the Junior GP classes, and in the World Championship as well. So could this finally be the day that he claims that first race victory? He's going to be under pressure. We're still coming up towards half distance, and just down the inside there. He knows that he needs to make sure he's able to hit the front straight away. He's got good drive through there, but we saw his teammate Cardalus able to just hold on to that around the outside. But certainly you'd expect to see just make his move on his teammate pretty soon.
And Cardalus has been particularly strong on the brakes. He seems to be having the measure at the moment of Aegis. We don't know if Aegis is sandbagging. You would imagine so. He's looked like he's had the pace and the measure of Cardalus all season, but Cardalus is really coming on strong here. And track, of course, it's on miles out. He's done so much. He's got so much experience there.
I don't think it's sandbagging as so much as just keeping his powder dry right now for Aegis. We've obviously seen him have those track limits exceeding and a few mistakes here and there, but I think seems that he's got a little bit more pace underneath him when he really wants to push on. But for Cardalus, he's a rider with a lot of experience, always been at the front of the field, knocking on the door of race victories. And now's his chance, and certainly he'll view this as being his perfect chance now to claim that first Moto2 race victory.
Just outside of these top four, Roberto Garcia is in 5th place. Good ride from him, the best we've seen of the Spaniard in his first year of Moto2 action, and he's not that far away, so he's just over a second half back of your championship leader Tulovic, so it's a good effort from Roberto Garcia. And in 6th place, Yero Ruiz is just holding off Toledo at the moment at number 55. Alex Toledo in 7th place there, 2.8 seconds back of your lead. It's close at the front. It's probably one of the closest Moto2 races we've seen all year, where so many riders are in such a smallish gap of each other.
Yeah, it has been a good battle at the front of the field. Tulovic hasn't really done too much to try and get through. You can see for Aegis though down into the last corner, going to make sure he's able to make the move.
Very good. He was on the brakes there last time. Cardalus was a bit wide last time. Cardalus will be looking to drag it out to the line. No, it's side by side. Formation flying for the Promo Racing teammates. Cardalus on the right. He's on the outside. Wow, I don't believe he's outbraked Aegis there. He's been good on the brakes, but not round the outside. So Cardalus, do you reckon he wants to win?
Yeah, he's doing what he can there. It's good, brave riding from Cardalus, but it's also fighting a really tough battle up against Aegis. We saw Aegis obviously really strong into that last corner, able to make the block pass down there. But on the run out of that corner, lost a bit of momentum. And we saw from Cardalus good, clever riding to make sure he's able to get that bike picked up, carry his momentum down the straight.
Tulovic sitting in 4th. Obviously, he had to go back. This is a replay, Steve, of that move. Good stuff from Cardalus.
Yeah, Cardalus on the outside. He's able to hold the normal racing line into there, just pick his normal braking point, and a nice move there. Obviously, for Aegis, doesn't want to get himself involved in a big battle with his teammate as well. That can be a factor. But as we're just moving towards half distance in this race, and now's the time when Aegis has clearly looked to push on, make his move. Now he needs to make it stick and try and break away, but certainly for Cardalus, he's doing what he can.
I'm just thinking if Tulovic, as we said, he dropped back, he's had to catch this group back up. I'm just wondering if he's happy to sit in 4th. Give his tyres a small rest. This obviously isn't the fastest race pace that we can do. I'm sure if Tulovic was at the front of this with Aegis, they'd be pushing on a couple of tenths a second quicker a lap, but he's there and just letting the race come to him in his closing stages.
Yeah, well, for Tulovic, you have to give him that benefit as well, because we've seen him all the way through this season, how strong he is mentally. Now's the time for him to see if he's able to make a move on Escrig pretty soon, just to keep himself in touch there with Aegis in case Aegis can hit the front.
It's a good race of this. 4 riders in the battle for victory. 4 of them in the battle for the podium, but 4 into 3 places doesn't go. One of these guys is going to be disappointed. Cardalus looking for that first win. Escrig looking to try and get back on the podium, and they've got the 2 main title rivals right to deal with.
One of them could be disappointed. A few of these could be disappointed because they're right with one another. It's very easy to have an instant. We've seen it already in the Junior GP class on the last lap what can happen if you're trying to make some moves around this track. And you can see there for Escrig on the 11, just pushing really hard through turn 4 there, ran out over the curb. He's trying to do what he can to make sure he's able to stay in this lead battle. Skrieg, with a lot of experience this season racing in the Moto E Championship as well, and he's done a good job in that. But this is really good to see from Skrieg, a rider that came up from the stock classes and was given his chance on a Moto 2 bike.
And once again, Aegis losing time in that first sector, getting it back in the second one. Tulovic wide. Another mistake from Tulovic in a hard braking area. I'm just wondering if he's struggling with the front end of that bike. So Tulovic now drops to over, I'd say, a second back of your race leader. That's definitely a second. So Tulovic has got all the work to do again. Now we'll see what pace he's got. 5th place, 31, Roberto Garcia. This is a good ride from him, Steve.
Yeah, Garcia doing a good job, but it doesn't have the same pace as the riders in front of him. That's why he's about 3 seconds adrift. But he is doing a really good job on 31 to run inside the top 5 spots. And certainly from Garcia, what we've seen this season is in Estoril, in the second race this season, he was very strong running up inside those top 6 spots. Aegis down the inside into the last corner, hits the front, gets the bike stopped, and now it's up to him to be able to exit that corner strongly to hold on to that race lead, because you can see this time around Cardelus a lot further back than when he was able to immediately try and retake the race lead.
Yeah, very good move from Senna Aegis there. Cardelus too far back to dive bomb into turn 1 this time, but he's quicker through sector 1. Will we see a move maybe in towards turn 5? Will he try and line something up into the dead stop at turn 6?
I don't think so, because Aegis is very strong on the run up through Cedo Pond's corner, turn 5, onto the back straight. It's a very short back straight here as well. Jerez is one of the few tracks where you don't see these bikes using all 6 gears. They only use 5 gears, so you're not really showing your full top speed. You can see there for Aegis a much wider line through the high turn 5 point, but it also lets him carry that speed down the back straight. So for the other riders, this is where they know it's going to be really difficult to attack Aegis. He's able to hold on to the race lead.
Cardelus had a little look, but it just wasn't quite worth the risk with 7 to go to launch up the inside there. So Cardelus, let's see what pace he's got. Maybe he's not been pushing the pace like we think he has. Maybe Cardelus has got something left in the locker, we'll see. But Tulovic is getting the hurry up now. Tulovic was over a second back. He's oh, massive moment. That was Cardelus. Deary me, out the seat. We was out the seat in the commentary box. Alex Skrieg comes through then to take second place off him, and that's how hard Cardelus wants to push. He knows he needs to lead this from the front, otherwise he risks not getting that first win.
And this is exactly what Senna Aegis needs. He needs to open up as much of a gap as he can on this lap. Whenever we've had that mistake from Cardelus, we've had them battling. Cardelus, is he going to be close enough to try and make a move down in towards turn 1? If he can, that's what's going to cost them a little bit more time in this battle. Tulovic is seeing the time that's being lost now to Aegis, so he knows he needs to make his way onto the podium spots.
Tulovic looking on the inside of Cardelus. Gets it done. He was a bit shaky in the braking area that time, but he's got the move done. The number 3 gets ahead of the number 18. And Tulovic is back in the podium positions. He needs to clear Skrieg as soon as possible, and to have a chance at Senna Aegis. Skrieg's not letting Aegis go just yet, but we know Aegis is not at his best through sector 1. He's going to go out wide there. Skrieg's got a run on him up towards the turn 5 at Cedo Pond's corner, but can't get it done. Now Aegis comes into his own. The rest of the lap, he looks very good. Tulovic out wide again. Another mistake, and that allows Cardelus through. So Tulovic, that's 3 errors that we've seen here. Maybe there's been more out on the track, but he's having a really difficult race here as a Skrieg launches an attack now. The number 11 of Alex Skrieg goes through, parks it on the apex and moves on through. Tulovic pushes Cardelus aside to retake 3rd. It's all action in Moto 2.
Yeah, we've seen Skrieg have 3 podiums already this season, so he knows what it takes to get himself into those top positions. But being able to fight it out for a race win is always a very different story. But Skrieg on the 11 looks really strong at this stage of the race. We're coming into the final third of the race, so this is where it really comes into who's been able to manage the tyres better. You can see already, compared to when we started today's broadcast with the Moto 3 bikes out on track, much brighter conditions, much more blue skies out there. Track temperatures come right up. These final 5 laps are going to be about who's managed that tyre as well as possible. It's also about who's been able to keep it as cool as possible out there. Once you're behind another bike, the temperature can rise really quickly with these tyres.
Yeah, and of course the track surface will be a bit slippier in places, so that's another thing to be careful of. It's looking in the background. It looks like Toledo's got ahead of Garcia, so Garcia, who was 5th, is back into 6th now behind Toledo. There's a 1/10 of a second between them as Cardalus got it all a bit squirrely going down into turn 1, but he got it stopped. Tulovic is lining up Aegis. This is your title battle. Don't forget about Skreek. He is in this race and he is leading it, but that isn't the main story. Yes, it is that he's going to take a potential first win, but the battle for the title is on. Tulovic and Skreek that time out onto the green.
Yeah, but what a last lap from Skreek. He was a full second faster than Senna Aegis. Obviously had to make that overtaking move. It cost Aegis a bit of time as well, but last time around Skreek with his new personal best and only a 1/10 of a second off the fastest lap of this race as well. So he's got a good bike underneath him right now. He's feeling confident. He knows this is his chance to claim his first race victory in the class.
Cardalus wide again at turn 4, so I think at turn 6, so I think 4th is all she wrote for the Andorran. That first race win is just going to have to wait a little bit longer. Cardalus struggling with the front end of the bike then, whilst the screen, no struggles for him. He's over a second clear nearly as they come through the stadium section. Senna Aegis is under pressure from Tulovic. They collided last time out in Catalonia in the closing stages of that race. Are we going to see another clash between the pairing? Tulovic is building through these fast right-handers that end this lap. There's 5 laps to go, make it really 4 and a bit. Tulovic has got a good line here. Is he going to look on the inside? He's building all the way through. He's going to let the brakes off down the inside. Gets it stopped. Both of them run a little bit wide, but Tulovic gets ahead of his main title rival. Back into second for the number 3. Will Senna Aegis respond? Down the front straight we go. Not this time.
The rider responding is Alex Skreek. Once again, new fastest lap of the race, 7/10 of a second faster than Tulovic up in second spot. He's opened up a 1.5 seconds. This is a Skreek's race to lose now. A 1.5 seconds is the gap, 4 laps to go. And a Skreek who, up until this season, had still been racing in the stock class. A lot of top 10 finishes on a stock Yamaha or 6. Now he's been out there on a Moto 2 bike. He's had 3 podiums already this season. Now he's in position to claim his first race victory.
This would be quite something. We have had 31 different winners in the Moto 2 class since its inception back in 2010. It feels like it's been forever, and a Skreek could really add his name to this list.
Yeah, we've had maiden winners in the Moto 3 class, the European Talent Cup class, and potentially now in the Moto 2 European Championship. Only 1 race for the Moto 2 class here this weekend, but certainly for a Skreek, another couple of 1/10 of a second on this lap. He's got the bike underneath him. Tulovic is starting to stretch out a little bit of a lead now over Senna Aegis, and Aegis is under pressure from Cardalus to hold on to that podium spot. 3.5 laps to go.
I think only one rider can beat a Skreek, and that's a Skreek. I just don't see, with 3 laps to go, how Tulovic or Senna Aegis, despite the performance they've had on the field throughout the course of this 2022 season, how they're going to catch a Skreek here. A Skreek has scampered off. It's 1.7 clear. Tulovic is pushing. He knows he has to. Cardalus is right on the tail of Senna Aegis. But this looks like surely being a number 11 victory for Alex Skreek. It's been coming. We know he's a fast rider. He's been in the stock class until this year. And wow, is he making hay whilst the sun is now shining at Jerez. Tulovic second, 1.6 back. We've got yellow flags at turn 6. We'll pick that up. Oh, someone go what? Oh no, someone leapt out of my chair there. Someone's coming on the exit pit lane. They're a lap down, not sure who that was, but we've got yellow flags at turn 6. We'll pick that up soon. Tulovic looks like he's got second place. I don't think he's going to close in, Steve. I think the Skreek's done. Ooh.
It's Tagliarini that's down there at turn 6, and yeah, it does look like right now Tulovic, too much ground to make up. Last time around lost another couple of 1/10 of a second, so it's 1.7 seconds. This is the battle out there though. It's the battle for that final step on the podium. Aegis up against Cardalus.
Cardalus, a bit of a moment through turn 5 there. He's pushing on. We've seen him have a couple of moments here and there, but with 2.5 laps to go, he'll want to beat his teammate. Oh, the number 2's in. That's Mark Alcoba. Disaster. So we said the fan club would be happy with a top 10. I bet they're not happy now. Tulovic is away here second. The only battle for this final podium position. Alex Skreek is up the road. Barring acts of God, he's got this one done, I'm fairly sure. 1.7 is his advantage, but the 2 promo racing bikes, Senna Aegis double winner last time out. Cardelus isn't taking this line down.
What's interesting is that Skrieg another 0.3 of a second on this lap so far to stretch out from the second man there, Lucas Tulovic. So he's really comfortable out there. He's not panicking about being out in front, closing in on his first race victory in the European Championship.
Tyre management, you said, was key, Steve, and that just goes to show because Cardelus pushing on right at the early stages, dropping back, and the Skrieg keeping powder dry and pulling clear.
Well, what's interesting is obviously Cardelus at the start of this race wasn't as fast through the corners. He was trying to get the bike stopped and then spit it out of the corner really well. So he might have managed his tyres a little bit better than his teammate Senna Agius. As it is, though, he's still got 0.3 of a second and has to make that move to get himself onto the podium spots. Lucas Tulovic last time around was another 3-4 of a second faster than Agius and Cardelus. So he looks like he's that little bit out of reach right now. So it is just about the podium battle and then this battle as well for the top 5 spots.
Yeah, this is the battle for 5th place. Jerez Ruiz has come right back into this, so Ruiz doing a fantastic job on the number 72. From a distance, it looks like Marco Pasecki, but it obviously isn't. It's Jerez Ruiz. Toledo 6th, he was momentarily 5th, and Garcia in 7th. Roberto Garcia, rookie in the class, just dropped back a little bit now. He might be able to pick up the pieces if there are any scraps left for him there, if these two tangle. He has been in the top 5 for the majority of this race, and he's not quite done yet. A lap and a half to go. At the front, Skrieg's holding firm, 1.6 clear of Tulovic, who's got second over Agius, who has now got 3.5 tenths up to 4 tenths over teammate Cardelus. So maybe our front 4 are fixed in, although it doesn't look like it. I think Cardelus is punting Agius along. This is the final real battle on the track. This is 5th place. Impressed with Ruiz.
Yeah, Ruiz has done a really good job. A rider that's raced in a lot of championships already this season, so he's got a lot of track time, but he's gone from one type of bike to another. He's been on an OR3, basically a Super Sport 300 bike, and then he's been on a Moto 2 bike, he's been on Moto E. He's done as much as he can to get himself out there on as many races as possible to gain that experience. Doing a really good job in this race to be running inside the top 5.
Last lap time, Skrieg's got this surely sorted. Tulovic in 2nd. Damage limitation for him, but it will extend his championship lead. The question, Steve, 3rd. Agius, if you're Cardelus, you want to beat your teammate, but he's in the title race. Do you put a bold move on him?
Get through on him, and that's what Cardelus is going to be thinking, because he doesn't have that many podiums in the Moto 2 class. He's only had 5 podiums in the European Championship. This is a chance to get up for another one.
Yeah, he's trying. He's definitely looking. There's no team orders in promo racing, that is for sure. Senna Agius looking vulnerable in that first sector, but he has done all race. I'm not sure if Cardelus, will he make the move at turn 6? He's pulling out. He's not close enough. So there's another opportunity gone. Agius a little bit loose on the rear, trying to get it stopped, and he does run wide. He's going to be on the inside for turn 7. We flick left through here, fast through here, turn 7. The burst to 8, there's a couple of chances, but not many, Steve.
There's the last corner. That's the opportunity for Cardelus. He is really close to his teammate now. So Cardelus on the 18. He'll know that it's all about trying to get himself set up for a move into the last corner. Is he going to try it into the stadium?
He tries it early. He took an early line there. He's going for the apex at turn 9. Pushes Agius out. Has he blown it now? It looks like he may well have just gone too early. I think Cardelus is going to have to build momentously through these final 2 right-handers, but at the front, it looks like it's all done. Our front 4 are in this order. Alexis Skrieg is going to be, I don't want to say a surprise winner because it has been coming, but we didn't expect it today. He's shown good pace all weekend and he's finally come to fruition. Alexis Skrieg is a new race winner, the 32nd different race winner in the class. Championship leader Lucas Tulovic will extend his championship lead. It will go up to 29 points over Senna Agius, who completes the podium. He couldn't make it 3 on the spin. Xavi Cardelus finishes 4th, denied a podium and a chance to win again. Alex Toledo, we haven't seen it on screen, took 5th place off Jerez Ruiz, and there's only a quarter of a second between them there. Roberto Garcia 7th. What a fantastic race. Alexis Skrieg, the number 11. We have got a yellow flag at the final corner. I'm not sure who that is. Is it Marcon, perhaps, and Ratto? I think there has been a collision at the final corner between Tommaso Marcon and Mattia Ratto, which is a bit of a shame because Ratto had come right the way through the order from row 5, I think he was, as I looked through the paperwork. But Marcon and Rato then seemingly have come together. Escrig, a new winner. Tulovic, Aegis, Carlos Toledo, Ruiz Garcia. Hector Garzo was up inside the top 4 at first, then he's dropped back to 8th place. Crash at turn 10. Rider OK, that's the number 13. That is Rato. So maybe Rato has gone down at turn 10 and Marcon has gone at 13. That's definitely, no, that's both of them. Oh no, it is Marcon. That is Tommaso Marcon. He's down at the final corner. And we're being told Mattia Rato has gone, oh no, they're both together. Okay, well, final corner, Rato and Marcon. Good thing is they're both up and walking away. Oh dear, here we go. Oh, they're teammates as well. Oh dear, that's Rato. Rato getting that completely, oh dear, the Marcon's bike runs over his leg. Mattia Rato, oh dear. There's going to be some big words down in that garage. So Mattia Rato, the number 13 on the MMR, has taken out his teammate. We have seen it so many times at Jerez at that last corner. But that is not good at all. But hopefully the main thing is they're both okay. Just looking back through the order, Tapia took 12th, so that was a very good ride from him. Bishkowski was 9th behind Garzo, who was momentarily up inside the top 4. Eduardo Montero comes home 10th on the KTM, 11th for Rodriguez, 12th for Tapia, 13th for the Filipino rider Kyle Paz, Ruiz and Chris Seisbar in 15th place, just 9 Kevin Orgies, and a point there for him. Alex Escrig back in the Park Firm, and that is a huge, big boost to his title hopes. Wow, that has done his championship a load of good coming into this. Escrig was 3rd. He was one of the riders to watch. He had a podium, including in Barcelona when he was 3rd. Now he's got a victory. The team are absolutely delighted, and 25 points puts him on 99. Senna Aegis only got 16. He will move on to 106, whilst Tulovic, 20, puts him on 135. So Tulovic moving forward and getting that crucial race wins worth of points advantage over his nearest opposition. But maybe the battle as 2022 evolves will be between those 3 at the front. It seems to be the case that Escrig this weekend has found some great form. Escrig, the number 11, your race winner, ahead of the number 3, Lucas Tulovic, and 81, Senna Aegis. Let's listen in. Front tyre, the problem seeming to be for Lucas Tulovic. We did say that he looked like he had a couple of moments on the front end, and yet just confirming there that Tulovic had a bit of a drama with the front tyre. Senna Aegis 3rd place, he can be happy with that. It was a good performance in Barcelona, a double race win there. The incident involving Marcon and Rato is under investigation. This is the race winning move. Escrig on Aegis, and Aegis didn't really have an answer. Escrig looked like he had the bike under him. In the closing stages of the race, this is down into the final corner, a little bit loose, but apart from that, all done and dusted. Senna Aegis was in a bit deep as well, but he managed to get it turned. Card loose wasn't coming under him at all. And Escrig looks to the pit board and realises that he is a new race winner and the first of his career in this class. He had plenty of wins in Stock 600 before, and now he's done it in the main class, the one that they all want to win in on their road to MotoGP. Three races done on today's billing. We've still got 2 more to go. I'm not sure if we're going to last that long. It's been great action all the way through. Moto 2 was a very, very intriguing battle right from the word go. We had 4 riders in contention at one point. But in the end, it was Alex Escrig, the number 11, the beautiful, resplendent Yamaha Moto 2 livery that finds its way working towards the top step. Lucas Tulovic 2nd, Senna Aegis 3rd. But let's go down and hear from our new race winner. He's with Steve English.
Yeah, Alex Escrig just getting himself ready. But Alex, your first race victory here in the Moto 2 class. It's been a tough year in the stock class before, but now finally a race winner.
Yeah, difficult year for us. team is working really hard. We are working really hard. After Barcelona, we know that we have to work. We did a really tough Thursday. And yeah, this victory is for my team because the hours in the bike that they are doing is amazing. I'm really happy. Also, all my team that is behind me, support me, and my family, sponsors, all is for this. It's for they, and I'm really happy.
Well done, Alex. And some words in Spanish.
Bueno, muy contento porque después de Barcelona, bueno, sabíamos que teníamos que trabajar, hemos trabajado muy duro. El jueves fue increíble, cambiamos de 3 tandas 4 veces la moto. Y bueno, esta victoria sobre todo para el equipo porque el trabajo es increíble. Ha sido una temporada un poco difícil, pero bueno, muy contento, dar las gracias a toda la gente que está detrás de mí, a los patrocinadores y bueno, dar las gracias a todos.
Congratulations, Alex.
What a race we had in the Moto2 European Championship. It was Alex Skrieg who got the whole shot, despite Lukas Tulovic trying to get through. Whilst there was this crash at the back, Florov and Davies going out, and a big pile-up down at turn 1. Skrieg leading the way. Tulovic almost followed suit. He almost hit the back of him, and that was a massive error from Tulovic. He had to then push on. He had a few moments on the front end. Front tyre wear would turn out to be the issue. Meanwhile, at the front, the promo racing duo of Xavi Cardelus and Senna Aegis were giving Skrieg a hard time, and Cardelus, looking for his first race win in the class, was on a mission in the opening section of the race. Back at the front, and it was now Cardelus who fought his way through. Senna Aegis was in second, Skrieg and Tulovic, the front 4 all covered by half a second. It was an intense battle at the front. Aegis tried making his move, pushed through, Cardelus would cut back. Cardelus then went down the outside at turn 1, you'll see it in a moment. He let the brakes off. Cardelus really a man on a mission in the second part as well as the first part, but front tyre wear and tyre wear in general for the Andorran proved to be a problem. Skrieg went up to second, then he went on to make his move for victory at the Dani Pedrosa corner at turn 6. And then there was no looking back. Lukas Tulovic, having dropped back way downfield because of his mistake, would finish in second, while Senna Aegis would hold on to third. But Alex Skrieg would hold on. There was this crash. Mattia Ratto. Rule number 1, don't take out your teammate. Rule number 2, if you can, beat him. He took out Tommaso Marcon. Alex Skrieg, the 32nd different winner in Moto2. Now time for the podium ceremony. It's a first victory for the team. It's a third new winner, of the day. So the Junior GP round at Jerez, round 4, the halfway point has been fantastic. Senna Aegis was on the top step last time out, twice in Barcelona, but in the category's only race this weekend, he's third. Second for Tulovic, championship leader, but a massive round of applause and big cheers for Alex Skrieg on top of the podium. Team award collected by the team representative. Third place trophy handed to Senna Aegis. That is still a 100% podium record in 2022. The Australian, a big talent for the future. Tulovic, 3 races without a win now. Tide, has it turned, or is it just a drop in form? We say a drop in form. He has been second when he's not been winning. Alex Skrieg, though, a new race winner. Fantastic stuff. This will be the national anthem for Spain.
Fuerte el aplauso para el vencedor, Alex Screen.
Heard that plenty of times in plenty of motorcycle racing world championships, and Alex Screen once more a race winner. This time it's in Moto 2, and it is time for these guys to get spraying the Prosecco DOC. Fantastic stuff. Screen on the top step of the podium for the first time. He is only 18 from Valencia. He has done a fantastic job, and rightly deserved and hard-earned. Congratulations from the two title rivals, Lucas Tulovic and Senna Aegis. So, one of the best Moto 2 races of the year. Alex Skrieg adds his name to the winners list. He took victory by 1.5 seconds. Lucas Tulovic in second, Senna Aegis third. 3 different nationalities on the podium. Xavi Cardlus makes it 4 in the top 4. Toledo, Ruiz, Garcia and Garzo make it a Spanish 5th to 8th. Peter Bishakirski, the Polish rider, in 9th. Eduardo Montero, 43 seconds back, completes the top 10. Top stock rider, Juan Rodriguez on the Cuna de Campeones Yamaha. As we go all the way down through the field, Rodriguez, Tapia and Alex Ruiz, the top 3 in the stock class. Pasquale Alfano, he started this year in the Junior GP Championship on Moto 3 machinery. He's moved up to stock class now. Tommaso Marcon and Mattia Ratto taking each other. Well, Mattia Ratto actually taking Tommaso Marcon out the final corner. Those two are teammates. Oh dear. All the way down, Jamie Davis and Mihail Florov retired early on. A big collision at turn 1 on lap 1. Tulovic leads the championship by 29 points. Alex Skrieg's win closes him in. He's 36 adrift of the leading German. Alex Toledo and Mattia Ratto, DNF for Ratto, keeps him in 5th. Yero Ruiz closing up in 6th, just 5 points behind Ratto. Xavi Cardlusi and Doran making steps up towards the top 6. He's in 7th overall. Jamie Davis, Britain's Jamie Davis, not able to score points today after being taken out at turn 1 lap 1. He stays 17th and on 12 points. And this is also the podium for the stock class. As we said, Juan Rodriguez taking on as Steve. It's been a fantastic Moto 2 race right the way through the field, and hopefully plenty more to come this afternoon with the other classes.
Yeah, certainly should be. We've had 3 different winners in the opening 3 races of the day, and no pressure on everyone else now for the rest of this day. But certainly in the Moto 2 class, we saw some really good racing, especially in the front of the field, but good battling in the stock class as well.
Yeah, very good. Alex Ruiz is your championship leader today. He's only 9 points ahead of Marco Tapia, so it's a bit of a battle going on there. Chris Seisbar is there in 3rd, 45 back. Juan Rodriguez with that victory today puts him 4th, just 2 points back of the top 3. Ryan van der Lagemaat completes the top 5. Alex Skrieg adds his name into some history. He is a new winner in the Moto 2 class. What does the future hold for Skrieg? Is he going to be in the title fight right to the end of this Moto 2 season? You wouldn't bet against it. He's right there now. He's 36 points adrift of championship leader Lucas Tulovic. What a day for Skrieg. The 18-year-old Valencian delivers the goods here at Jerez. The main event again, race 2 for the Junior GP category, coming from round 4 of the Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship here at the Circuito de Jerez, Ángel Nieto. 4.4 kilometers in length, 13 turns and not that many long straights here, 607 metres being the longest one. 16 laps of action. We had a new winner in race 1. No spoilers, of course. Will we see another in race 2? Stay tuned and find out. It's coming right now. An epic race day. We are nearly at the end of it, sadly. 4 races are about to be completed. This is race 4 of 5 today. Race 2 of 2 for the Junior GP class. I'm Kiko Giles, and alongside me, Steve English. Steve, what a day of racing. This has been fantastic from the lights out.
Well, I know you said no spoilers, Kiko. We're about to get highlights of race 1. That's probably going to give the game away. Colin Vire was in sensational form to convert a pole position into his first ever race victory in Junior GP.
It was a very, very commanding victory in terms of attitude on circuit, in terms of being able to hold his own, but he did have to go until the last corner. It wasn't over until he crossed the line. It was a good old battle with championship leader Jose Antonio Rueda, and yes, why did I say no spoilers? Because we are going to have highlights of the race coming up very soon. As you can see in the highlights, you're going to see this in a moment. It was a lot cloudier earlier on. It is not that now. The sun is beating down on Jerez. It was only 22 degrees for these guys earlier. The track temperature is going to be right up. The sun has been cooking the tarmac all day long now since it's come out, particularly in the Moto2 race. The Moto2 boys as well going around and laying down the rubber. So this track surface should be very, very warm. Colin Vire, a first pole for the man in race number 1 of Junior GP, and he got the whole shot too, and he did go on to convert it. David Alonso was momentarily second. Championship leader Jose Antonio Rueda came through though, but it would be a big battle between him and Vire. They would continuously swap places. Well, second in the championship, number 38, David Salvador, would make his way into third. David Alonso, despite showing strongly in the opening part of this race, would eventually drop back. Despite going on the inside of Vire and Salvador, he couldn't make it work. Ángel was one of the riders really coming through, along with Sarafudin Asman. And that would be your front 5 as Salvador was picking up his opposition. Vire going back to third, Rueda leading for the majority of the race. Piqueras was up inside the podium positions as half race distance approached. But it was Rueda who looked on course for a 4th consecutive win, but a mistake just a few laps ago put him back to third, but he just wouldn't take a line down. He's a championship leader for a reason. Salvador moved through into second place, and in the end would have to be forced to wait, as you'll soon see. 5 abreast into turn 1. Colin Vire looking for a first win for the Netherlands and for himself. This was turn 11, a massive front end moment that resulted in game over for David Salvador. Thankfully, he did get up on his feet and he'll be back for race 2. Colin Vire delivered the goods for the AGR team. Have had luckless times in 2022 in other classes, but the number 95 shone brightly. Second place for championship leader Rueda. And will we see another battle similar to what we saw this morning in just a few moments' time?
Really exciting opening race of the day in the Junior GP class. Colin Vire able to claim that first race victory for the Dutch rider. It all went down to the wire on that last lap. David Salvador, the odd man out, unlucky for the number 38. He had come into that race second in the championship. He's now got plenty of work to do as it continues to get hotter and hotter here in Jerez. But certainly keep an eye out for the number 38 of David Salvador from that third row of the grid spot. He's going to be out there trying to make sure that he's going to get the opportunity to fight it out right at the front of the field. You can see now the field has made its way out onto the grid, and we're about 10 minutes until the start of the 16-lap race for the Moto3 class in the Junior GP paddock. Colin Vire on that pole position, and the Dutch rider was able to convert that into his first ever race victory in the Junior GP class. But he's a rider that's got a lot of experience in Red Bull Rookies Cup. He's been fast all the way through the season, and let's take the opportunity to get to know one of our Moto3 riders.
My name is Muhammad Sharifuddin Azman, and I am 20 years old, and I'm from Malaysia. in Momelo, I was quite strong, and I feel much better because before start the round in Momelo, I get a wild card in Momelo also in World Championship. The second race was quite difficult also because many people from the back, like from the 10th position and coming to the front. So I'm trying to be safe and cool. And then last 5 laps, I say, this too slow, and then I need to go. And then I go, and then I go alone in the front. And then I finish the second race in second position. I'm very happy that.
Azman able to finish 4th in the opening race of this weekend's Moto 3 running. He's also had some experience in the World Championship this season, racing in Portugal, Jerez, and also in Catalonia. So a rider that's they're certainly on the way up, just like this man, Colin Vire. You can see there, able to claim his first ever podium in the Junior GP class, able to take that first race victory. But he is a rider that's got a lot of experience in the Rookies Cup this season. We've seen him in the Rookies Cup Championship, able to battle it out with Jose Antonio Rueda at the top of the times all the way through the season. He's only 10 points behind in Rookies Cup action to Rueda. Obviously a bigger gap here in the Junior GP class. Rueda has been the dominant force all the way through this season so far, holding a pretty commanding championship lead coming into this round. But certainly on the basis of what we saw in this morning's race, he's going to be a rider under more and more pressure. He's going to line up second on the grid on the number 99 machine. It's been a really strong start to the season for him. 3 race victories already this campaign. Another podium this morning. You can see there every race inside the top 4 spots. It's that kind of consistency that always marks out the top riders in the Junior GP class. If you look back over the years, your Acostas, Guevaras in recent years, they were always consistently able to be at the front of the field. Same with Danny Holgado last year as well. So once you're able to do that, you give yourself a real chance of being able to make sure that you're always able to scrap it out and keep yourself in title contention. And the same would be the case for Filippo Farioli. In the cooler temperatures this morning, he wasn't as strong as I expected him to be, certainly. But for Farioli, still able to come away with a top 5 finish after that Salvador crash on the last lap. That keeps his run of form going. That's 4 consecutive top 5 finishes for the Aspar Junior rider.
Very good stuff indeed, Steve. I mean, Farioli, 5th place today in race 1. It wasn't quite as convincing as the result maybe makes it out to be, but he was right there. I've just nipped out the commentary box just a moment ago. It is warmer. It's getting up there now, considering where we've come from today. It was very, very not cool, but cooler compared to where we'd been. This is David Alonso, 4th on the grid, only 7th in race 1, so a disappointment.
Yeah, Alonso's been a little bit cooler than he has been as well of late, and certainly in the opening race of the weekend, he was 13 seconds adrift of the race winner, so that's almost a second a lap he was giving up. He was in the 3rd group as well, so certainly for Alonso, a lot of ground to make up today in this final race of the day for the Junior GP class. But he is a rider that we know exactly what he can do from his time in the European Talent Cup.
He is one of the riders to watch. So is this Mansara Foodin Azman, the Malaysian on the Honda, 20 years of age. 2nd podium came at Catalonia this season. He was just missed out on the podium in race 1.
I think it's quite good that we've seen 4 races in a row where he's been really strong, and actually Valencia as well, the opening race there where he finished 7th. He was actually up in the leading group there as well, so that's good to see from Azman. I already mentioned about his Moto 3 World Championship experience this season. That's what he needs to do. He needs to keep building all the way through. He is older than a lot of the other riders out there, but the Malaysian riders, a lot like British riders, come to maturity a little bit later. They start racing a lot later than a lot of the Spanish riders.
Absolutely, so true. One of the Spanish riders to watch on here is Ángel Piqueras. Now, he did take a podium earlier on today. It was his first one since race 2 of the season, as you can see on the graphic at the bottom of your screen there. He's 3rd in the championship now, following 16 points in race 1.
Yeah, and you can see there another good run of top 5 finishes for another rider. He's been a race winner in the Red Bull Rookies Cup this season at Sachsenring, so he's been riding well this year. But certainly for Piqueras, I think there was an expectation that maybe he would have been fighting it for maybe podiums and race wins more so than just being in that lead group. But obviously we saw in this morning's race able to come away with a 3rd place finish. He'll be hoping to go a little bit better in this afternoon's race.
As will this man. David Salvador heads off row 3. He starts 7th, and what a disaster it was earlier. His first DNF of the season, crashing out a second, Steve.
Yeah, and certainly coming into this race, he had been trailing Rueda by a lot of points. I think it was 39 points going into that race. Rueda's obviously picked up another 20. So for Salvador, it's now just about trying to salvage the season, really, and try and get himself those race victories that he's been looking for so long. He's a lot of experience in this class. More
experience than almost anyone else on the grid, really. Salvador has been round here now in this category it's so many seasons, and he's still missing. He hasn't always had the machinery. He was on the TM last year, the factory TM. They're not here this year, but he's still pushing on a Husqvarna. Colin Vire sitting well on pole position. Will he do the double? Double Dutch, anyone? A race 1 to remember, a race 2 in prospect. Colin Vire took a first victory of his career in this category earlier on today. Will he do it again? Jose Antonio Rueda extended his championship lead. He'll go from second once more. And Filippo Farioli, slightly disappointing maybe one could say in race 1. He'll be aiming for a podium, if maybe not a charge to victory. Kiko Giles here and Steve English alongside me. We're bringing you coverage of the 4th race of the day here at the Junior GP Round 4 of 2022. If you've missed any of the action, be sure to catch up on it on our social media platforms and on YouTube, where the full races can be found in the next few days. But of course, if you've missed any action, why have you missed any action? Steve, what a day it has been.
Yeah, we've had 3 new winners in the opening 3 races of the day, and certainly we've got an opportunity to add to that list as well. David Salvador was right at the front of the field before a crash, only a couple of corners from home, so expect to see the number 38 from the 3rd row of the grid right up there once again. Filippo Farioli from the front row of the grid, disappointed in the opening race, and we got one rider that stalled in the midfield there on the grid, so we'll wait and catch an eye on who that actually is.
Someone towards the back of the order still can't quite work it out from the leathers, is it? And looking at the back, Hamada. Now, Hamada had a crash earlier today. The number 72 starts 23rd. Obviously, he'll be going from pit lane, I imagine, unless they let him out onto the warm-up lap, because if they've got the bike started, maybe they can. But he crashed earlier today. And this is a point I want to talk about, Steve, on the warm-up laps. These guys go around. The track temp, these are like polar apart now. We had a cooler race earlier, and now it's getting up again. So how much is that going to be playing on in their minds? And what does it feel? What will they be feeling?
Well, what was interesting during the course of free practice was we saw quite a few teams actually take their riders into pit lane, leave them sitting there for 30, 45 seconds, just to try and simulate the start of the race as well, to get them used to what that feels like, to get them used to what the bike's going to be like as well. But, you know, well over 38 degrees, 39 degrees track temperature there. So it is getting up at this stage. It was only around about 25 for this morning's warm-up session, and now it is starting to heat up. Once you get into around about 44, 45 degrees here at Jerez, it is very tricky and very slick out there for the riders. It is getting hotter and hotter, but this is probably about as good as the conditions can be whenever you touch into the middle of July here in southern Spain. Certainly, if you think back to the COVID-hit 2020 MotoGP World Championship season, we came here to Jerez in the middle of the summer, and it was absolutely big, and it was proper frying pan in the south of Spain. And certainly these conditions are a lot nicer for the riders, but they're still going to be very unpleasant by the end of this race.
Really are. I got off the flight in Sevilla on Friday evening, and it was so warm. It was like going out to Asia and just the wall of heat when you step off the plane. It was so warm. Saw there the championship standings. Jose Antonio Rueda will lead after this race no matter what happens. He's 53 points clear, but interestingly only 4 points cover second to 4th. So that is an interesting factor. It's close in the battle for second. Will they work together and try and reel in Rueda? Steve, every race I've asked for predictions. What are we thinking this time?
I've been pretty bad on most of them as well. Well, in the Moto3 class, I was pretty bad with Farioli. So I'll just double down on Farioli, see if he's able to make a step. But certainly what we saw in the opening races, keep an eye out for David Salvador from the 3rd row of the grid. Vire, Rueda, Piqueras, that was your podium finishers from the opening race of the day. David Alonso, you see there on the number 80 from the 2nd row of the grid. He really needs a lot more in this race than he had in the morning one. Maybe the warmer temperatures are going to suit him and his Aspar teammate a little bit more.
Here we go then, Junior GP, race 2, who will it be? Red lights on, red lights out, good start from everyone on the front row. Fabioli goes a little bit backwards though, and Vire gets a great launch. He's away and running, Piqueras is up the inside, Alonso comes through to second, but nobody can touch Colin Vire, who goes through. He won race 1 from pole, he's got the whole shot for a second time of asking, and that's Bouazri who's come through. Bouazri's up to about 6th place from the third row of the grid. Good start from the tie rider, everyone safely through. Rueda back to third momentarily, but straight up into second. Vire's leading.
Yeah, Bouazri was only able to come away with a 13th place finish in the opening race of the day, so he's got a lot of ground to make up at this stage. We saw a lot of riders running out wide there through turn 4.
Everyone through cleanly, a couple of riders wide at turn 5 as well, but Vire's leading them down the back straight. Alonso has got Piqueras and Rueda for company. Asman's there as well. Salvador through up into 5th from 7th on the grid. But at the moment, it's your race 1 winner who leads us through on the exit of turn 6. Blasting now, turning left towards turn 7. Through here, Rueda, we saw when we walked the track yesterday, Steve, we can pass here.
Oh, crash on the back.
Someone's down in the back. That looks to me, it could be Almanza. If not, it's the teammate.
I think it's Rueda. I think it's Marcus Rueda.
Marcus Rueda, who's gone down, a disaster. So that's his day done. He won't be rejoining there. Turns. Oh, and he's tangled with one of the Cuna de Campeones. That's not Cruces. That'll be the other one.
Detweiler, I think.
That's Detweiler. So the Swiss rider has gone down as well. You don't want 2 crashes down there. That's fast. Through the final sector then, Rueda has worked his way to the front, but we saw in race 1 that him and Vire will go head to head no matter what part of the race we're on. Piqueras, oh, nearly on the inside of Salvador.
This is where it's really important for these leading riders to stick together as well. We saw in the opening race that it did stretch out quite quickly for the top 6-7 riders. If you're the likes of Bouazri there on the 33, Harrison Voigt on the 29, you've got to stay in this lead group for as long as possible.
This as well, in terms of the rest of the races we've seen this year, is probably the nearest in terms of temperature. We had the coolest race of the year earlier on. Temperature does make a difference. That is Rueda. Great spot, Steve, there. The number 6 and 9 out at turn 7. So let's see. I think it was going to be a collision for sure, but how far around we don't know. It looked fairly early on in the corner. But this is the hottest, the race with the most similarities in terms of conditions. All the races this year for this grid have been relatively warm. Estoril started this season, Valencia was race 2 and Barcelona was race 3, and all those races were very, very warm indeed. Rueda's leading Vire. Vire's good on the brakes though. Oh, Salvador, moment on the front, but he gets it stopped on Asman. That's for 4th.
Yeah, good move from Salvador there, able to collect it quite well in the run into 6. He knows that he has to make sure he's able to pick up big points today. Still chasing his first win in the Junior GP class, but certainly a rider that can win races in this class.
Rueda leading the way at the moment. Is he skirting to just stretch the field a little bit? Vire won't want that. Vire's looking at trying to double up a little bit here. He got race 1. Whoa, big moment. That was David Almanza, I think, in the middle of the shot. Almanza, and he almost got rear-ended by Farioli. Farioli's going to look on the inside at turn 11, can't do it, but Almanza was out the seat. The track is a bit slippy. And, oh, it is slippy, because that's the 34. That's Aditama. RB Aditama has gone. That is a disaster for RB Aditama. It's down at turn 9, I think. Turn 9, a crashing hotspot, Steve.
Yeah, turn 9 in the stadium complex, easy to lose the front through there, and there's a little bit of a slight climb into there, and it can just unsettle the bike a little bit off camber. But certainly at the front of the field, you're starting to see exactly what we expected to see coming into this weekend. The 99 of Rueda out in front. It's now a question of whether or not any of these guys are able to go with them. You're already starting to see the top 6 stretch out a little bit.
Massive moment there. That was out of second for Vire. Colin Vire got the rear end lit up there. Adrian Cruces, the number 11, who's just set the first lap of the race, he's just gone on the green as well. But that moment for Vire has really split this leading pack up, and Rueda has now got 9/10 of a second advantage over his chasing pack. I was just going to ask you, Steve, if you're Colin Vire there, you're just behind Rueda, what are you doing? Are you following, or is it just about trying to get ahead of him if you can?
Well, I think for Vire and for all these riders, they know what Rueda can do when he hits the front and he's got the momentum behind him. He's able to open up a gap, he's able to stretch away from everyone else and take advantage of them fighting with one another. As it is, the gap's a second now. between Rueda on the 99 and David Alonso on the number 80. So this is the moment where they need to settle themselves down and just try and close on to the back of Rueda, but that's going to be really tough to do whenever you've got a big group like this.
Yeah, these guys are going to be knocking spots off each other at various points in this race. Alonso didn't impress many of us in the first outing. He started fourth and went backwards. He was finished seventh in the end. There's a couple of crashes late on, but Alonso looking good here for second. But I'm not sure whether he's going to be catching Jose Antonio Rueda. Rueda now, of course, got that track limits warning in race one, but he's not riding in a group. He doesn't have to push like he did earlier on. Asman looking on the inside of Salvador. That's at turn 13. The Jorge Lorenzo turn didn't get it done, but Rueda scampering clear, Steve.
Yeah, Rueda this time around is a 46.7. That's a full second faster than Alonso chasing him. Piqueras was a few tenths of a second faster than Alonso though, but needs to clear him and then needs to try and see if he's able to close up on his teammate. But as it is, the gap's 1.3 seconds, which in the Moto 3 class is a really difficult amount of time to make up. So right now for Rueda, as long as he's mistake free, he might well be already out of touching distance.
Let's see how it goes. Of course, we've got a long race ahead of us here. 13 laps are remaining in this 16-lap encounter. That's on screen there. The 38 David Salvador crashed out of race one. Big time. Ooh, out on the green. Dear me, so far out on the green, he was over in gravel. That was Jose Antonio Rueda. Wouldn't want to be doing that too much, Steve.
No, you got to make sure that you're keeping it between the white lines, and for Rueda, it's just a sign of just how hard he's pushing as well. David Salvador down the inside into P3, and the number 38, is he going to have the pace? We saw in the opening race of the day that he was very strong, very fast, able to make his way to the front of that group in race one. Now he needs to do the same in this one to see if he's able to be the rider that could maybe pull this train back up towards Rueda, but 1.6 seconds means they've already lost another 0.3 of a second on this lap.
Yeah, these guys jockeying for position. It's not going to be easy for them to reel in Rueda as it stands. It is Piqueras in second, so it's a Team Estrella Galicia 0012. Piqueras has really taken to this Junior GP category like a duck to water. He's been absolutely in fine form. Got the podium earlier on today. He's out on the blue there, though, exceeding track limits. Don't do that too many times. Asman's coming through for Salvador, and through on the inside, that's Almanza looking at Cruces, who are just ahead of, that looked to me like Farioli, but maybe someone else. It is the Lunetta. It's Luca Lunetta on the 58. That's who I thought was that he's having a good race. Lunetta didn't feature too well in race one, but he's right up there in race two in the battle for second. Piqueras in second, though, Steve. Yeah,
Piqueras up in second, but the race leader Rueda, he has checked out now, so the race is run at this stage as long as Rueda keeps it on the racetrack, and it's now a case of fighting it out for the other two spots on the podium. And like you said, Lunetta with a really good effort here at the start of this race on the 58. He's the black and yellow bike there at the top of the shot, but now the big question is, can he continue to make progress? Because the likes of Almanza in front of him, Cruces we've seen on the number 11 machine have some really strong laps already at this stage. So it's going to be difficult for him to make too much more progress. But if you're able to stay in this group, you give yourself a chance. With
12 laps to go, and even though these guys are battling, and it's, like I said, there's still a fair chunk of this race to go, do these guys believe that they can't catch Rueda now? Has he scampered clear and that's that?
Yeah, well, they can't catch him. 2.5 seconds is too much time to make up whenever you're going to be fighting with one another. So they know that they've effectively made this into a battle now for second spot. Piqueras has just been given a track limits warning as well on the number 18 machine, so keep an eye out for him. We've seen quite a few riders exceeding track limits already in this group, especially through the penultimate corner. They're going to come through the fast right-handers now in a couple of moments' time. Keep an eye on the green paint and the blue paint around this track, especially around the next corner. This is where we've seen a lot of riders exceed.
Yeah, and Piqueras was out there again already, so he's done it once. We almost done it again. Farioli was definitely out wide as well, so there'll be more track limits warnings coming their way as these lot knock spots off each other. They're getting their elbows out. Alonso's trying to break clear. Via's going with him, but Piqueras, Salvador, Asman, Harrison Voigt there on the 29, Adrian Cruces on the 11, 58 of Lunetta. Look at this gaggle down into turn one. The lead is 3.4 for Jose Antonio Rueda. He doesn't even need to try and go faster. He automatically is, because these guys just haven't got track position and they're battling out with one another.
Yeah, they're just costing each other too much time to be able to do anything about Rueda, but they know that Rueda's gone. So at this stage, it is just a case of track position being the key. And in this 16-lap race, that's what they're going to be fighting it out now for. And that's where Colin Vire actually looks quite good. Salvador looks very strong in the brakes into turn 6, into the last corner as well.
With Alonso in second, is Alonso trying to stretch the pace out to get him and Vire race 1 winner and also Salvador out on a group on their own, so they're away from the main peloton, say?
He can try it.
Will he succeed?
I don't think so, because this group just doesn't seem like it's got that speed to be able to break away from each other. Obviously, it's going to fracture in the next few laps where you might get it where there's 5, 6 riders in there. Adrian Cruces on the number 11 machine. He's made a big step forward compared to this morning. He's going to be worth keeping an eye on all the way through this one. Cruces, he finished 8th in the opening race of the day, but he was, I think, around about 13, 14 seconds behind the race winner. He's now made a big step to get closer to these guys.
Track limits warning for Cruces. He's making too many big steps, I think, in this race too, but he's definitely in the leading group, and he looks like more like we've seen him earlier on in the season. He didn't have a great round in Catalonia as he gets the old Leon Haslam chicken legs going there into the final corner. That's the rider we're talking about. Number 11, Adrian Cruces, he kind of was off the boil a bit in Barcelona, but he's come back to how we saw him in the race-winning contention back at Estoril, and he's looking good. He's in that group, he's in the podium battle. Colin Vire up into second as Asman has a look at Salvador, but they can't quite get through. 10 laps to go. There's a long, long way to go in this one yet, Steve.
Yeah, it really is a long race here in the heat like this, so certainly for these riders, they'll know that it's about trying to make sure that they're not hung out to dry at this stage. So being able to make sure that you're able to stay in those leading positions means that for the likes of Colin Vire on the 95, Ángel Piqueras, David Alonso on the number 80, they've got to make sure that they stay at the front of this group. That's where the likes of Salvador as well on the 38's done a good job in this one. Anytime that it looks like people are trying to get themselves to the front of the group, the 38's been able to follow them through as well, so he's been riding really well.
And there's the other aspects of this as well. In 9th place, Filippo Farioli. Vire goes a bit wide and opens the door for Alonso, but Filippo Farioli in 9th place, if he can get up towards the top 3 or 4, could start working with Alonso. Teammates, of course, trying to break clear.
I think it'd be optimistic to think like that at this stage, just because the group is so big that it's a real challenge to try and get yourself to the top of it. But as it is, you can see that the pace isn't very high. You can tell that because there's so many riders, 3-4 abreast there in the run into the stadium section. That's one of the...
Is that Asman?
Monley bike's gone off. It might be Asman. It is Asman.
Asman's gone off then at turn 9. That was a bit of pushing and shoving. Started by Lanetta. He came actually to... Oh dear, that's Adrian Cruces. That's why Asman went wide, because Cruces obviously tucked the front. He's getting a bit of help going again. But Adrian Cruces, that is a disaster. We would... commentators curse. We said he made the step, and he stepped too fast, so that'll be a front ender at turn 9, Steve.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. We'll wait and see if we get a replay of it. You can see Lunetta there on the 58 able to hit the front of this group, so taking advantage of all the scrapping that's going on. Whenever there's so many bikes, this, 3-4 bikes wide on the run in towards turn 1, that does tend to mean that the pace isn't hot at all from them, and that's why the gap's already 6 seconds now to the race leader. So they're just focusing on one another rather than on actually being able to ride their best lines and set the fast times right now.
Luca Lanetta is third from 30th on the grid. Where has he come from? He must have had a problem or something. Long lap penalty for Piqueras. That's a long lap penalty. It's the first one we've seen in this class all day. Ángel Piqueras has taken liberties too many times. He'll have to do a long lap. He'll get 3 laps to do that in, Steve. What's the procedure about that?
He needs to take it as quick as possible because this group is going to keep battling with one another, costing themselves time. So for Piqueras, if he takes it at the end of this lap, he might be able to limit the time loss that he's going to have and then still give himself 8 laps to latch onto the back of them. There's still a podium to be had from him.
Long lap penalty introduced in for 2020 in the MotoGP World Championship. It's used instead of a ride-through, say a ride-through a bit draconian for motorcycle racing. So a long lap penalty, you'll have to do it once. It's not a jump start, so he doesn't have to do it twice, only once. Take the long loop. We'll tell you when we get there. And that's at turn 13, coming up very soon. But Filippo Farioli has worked his way to the front, now ahead of Colin Vire, David Salvador in 4th, and Luca Lanetta from 30th on the grid.
Oh, Farioli was out over the curb, and that's what caused that bike just to get unsettled there as he came back. We'll see Piqueras there. This is where the long lap penalty, as you can see, he was trying to make a move down the inside. He doesn't know he has the penalty yet. He'll get a notice on his pit board to tell him that he has to make that long lap penalty. He'll take it next time around, you'd imagine.
29 of Harrison Voigt also has track limits warning. He's not the last one in this group. He's the one in front of the 33, number 29, the white bike. There in your picture, he's got a track limits warning. Now, Jose Antonio Rueda was on track limits there as well, and so was his teammate Ángel Piqueras. Piqueras getting the penalty. Just, 7 seconds is the gap, so if Rueda got a penalty, that doesn't come into effect.
Yeah, it's not going to make a big impact for him. It's actually quite a fast long lap penalty here, and it also means that you shoot back onto the racing line, so you're not really able to lose all that much time through it, but certainly you don't want to give up any of that time right now. But there's a lot of riders being given the warnings now for track limits, and we're only just coming up towards half distance.
We've seen a few riders throughout the course of the day use the blue down the straight. I'm not sure whether that's actually being counted as track limits. It should be, of course, because it is the other side of the white line. But the race directors tend to only look at corners. That's how I'm seeing it so far today. Of course, I could be wrong. I probably am. But back at the front, or in front of this group, Farioli second. Much better ride for Farioli. Steve didn't look at one with the bike earlier. The bits we saw, he wasn't in the leading group, but he looks good now. Yeah,
he looks a lot more competitive in this race in the higher track temperatures, and let's be honest as well, the cooler pace that's being run. They're down into the low 48s, high 47s at this stage, which is well off the pace of what these bikes are capable of. Around about a second and a half slower than their outright pace. So that just shows you that the battle isn't quite as intense, even if it looks very intense right now, but the pace isn't as hot as it can be.
Luca Lanetta going through up the inside. That's for the top 5. Ángel Piqueras serves his long lap penalty. That was just about ended his podium hopes, you would imagine. 7 laps to go. Ooh, up the inside, Almanza, 2 in 1. Yellow flags at turn 13. Why are they out? So we will check on that in a moment. Almanza up into the top 5. The Netta, the number 58, trying to get back through. Can't quite do it. He's ahead of David Alonso. Filippo Farioli, though, the number 7 on the Aspar Gas junior team machine, is starting just to edge clear. And he's been at the front of this group for a couple of laps now. Boazri looking on the inside at David Alonso. Can't quite make it work, but Boazri again, another rider having a much better race too.
Yeah, and certainly there's a lot of riders have made that big step forward. Very different track conditions. That does seem like it's helped an awful lot of them. Just seeing that there's those few crashers out as well. It looks like Marossi is one of them. That's down at turn 12, it looks like.
Yeah, disaster. That's fast through there, turn 12. It's the right-hander before the final corner. Oh, Jacob Rulston's gone as well. Now, where is that at? Or is that just an incorrect graphic?
No, I think it is Rulston as well. That could be at the last corner, it looks like, potentially for him.
Rulston then with a disaster here in Jerez. He didn't score any points in the first race, and he hasn't got any in the second one because he's on the deck. But at the front, the battle is still fierce, and now it's Vaya who's leading this group for second. We've got 7 laps to go. Farioli just tuck it in there in third. Salvador, there is a gas bike. That will be Marossi, yeah. That's not David Alonso. Here we go. Oh dear. This is going to be fun. Oh my giddy aunt. That is enormous.
Yeah, Marossi very lucky with that one if he's able to walk away from it, because you can see there Ralston was collected in that as well. And that's a big instant through there. It's a very fast corner.
That is really fast. The right-handers here at Jerez, we don't see too many at turns 1. I remember Marc Marquez in a 1-2-5 race, high-sided out of there on the opening lap in 2010, I think it was. But we normally see some crashes at turn 11, the one before, but turn 12 catching out a couple of rides. Ooh, Harrison Voigt was wide. There was a bit of contact there as well with Boazri and David Alonso. Alonso drifting back now again.
Yeah, and the yellow flags have been taken in, so hopefully that means that both riders up and all right after that one at those fast right-handers at the end of the lap. You can see Almanza here as well on the 22 machine doing a really good job to be able to keep them honest. It looks like Lanetta might have just ran himself a little bit wide through there, cost himself some time.
Just behind this group, Brickwatch, Eddie O'Shea is in 11th place, and he's actually in the top of the screen. He's the white bike, he's number 31, having a good ride, and these guys tripping each other up. There he is, the back shot. These guys tripping each other up. He's going to be ever so slightly catch up. 47.8 last time for O'Shea and a 48.4 for Harrison Voigt ahead of him.
Yeah, he's got a couple of seconds to make up, and for O'Shea, it is all about just time trialing himself up to it. You can see there he's got a couple of riders behind him. It looks like it was Daniel Sharil and also Nico Carrera as well, the Italian rider that's been dominant so far in the Italian Championship this year. But certainly out in this group, the pace is starting to drop down again a little bit. Some of the riders get themselves down into the 47s. They're trying to push on a little bit just to try and splinter this group a little. But as it is, you can see that it really is still a close group here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bikes in it, and it's going to be a case of who's able just to give themselves the opportunities to make the moves now that we move into the final third of the race.
In case you're just joining us, we've got 5 laps to go of race 2 in Junior GP, and this is your race leader, Jose Antonio Rueda. Done a bit of Moto 3 World Championship experience earlier in the year. That's obviously helping him as well. Winner of many of the races this year. He's by far and away the championship leader. He will extend that championship lead to over 60 points if things stay the same as they are now. So Jose Antonio Rueda in a class of his own, a postcode of his own actually. He's so far up the road, he's nearly 10 seconds, 9.6. I can't remember so many races where Antonio Rueda has just been able to ease away. He's got the length of the back straight.
Yeah, he's been able just to set his times how he wants to set them. Everyone else is battling with one another. You can see there Bouasri on the 33 machine, just how difficult it is to find some space out there on that back straight. But certainly for Rueda, one of the top young talents coming through. We know that in the Red Bull Rookies Cup he's leading that cup as well, and here in the Junior GP Championship he's on course for the title success as well. There's very few riders that are able to do the same in both classes as well. You're looking at the likes of Pedro Acosta a few years ago, was able to be really strong in both the CEV Championship and also the Red Bull Rookies Championship, and certainly now in Junior GP it's Rueda able to do the same. And Colin Vire on the 95, really strong in the Rookies Cup, race winner this morning, but that's the best we've seen from him on a Moto3 bike, so that just goes to show just how impressive it is from Rueda.
And when you're across both titles like that, we see Dominique Agata in Supersport Moto E, but Alonso having a look at Alonso getting the job done, as that was Farioli going wide, I think. No, it was Vire going wide and Almanza coming through. But someone like Vire now, who's established himself as a front-running rider in this class, he's already there at Red Bull Rookies. What does that do for a rider's mentality?
Well, I think the one thing for Colin Vire is has he established himself as that? He's had a good weekend here. He's been able to take a pole position. He's been able to take a race win. That's where next time out, in a couple of weeks' time, in Portimao is going to be really interesting to see that he has been able to make that step forward as well somewhere else. Because we know, obviously, in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, he's been very strong here in Jerez as well. He's been really good in the Rookies Cup as well, only 10 points behind Rueda. So now it's up to him to really show that in Portimao and for the rest of this season that he has been able to really capitalise on that. Obviously, for the Junior GP riders, one race that they're going to be looking forward to is Misano, when they're going to support the Moto3 World Championship as well. So that puts a lot of these riders on the shop window. This is the right time to start finding your form.
Yeah, and it really is, because the title isn't done, but Rueda's got one hand and a few fingers on it, you would imagine. So now it's who can shine throughout the rest of the year, and Vire's really started to do that now, as has Salvador. Salvador up into second place then. He crashed out of second earlier on today, chasing race win, but it wasn't to be. Can he hold on this time? David Almanza in third place. Vire is up into, no he's not, that's Alonso in fourth. Vire's pushed Boazri out, that's for fifth place. Boazri back to sixth. Back to seventh. Lunetta pushes him out again, and look who's back in the podium battle. What was I on about earlier on? Well, not just earlier on, but most of the time really. Ángel Piqueras was out of contention for the podium, so I thought, and no he's not, because he's back inside the top 8 and looking good after that long lap penalty.
Yeah, you can see there's quite a few riders that might fall foul of the long lap penalty as well. Lunetta comes from a mile back sideways on the way into that last corner, unable to get himself up into second spot. But with 3 laps to go, this is where it gets really difficult out there for these riders. This is where it gets very tight. This is where you've got to start making your moves, and for Piqueras on the 18, this is where he needs to just pick off a couple of riders now in this lap.
Tell you what, there's nothing wrong with Lunetta's front end. He's pushing and shoving all over the place, and whilst this lot are tripping each other up, Eddie O'Shea is building up here. He's bringing Daniel Sherrill with him as well. So the junior talent team having a great ride.
Yeah, last time around, it was the fastest lap of his race for Eddie O'Shea. He was also the fastest rider out on the racetrack, so that's why he's been able to close right onto this group. But he's only got 2.5 laps to try and make progress through this group. You can really surprise riders by catching them quick whenever you get in this situation. So keep an eye on the 31 with the black helmet. See if he's able to just pick off a few riders now. If he's able to come away with a top 7 finish, it's a really good result for Eddie O'Shea.
Eddie O'Shea, one of the stars to keep an eye on. He didn't get any points in Catalunya. He got back into the point scoring positions, 15th in race 1 earlier today. Can he get a top 10? Look at the 31. He's on the inside of Harrison Voigt. That is for 10th place. So Eddie O'Shea building in confidence and speed and momentum, and he's really got his nose right in the mix of this. So this is the battle for second, not the race win, sadly. Jose Antonio Ueda is 11.7 seconds up the road. Piqueras again on the track limit there. So Piqueras, if he's not careful, he'll get another track limits warning. Salvador's leading this group. This is for second and third. Alonso is third at the moment. Fourth is Almanza on the purple bike. The 33 is Boazri. Looking at the inside is Almanza, gets her into third place. Good move. Watch the 58 though, the black and yellow bike. That's Luca Lunetta. He has been exceptional in the braking area.
Yeah, and you can see there another good move from Lunetta on the 58. But Piqueras, 2 laps to go in the 18. He's about to come under attack on the run down in towards turn 1. The number 7 of Farioli trying to make that move. But all of these riders are going to feel that they've got a chance of being able to get onto the podium spots. As it is, it's Alonso on the 80, the 22 of Almanza that's up there in second and third position.
Eddie O'Shea's best result, we're going on about him, his best result was 9th. That was at the start of this season. That was in Estoril. He picked up 7 points there. He is now second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 7th place. So he's on a personal best. He's ahead of Farioli, who's just about to dive bomb. Looked like Boazri didn't get it done in the end though. So Eddie O'Shea's come from quite far back here. He's up into 7th and number 31. Can he get a podium with a lap and a half to go?
Yeah, he's got a good chance now. You can see him using the slipstream down in towards the right-hander at the end of the straight. But all these riders fighting, that's going to give O'Shea the opportunity on the 31 to pick them off. Alonso, though, doing a really good job. He's the reigning Red Bull Rookies Cup winner. We know what he can do whenever he's at the front of a group. We know that he's able to keep a cool head. This is a real test for him, though, because there's a lot of riders going to be attacking him.
Eddie O'Shea as well is quite a clean rider. He's not too aggressive. I hope I haven't just cursed him. Via looking on the inside of Lunetta. Good move. And Eddie O'Shea elbows out Almanza aside. The AGR team are watching on. So are we. Alonso, 2nd place so far. 3rd for Salvador. Via 4th. 5th for Lunetta. 6th for Eddie O'Shea. Fantastic stuff.
Keep an eye on Lunetta on the 58 into that last corner. He's been making moves there the last few laps. We're going to cut to the race leader, Jose Antonio Rueda. He's 4.4 kilometres from another race victory. But let's see what's happening in the battle for second.
Let's see what is happening. That looks like Eddie O'Shea's just elbowing his way through. Jose Antonio Rueda has got this. He is 11 seconds up the road, but ahead of this lot. This is Alonso, ahead of Lunetta, ahead of Eddie O'Shea, who's up to 3rd, and Colin Via, who won race 1, is in the car park. He's gone out wide at turn 1. He's gone right to the back of the group. It's a disaster. Eddie O'Shea has come through from outside the top 10, and in 3 laps, he's up on the podium. What a race this is, Steve. Who's your money on for the 2nd and 3rd?
Well, what you can see from O'Shea is he's been able to keep his head down all the way through this race. He's been getting faster and faster, whereas everyone else has been battling with one another. He's been able to carry that momentum all the way through. O'Shea on the 31, he's got a real chance of being able to come away with 2nd spot, but the goal for him is hold on to that podium spot. Alonso on the 80 is going to be strong. Lunetta into the last corner in the 58, he's going to be a rider to keep an eye on. But also on Almanza on the 22, we know that he's not afraid to get the elbows out.
Lunetta through on the inside at turn 6. We've got yellow flags at turn 11. So that is going to play into the hands of the riders currently in 2nd and 3rd. Alonso and Almanza. There will be no passing under yellow flags. We'll tell you when we get there. That's why the 31 of Eddie O'Shea has got to go now. He's up into 3rd. Lunetta was almost up over the handlebars. A massive moment for Lunetta.
There is still the yellow flags out there at the last couple of corners. We're seeing that the riders just walking away, so they're about to come into a yellow flag zone now for Gordon's crash.
Jose Antonio Rueda is not here. He's up ahead of this field. He's going to win this race. 2nd place at the moment is David Alonso. Are yellow flags still out? I can't see any. Eddie O'Shea is building through the final corner. This is Jose Antonio Ueda, a masterful race win for the number 99. But what's happening in second? Let's have a look. Eddie O'Shea, did he get through? Was he punted? Where's he gone? Is he buried in the slipstream? He's been pushed back to fourth. Alonso's going to take second, and it's a photo finish for third. Almanza, I think, just got there. Eddie O'Shea, a fine career best fourth, fifth for David Salvador. Boazri in sixth place. Breathless action on the final lap. Jose Antonio Ueda is back to winning ways. He didn't get it in race one, and look at what it means to the team of David Almanza. 23 thousandths of a second. It doesn't matter how big the margin is, as long as you have got the position. What a stunner in Junior GP. Jose Antonio Ueda, a fourth victory and a seventh podium in a sixth podium in 7 races. But an unbelievable final lap. Rueda in the end wins by 8.4 seconds. It does not tell you the whole story. An incredible fight back through the field. Unreal stuff from Eddie O'Shea from outside the top 10. The Brit is back. The Brits always do well here. Scott Ogden picked up a first race win of the season last year. We have just got a notification on our screens that the podium is under investigation. I imagine Jose Antonio Ueda and David Alonso will be locked in because Alonso seemed far enough ahead. He had a couple of tenths over Almanza, so I'm not sure whether that's coming into it. But maybe Almanza on your screens, the number 22 on the Finetwork Mia Racing Team KTM, hasn't got third. We're going to wait for this. Eddie O'Shea follows him in, the number 31. Fantastic ride from O'Shea. Salvador in fifth, salvaged something from race one. Almanza's coming into Parc Ferme. The team are delighted. Listen to the noise they're making. Well, I hope they're not too premature in the celebrations. Jose Antonio Ueda comes in, a fourth win of the season, a fourth win in 5 for Ueda. He is just majestic, and the dominant win at that. Podium is still under investigation. Maybe for yellow flag infringements, who knows? We don't know why, it's just saying podium under investigation. So let's see what we can find out here. Steve English is down there amongst the melee for the Parc Ferme interviews. No doubt about the winner, Jose Antonio Ueda, nice and easy for him. And I believe Alonso will be second, the Colombian rider, born in Madrid, but takes Colombian nationality. Very, very strong stuff from him after a slightly disappointing race one, where he could only come home in 7th position. This is a replay. This is Jose Antonio Ueda's race-winning move. And from that moment on, this was a brilliant double overtake from Eddie O'Shea. It's such a neat and tidy rider, the youngster from Leicestershire. And Farioli runs out, but that shouldn't affect the podium. Almanza, big block pass from Almanza. How Eddie O'Shea actually comes back from there to take 4th place when he's already back in 5th. It's quite impressive on its own. The number 99 coming through is Jose Antonio Ueda. He took the win. Alonso, Salvador. It looks like Almanza, if it's under investigation for track limits or anything, will not be penalised. And I'm fairly sure that 3rd place looked quite clear over the line. He's been told to look at that camera, and he needs to look at another one. He can look at this one in a moment. He's got the 3rd place board in his hand, so he's obviously been, I don't know, a podium under investigation on my timing monitor, but I do not know if it's actually under investigation, or if it's a glitch, or because they seem quite happy. All 3 teams there look all right, so unless there's a change in order, we'll wait and see. Jose Antonio Ueda, though, for sure has got this win. He was already 53 points clear coming into this, and he will be ahead of Alonso. He was 58, so it's at least 63 over David Alonso. Asman who was second in this championship fight, fought back to 14th position after being taken out by Adrian Cruces, or avoiding action from Adrian Cruces. Cruces retiring after the crash at turn 9. Podium under investigation notification has just gone. And there's some celebrations down in pit lane. Are they just being confirmed that it is them in 3rd position? Or has there been a change? My timing monitor has not updated. So tense times here. David Alonso's looking slightly confused. Has he just been demoted? Not on my timing monitor anyway, but... Oh, hang on a moment. Now he's got the that's Almansa with the second one, with the 2nd position. So Almansa must have been given 2nd position. It hasn't updated on my timing monitor. I've got nothing in the headset to tell me that it's 2nd for Almansa, but it looks like it's 2nd to Almansa, judging by the screens. 3rd for Alonso. Eddie O'Shea, unfortunately, not picking up the pieces. Or are they moving it out Parc Fermé altogether? Or is it... Why are they going with that? David Alonso's number 80 Aspar gas machine is being moved out of Parc Fermé. I'm not sure what's going on, if you can't tell already. But the conclusion to the 4th race here is a dramatic one. Steve English will be down there somewhere. And he is there with the race winner, there's no doubt about it, Jose Antonio Rueda.
Jose Antonio Rueda, drama down here in Parc Fermé, but nothing dramatic about your race. Really great performance.
Yeah, incredible weekend and race. The first race is more difficult, but in the second race, I won. I have a little bit more than others, and I pushed hard in the first laps, and I got a little bit of gap, and this incredible for me and for the championship. And P2 and P1 in this weekend, in this track, is like a track home, and it's incredible. Thank you.
Great job, Jose. And some words in Spanish?
Sí, bueno, ha sido un fin de semana increíble porque hemos hecho P2 y P1, salimos segundo también, y bueno, hacer eso aquí en el circuito que en casa da mucha motivación, y estoy muy contento por eso también. Y bueno, se lo quiero agradecer al equipo, a la familia, que están todos aquí apoyándome, y se lo quiero agradecer a ellos. Muchas gracias por todo y nos vemos en Portimao.
Congratulations, Jose.
Thank you.
Highlights from an incredible Junior GP race 2 in the closing stages, and it seems that it's gone on beyond that as well in Parc Fermé. Race 1 winner Colin Vire got off to a blast start. He was absolutely off and running, got the lead. There was disaster further down. That was at turn 7 on the opening lap. Marcus Ruder, one of the riders who went down with Noah Detweiler. Meanwhile, Jose Antonio Rueda had now hit the front, and he was well clear of the opposition. He would ease away. We've seen him do it so many times, but the battle for second was something quite extraordinary. They battled so much that Eddie O'Shea, just out of shot in that last shot, came right into him. 4 seconds back at one point at least, and straight into the battle. It was all over the place at the front. Colin Vire, a couple of front end moments. Not easy for him in race 2 when the temperatures come up in comparison to a relatively cooler race 1. There was this enormous accident. This was Morossi going down with looked like Jacob Wilson, so a disaster for them. That was a big high side at turn 12. Unusual place to high side. David Almansa was looking for the podium and was up into second place ahead of David Salvador, looking to salvage something after his race 1 crash at turn 11 on the last lap. Luca Lanetta was making the headlines, 4 in one move, the number 58 sideways on, going into second place. David Alonso wasn't having any of it, and the Colombian fought back in true style. Salvador trying to follow him through. Then Eddie O'Shea on the number 31 was up inside the podium positions, and absolutely pushing on. He wanted second place. There was no doubt about the race winner. The number 99 of Jose Antonio Rueda cruising to a 4th win of the season. David Alonso crossed the line in second ahead of Almanza, whilst Eddie O'Shea took 4th, but it seems as if Almanza would inherit second, Alonso being demoted in Parc Fermé, or so it seems. We'll find out now, because it's the podium, so they must have got the steps. They must have got the steps sorted now, because they need to know which one they're going to go on. Eddie O'Shea's on the podium. I don't believe what I'm seeing. Eddie O'Shea has picked up the podium. Almanza is second. I wondered why David Alonso's machine was being wheeled out of Parc Fermé altogether, but Eddie O'Shea is on the podium. Can you believe it? Eddie O'Shea from so far back has got the podium position on the British Talent Team Honda. Fantastic stuff. 3rd place, second for a very hard-fought second as well for David Almanza. David Alonso off the rostrum altogether. Jose Antonio Rueda taking the win though, so that's caught me off guard. Frank Vassai giving the podiums out. Eddie O'Shea, but he didn't expect that when he was 5 seconds adrift early on in the race. Leicestershire rider doing Great Britain proud on the rostrum. Second for David Almanza. Fantastic stuff from him. Almanza having a relatively decent season in 2022, and that has really sprung him right into action. That's his first podium of the year. This is no strange sight though. Jose Antonio Rueda, 4 wins in 5 races, clear championship leader by over 60 points. Very good job all round. Now a year of free, I think that's a free broadband and internet with your phone for Jose Antonio Rueda. But here's the Spanish national anthem nonetheless. Fantastic action. Steve, what happened down there in Parc Fermé? It seemed a bit chaotic, but we got Eddie O'Shea on the podium. It was definitely a bit chaotic down there, and the results obviously under investigation. And down there we saw that Almanza was moved up to second, and the assumption in Parc Fermé was that it was going to be Alonso that was going to be moved down to third. Eddie O'Shea was still going to be 4th, and I think that the biggest surprise of the day for everyone was probably for the talent team to then have to rush themselves. Their garage, luckily enough, is next door to the Parc Fermé area, but they had to rush to get Eddie O'Shea down into Parc Fermé. But a really well-deserved podium, recovered very well through that race. Fantastic recovery from Eddie O'Shea there in third. Can't take anything away from the race winner, Jose Antonio Rueda. 28 minutes and 47 seconds. He was 8.7 seconds ahead of David Almanza, who was confirmed in second. Eddie O'Shea third. David Alonso, Colombia, robbed of a rostrum in 4th. 5th for David Salvador Boazri, taking 6th. Harrison Voigt for Australia was 10th ahead of the Malaysian Daniel Sharil. Colin Via only 12th after race 1 honours. Saifuddin Azman was down in 14th. He had to take avoiding action of Adrian Cruz's crash at turn 9. All the way down the field to Ben Richard Austin, over a minute back on the Husqvarna in 23rd, but expect big improvements from him as the season goes on. Lots of crashes in that as the track temperature came up to nearly 40 degrees. It's really warm out there now on the circuit. Some of the big names there: Adrian Cruz and RB Aditama. Odette Weiler and Marcos Ruda went down on the first lap. Championship standings. They're not updated, so don't take any notice of that, but Jose Antonio Rueda is leading it by over 60 points, and that's all you need to know. Eddie O'Shea's podium will spunk him right up, of course, but David Almanza, who is around 10th in the championship coming into this area, is 29 points plus 20 from race 2, means he's on 49. And if you can hear in the background, we've still got a race to go. That's the Hawkers European Talent Cup. And I very much doubt that with championship leader Joel Esteban not in that will have a domination effect there. Eddie O'Shea, 18th coming into this, and after a point-scoring ride at in race 1 of Jerez, he was back in the top 3 for the first time in a long time, and first time in this class. So top stuff from Eddie O'Shea, just in case you wasn't sure. So, despite confusion, there was no doubting the race winner. Jose Antonio Rueda has over 60 points to play with as the second half of the Junior GP Championship gets underway next time out at Portimao. There's still a race to come today, though. The final race, the Hawkers European Talent Cup, is up next. Do not go anywhere. The final race on today's billing from the south of Spain, the Circuito de Jerez. Ángel Nieto is the 4th round of a thrilling 2022 Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship, and it's Hawkers European Talent Cup action today. Winner from 2021, Max Martinez, was beaten earlier by Dodo Boggio. Boggio becoming a new race winner, giving Italy their 5th in the class. What kind of drama lies ahead here? Race 2 is next. The final race of today here in what is now a sunny south of Spain. The Circuito de Jerez, Ángel Nieto, steeped in history, which comes right over the hillsides here. It's a brilliant venue. I'm Kiko Giles, alongside me, Steve English, for the final time today. Steve, we're going to go green. What can we expect here?
We can expect more of the same in the European Talent Cup. This is the class that the bikes are all identical. It comes down to the rider to make the most from it. It comes down to the team to make that rider feel comfortable out there as well. Dodo Boggio in this morning's race for the Aspar Junior team, really impressed with what he was able to do in the 47 to claim his first European Talent Cup success. But certainly that's no guarantee that he's going to be the race winner this afternoon, because you can expect to see the likes of Max Martinez on the number 28 machine looking to get himself back onto the podium.
This was race 1 earlier today, and you can see that it was a bit cloudy. It wasn't the sunshine that we have now that's soaking the circuit. But it was a great start from South African Roosh Moodley. He got the whole shot. He was in the top 5 for most of the race. Rian Uriarte ahead of Max Martinez and Dodo Boggio. Hakim Danish was in 4th place. Moodley, Salmela and Guillaume Plonk was right there. Max Martinez, late on the brakes as ever, would be pushing and shoving his way through, whilst the battle at the front consisted of 7 riders, a 14-wheel freight train going for Hawkers European Talent Cup glory. Max Martinez made a couple of mistakes throughout the race, and they were pounced upon by Brian Uriarte, who was looking as the favourite for victory at one point. But in the second half of the race, Dodo Boggio put in a very, very good ride. He started picking his way through. This was at turn 7. Whilst other riders crashed downfield. Boggio was consistent, and he looked very, very threatening in the final couple of laps. Down into the hairpin at Jorge Lorenzo turn, it was all action. Max Martinez, Dodo Boggio, it was very, very tight. It was a real battle at the front, and it exploded in the last couple of laps. This was Hakim Danish trying to get down the inside. That cost Max Martinez any chance of victory, and he tried doing the same in the last corner, bouncing up the inside, couldn't get it pulled down. Boggio delivered the goods as he blasted up to the line. It was the number 47 who took a career first win just from Brian Uriarte. Possibly more of the same to come. Race 2 promises to bring to a close the 4th round of the Junior GP class, of the Junior GP Championship and the Hawkers European Talent Cup class to a close in fine style. And now, as you can see, the sun is out, the clouds have gone, but we've not gone anywhere. 28 degrees air temperature, 44 degrees centigrade track temperature. So, Steve, this is now the hottest these guys have had all day.
Yeah, that's come up by 5 degrees Celsius in the last hour, so you can imagine just how tough it's going to be out there for these ETC riders in these kind of conditions. There's not really much of a breeze blowing around Jerez. The last couple of days there was actually a nice cooling breeze that took the temperatures down from stiflingly hot to just sweltering, so that was quite pleasant for a couple of days. But today that has gone away completely, so now it is proper dry conditions out here, and very hot as well around the arid Jerez circuit. But certainly for these European Talent Cup riders, they've got the short straw this weekend to have the last race of the day in these conditions.
2 races, of course, for these guys this weekend. They only had one, I think it was Valencia, they only had one, so double the journey. This is the get to know, and this is Brian Uriarte, number 51.
Yo me llamo Brian Uriarte, corro con el equipo Monlau Motul Technical School. Corro actualmente en la categoría de Hawkers European Talent Cup y con el dorsal 51. El objetivo siempre no son las victorias, sino es el campeonato. Pero, hombre, una victoria o muchas victorias sientan bien. Mi objetivo es de aquí en adelante lograr todas las victorias posibles. Y si es el campeonato, pues bienvenido sea. 150 suena muy bien y espero poder conseguir alguna más también. Pero sobre todo, sin Monlau no podría haber conseguido esa victoria y muchas más que espero poder conseguir.
And here he is, Brian Uriarte, looking to build on what was 2nd place in race 1, narrowly missing out. One last time out in Catalunya, so he's a win and a 2nd in the last 2, 3 top 2 finishes in the last 4. He is one of the form riders, only 4th in the championship, 65 points, but it's close and he can close in because Joel Esteban is not here this weekend because he's got illness, but he is okay, he's recovering, and we will see him back soon.
Yeah, 30 points adrift in the championship standings for Uriarte, so a real opportunity for him to claw back some valuable points before the next round of the championship in Portimao in a couple of weeks' time. Portimao is another one of those single race weekends for the ETC, so they're running out of time now with only 5 races left this season, so really important for anyone that's got championship aspirations to take full advantage of Esteban being out this weekend.
Max Martinez starts from pole, didn't take victory in race 1. He was a double winner here last year, but with Esteban out and 53 points up for grabs, 13 points back into the title race, it's important nonetheless.
Yeah, really was important for Martinez to claw back some of the points that he had given up, but he would have wanted to finish on the podium. He had the pace to finish on the podium, just got himself outfoxed a little bit in those closing stages, but still, like you said, Kiko, able to come away with 13 points in 4th. If he's able to come away with a podium in this race, he keeps himself in that contention.
Outfoxed in race 1, outboxed in race 1 for Guido Pini. He really struggled to lay a glove on any of the leading groups. Well, he's just laid a glove on the camera, he's heard me there. So Guido Pini, slightly subdued, worst race result of the year, but he's finished all races in the points.
Yeah, it's hard to say what happened to Pini because we didn't see him in race 1. He was struggling on the opening lap. He lost a few spots and then he lost touch with the leading group pretty much right from the outset. There was a leading group of 7 riders. He finished in 8th. He was about 14 seconds adrift of the race leaders, which equates out to just under a second a lap. So a lot of ground to make up for him, but certainly it'll be possible to do that. Conditions very different now with a much warmer afternoon and much hotter track temperatures.
We saw in Junior GP race 2, those who struggled in race 1 tended to come to the fore in race 2. Rico Salmela was in that leading group in race 1. Didn't quite show his potential. I don't think he was there, but without doing too much.
Yeah, what was interesting was Rico set his fastest lap on the last lap in race 1, so clearly had pace at the end of the race, but just wasn't quite able to make the moves. Had to settle for 6th position at the flag. So for him, the goal has to be just race. Obviously a front row start. He'll have aspirations for a podium, but that's going to be a big challenge as well.
Fourth on the grid, South African Roosh Moodley from Port Elizabeth. He got the whole shot in race 1 and was in the leading group right until the end, nearly got a podium. Can he do it this time around?
Well, for Moodley, it was a career best performance in race 1. You can see there his form has been trending upwards at times through the course of this season, and certainly round to round, we've been able to see him look pretty consolidated in the leading group, and that's a good performance from the 21. For him, if he's able to come away with 2 top 5 finishes from this weekend's racing, I think that's a really good sign of consistent progress. But top 5 is going to be a challenge for him to be able to back up what he did in race 1.
Brian Uriarte is 5th. We've seen him on the grid already, so we go straight to race 1 winner, Dodo Boggio. He was not Boggioing any job in race 1. He was absolutely on a mission. His first win in the class, age only 14, big future ahead for him.
Absolutely horrendous, Kiko, but Dodo was far from horrendous in the opening race today. Really strong performance, claiming the win by 23 thousandths of a second, so it was very close across the line between himself and Brian Uriarte. But again, this year we're seeing Boggio on the Aspar Junior team bike make big steps forward.
You should clarify that it was my bad sense of humour that was horrendous, not Boggio's first race win. He's ahead of Guillaume Plonk on the grid. Plonk is lining up 7th. Here he is, the number 24, the Frenchman, has come on strong. A very good race 1, best we've seen of him.
Yeah, it was only a second adrift of the race victor at the end of it, and that's as good as we've seen from the French rider, and certainly for Plonk, he'll expect to be able to keep himself in those leading positions. You can see there already this season. In Valencia, he had an 8th place finish, 7th in race 1. If he's able just to keep himself in the top 10, then it's a good sign of consistency this weekend and good progress. I think it's always easy to look at it and think that riders are going to get better compared to race 1 performances. A lot of the times whenever you see riders have a big step forward from one week to the next, you just want them to be consistent into that next race.
Max Martinez is your pole sitter. Will he convert this one? Let's find out. Race 2 coming up. Umbrellas going down, engines are on. It is time for the final roll of the dice here. Round 4 of the Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship. I'm Kiko Giles, and for the final time today, alongside me, Steve English. Steve, you've not run away just yet, so what can we expect from this one? We had a new winner in race 1. Can we have another in race 2?
Yeah, I got an hour before I have to start running to the airport to catch my flight this evening, and we've been able to have some great racing in all 4 races so far today. I'd love to see it where we get a few riders able to get themselves into the mix once again in this race, because there's some riders that certainly disappointed in the opening race today. Guido Pini from the front row of the grid ended up way back in 8th position. He's a rider on the 93 machine, needs to step up now in race 2. He's got 15 laps to try and pull back some serious points to the championship leader, Joel Esteban. There's a 14-point deficit for him. If he's able to come away with a podium, he takes that championship lead.
It'll be very interesting to see if he can, but of course it's never that easy here. The Hawkers European Talent Cup has been an absolute free-for-all in 2022, even though Joel Esteban has actually had the upper hand, but it has been a great championship so far. Track temperatures, we keep going on about them, but they are at the highest they've been all day. We'll see on our screens very soon how hot they are. A couple of riders to keep an eye on that we didn't get to in that. Hakim Danish is coming from 13th on the grid. He was right on the podium pace earlier on today, and in fact did take 3rd. Also, keep an eye out for Emmanuel Brinton from 9th. Got a jump start in race 1. Double long lap penalty. Ended his race for victory in the podium, but did fight back, got points, and was at one point fast rider on the track, Steve.
Yeah, I think for Brinton it's going to be important to be able just to make a clean start, not have those long lap penalties, and then see what you can do, because his pace was actually quite impressive at different times during that race. He's racing for the Estrella Galicia team as well, so the Monlau team, same as Brian Uriarte, Hakim Danish at the front of the field, and then Rico Salmela as well in the front row. So they're riders that expect to be at the front of the field, and certainly for Brinton, he's got a good opportunity to be able to back up the pace that he had in race 1 with hopefully a better result in 12th, because that double long lap penalty really did cost him a lot.
Just for viewers back home in the UK and Ireland on BT Sport, we have Johnny Garnes and Case O'Gorman. Garnes, the Brit, and O'Gorman, the Irishman. Both of them strong riders, both making steps. O'Gorman in particular struggling this weekend, but now the temperatures are up. Could we see him back in the mix?
Yeah, for Garnes on the 57 machine, he was able to come away with a couple of points, paying finishes racing in the British Talent Cup. For Casey O'Gorman, I think it's going to be a big ask for him. He doesn't seem comfortable out there on the bike this weekend on the number 67 machine. He's racing for that Michael Laverty Academy team, the Vision Track squad, and it looks like it's just going to be a bit tough for him out there, but he's a rider that's had good form in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, and certainly he's been able to have good speed in the European Talent Cup, but not quite been able to get the results that I think some of his speed this season would warrant. But now he's going through a bit of a tough time with these bikes. Who's your man to be in this race? That man right there, Max Martinez, our pole sitter on the 28 machine. But I'm really excited to see what happens with the 93 of Guido Pini. He's got the chance to take the European Talent Cup Championship lead, and he needs to make sure he's able to finish on the podium for that. Rico looks pretty pumped up on the grid there.
I've just stepped backwards. I want to cross him in the paddock. So we are ready for the final time today then. Hawkers European Talent Cup, the 5th race of today's billing, the 5th and final race of today's billing. Lights will go on, and when we go out, we are racing at Jerez. Good start from everyone on the front row, particularly Sal Mellor. Sal Mellor, the number 27, got a great start, but it's Rouge Moody again. 2 whole shots from 2. It's a brilliant start. The number 21 South African has got there first. It's bumping and pouring and pushing and shoving in the mid-pack, but everyone looks safely through again. 2 races from 2. We've got a clean start. Sal Mellor dropped back to 4th. Martinez, like in race on, back to 3rd. And that looks like Brian Uriarty there, up into 2nd, but Rouge Moodley off and running again. Yeah, really good start from Moodley there on the purple bike at the front of the field, and exactly what he needs to do in the 21 machine. Now for all these riders, it's about trying to keep yourself out of trouble all the way through these opening laps, because for Guido Pini, from the front row of the grid, the 93 has got plenty of work to do. It looks like he's down in about 9th position now. Yeah, he's got to do it all over again. This time, will he be able to do it? Dodo Boggio, race 1 winner. No jump starts, by the way. That's just been confirmed. Race 1 winner, Dodo Boggio, 47. Along the outside of Plonk, and almost plonked off. Plonk almost absolutely wiped out Boggio. Boggio will not know how close he was, but the 24 of Plonk has just gone right down the order. Wow, that was a big moment. I think he might have been pretty close to Al-Suiti there as well, because the 71's lost a lot of ground and a lot of momentum there at turn 6. So the Qatari rider, who qualified quite well, has got a lot of work to do now to make his way up through the field. You can see there for Pini on the 93 machine trying to make some progress. He's behind Dodo Boggio, race winner and fastest lap from this morning's race. Good start from Gonzalo Perez as well, up to 8th from, I think, row 4. He was a long way down, yeah, row 4, 11th place. So Gonzalo Perez crashed out of race 1. He'll be looking to make amends in race 2, but at the front it's his teammate Rouge Moodley, who is doing the business. He is their race leader at the moment. Guido Pini up the inside, then through comes, that's the 14. Is that the 14 of Cormac Buchanan? Surely not. Buchanan made a great start from the 6th row of the grid. We saw him sweep down to the inside. Must have timed to perfection, because I'd been keeping an eye on him and it looked very close to a jump start. But like you said, Kiko, no jump starts out there. So Buchanan with an absolutely perfectly timed launch, and he's been able to take really good advantage of it in the opening lap. The New Zealander then making a name for himself on lap 1 here. Race 2 of the Hawkers European Talent Cup as they come through the first sector. Other riders to keep an eye on. Casey O'Gorman up to 12th off the line, and the other one, Johnny Garnes, 19th. So a bit of time's fine for Garnes. Carter Thompson as well, the Australian rider, able to make a lot of progress on the number 50 machine into the top 10 as well at the front of the field. O'Brien Uriarty able to retake the race lead. Moodley in 2nd, then he'll get a bit of a slipstream down this back straight. Sal Mellor in 3rd, he was pumped up before this race. He'll be looking to take the lead down into turn 6. Danny Pedrosa corner if he can. He's late on the brakes. He's very, very small. He's got that power to weight advantage. We can't make amends. Max Martinez, the reigning champion, comes on through. Yeah, and you can see this leading group. It's a lot bigger at this race than it was in this morning's race. Everyone able to keep themselves a lot closer bunched here. But at the front of the field, you can see Moodley on the 21. Oh, big crash in the background. Wow, that was big. Didn't catch who that was. That looked like a red machine. I'm not quite sure it was. It looked like one of the Leglise Hondas, but Max Martinez is still upright. So we'll bring you that. That is a... Oh dear, the bike so destroyed. It's Garcia. Oh dear. And you're going to see it at the top of the screen. He's just lost it on the entry into that corner. Very fast section of the track. And he's able to walk away from that at least, because that's a good thing, because we've seen a lot of riders crash there and get some pretty bad injuries. So that's good to see for Garcia. But certainly he'll have to just live to fight another day in 2 weeks' time in Portimao. Danish as well coming up through the order. That is again from so far down on the grid. Hakim Danish. Where did he start? I'm looking through the paperwork and I can't see him anyway. He's well down the order.
Still in the 5th row of the grid from Danish, and obviously really strong in race 1 to be able to come away with a podium. Dodo Baggio there in the 47, able to get down the inside into turn 1 as well. And Casey O'Gorman at the top of the shot there on the 67, able to pick off another couple of riders last time around. So on that 67, looks like he's into the top 10 now. So maybe I wrote off Casey a little bit early. He was a top 5 runner here in both races in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, so goes well at the red. But the team clearly making quite a few changes to that bike from this morning's race, and he's looking a lot more comfortable and confident out there.
Couldn't find Hakim Danish on my starting grid because I had the wrong starting grid, but he's there. He did come from the 5th row, so again another brilliant start for him. And as you say, Casey O'Gorman making progress. Anything Michael Laverty has to do with, though, you know that the process is a little bit longer because it's well worth the while. And Casey O'Gorman's right there. He's inside the top 10. He's up into 9th place now. Uriarte ahead of Boggio, and then it's Moody. Moody's been impressive here. 3rd place and looking good. Boggio going for the inside. Can't make it work there. What are we seeing here? This is the... This is Salmela getting pumped up. That was at the start, Steve.
You can see Buchanan there on the 14. Absolutely must have been timed perfectly for him. I think it's the 6th row of the grid, because he shot down the inside of a few riders there to try and make up some spaces. But certainly he was able to make good use of it off the line and get himself up into those points-paying positions in the early stages. He's now down to 20th spot, though, so got himself roughed up a little bit in the opening couple of laps. You can see at the front of the field, though, Uriarte trying to make sure he's able to hold on to that lead from Dodo Baggio.
Guido Pini is still in this as well at the moment. He's just coming up into 7th place by the looks of things. So Pini's still there, but the front three just starting to edge clear ever so slightly. Don't expect us to stay like that. You've got Max Martinez in 4th as Moodley looks at the inside of Boggio, can't get it done. So Moodley in 3rd place there. Boggio with the fastest lap, 49.2. Good stuff from Boggio as he chases down Uriarte. Max Martinez in 4th, Salmela in 5th.
That's just under a second slower than the pace we had in this morning's race as well, so that gives you an indication that as the track temperature comes up, just how much more difficult it is, even for these European Talent Cup bikes with not a lot of power, to be able to get whatever power they have, turn that into grip. So it does give you a good illustration of how tricky it's going to be out there for these riders.
And we saw in the Junior GP race, David Alonso in race 1 was a bit further back, but when the heat came up, he was right there. And it's a similar story with Guido Pini so far. Has a big opportunity to be championship leader leaving this race, and he's there in the leading group, 6th, and looking competitive.
Yeah, and it's also where Uriarte on the 51 machine at the front of the field, he knows he can leave here with a real chance of being able to keep himself in title contention going into the last couple of rounds. He's 30 points behind at the moment, so a race victory means that he's well within touch. There's 25 points for a race win if this is the first time you're watching European Talent Cup action. It's 25, 20, 16 for your top 3, so certainly for Uriarte and for Guido Pini, really important for both of those riders to pick up as many points as possible.
If it is your first time watching, where have you been? You've been missing out on some brilliant action, and this is no exception here. Race 2 at Jerez. Boggio building through these fast right-handers at the end of the lap. It's so crucial to get a good run through here to get the move done here at turn 13, but Linus Stern at the front at the moment. Guido Pini up the inside of Martinez. Martinez going backwards a little bit.
Martinez just doesn't seem to have that comfort level that you would have expected from him. It's been a pretty tricky start to the season for him in the ETC, but certainly on that 28 he needs to bridge that gap, because you can see it stretched out to just under a second now between Moodley and Salmela in 3rd and 4th position. Big look over the shoulder there for Moody, though. He wants to see where those riders are behind him.
Doesn't need to worry too much just yet. Jesus Rios set first up, 49.1. That's him on the blue bike, just shoving out another rider. Not sure who that was, but there he is on the blue bike there.
Yeah, down in 11th spot there in the 45. He finished 11th in the opening race of the day as well.
Very good stuff indeed. Casey Gorman's up to 7th. He seems to be following Guido Pini's progress here. Pini's had to come back and fight through again. And Casey Gorman seems to be wanting to carry on. The rider at the front of that second group, the number 28, reigning champion Max Martinez, track limits warning. Yeah,
track limits obviously is always an issue for everyone to keep an eye on. We've already seen a long lap penalty given in one of the other races for exceeding track limits, so you've got to make sure you keep it on the curbs or you keep it between the white lines, otherwise race direction will look to give you a penalty for that. But for Martinez, he needs to just do everything he can to try and close up the gap to Boggio in front of him. But the more that the top three battle with one another, and we've seen Moodley move from third to first, the more it's going to compress that lead group as well.
This race is far from over just yet. Guido Pini having a look on the inside at Salmella, couldn't get it done that time. Casey O'Gorman, we've seen Casey all weekend, and this is the best he's looked there in 7th place. He looks more at one with that bike again.
It's the best we've seen Casey look in the ETC since the opening races of the year in Estoril. He's been in good form in the Red Bull Rookies Cup at the start of the season. Lost his way a little bit the last couple of months in terms of his confidence out there, and certainly for the number 67, if he's able to find something here in the hotter track temperatures, that bodes very well. The Vision Track team did make big changes to that bike, a lot of suspension changes for them to try and find something with it, and maybe O'Gorman's now been able to find something. He had been suffering a lot of chatter before this point, but he looks a lot more confident now down the inside of Pini. That looks like he's up into 6th.
Great move from O'Gorman, and kept on the track as well. No track limits for him. So the 67 is making progress. The Irishman, one of the biggest prospects coming out of the UK and Ireland. He's been a multiple champion in the Cool Fab Series. When I was there, he was a fantastic rider, dominated that class, and anything he seems to touch seems to work. It hasn't quite been the case in ETC so far as he goes up to 5th place, but it's starting to click, and it's exciting times.
Yeah, coming into this season, he was really seen as the guy that could take the fight to Martinez. Both of them staying in the ETC because they just reached the point where they weren't able to move up because of the increase in the age limits for the Moto3 class. But both of those riders look like they've got a lot about themselves. But the ETC is a great leveler. Everyone out there on absolutely identical kit. It's up to you to make the difference.
And it's a great series for that, because as you say, it is the rider who can make the difference. It is the rider who can shine. That's why we have got such a big group at the front, because there's such a variety at the front of this group. Boggio has hit the front from Moodley ahead of Uriarte in 3rd, Martinez 4th, and he's going to be coming under attack from O'Gorman. So it's the battle that they said pre-season.
Yeah, it looks like we've had one of the riders at the back of that group just lose a lot of spots, and just falling down the order as well. It is easy for that to happen in a group like this, and certainly at the front of the field, Boggio doing a good job after being so consistent in the opening race.
Oh, Martinez was on the inside. He got the rear wheel off the ground, top rack style, down into turn 13. Casey O'Gorman looking at the inside into turn 1, Willie, of Uriarte. We've got yellow flags at turn 10. We'll get to that in a moment. Number 67 O'Gorman, no, doesn't think about it, but Moodley back to the front as well ahead of Boggio. This is just going to keep changing, Steve.
I think it's Rios that's gone down as well. He had been in that lead group after setting a very fast lap a few runs ago, but he's crashed out of this race. That was the rider from the lead group that we saw fall down.
Yeah, the blue bike, the number 45, hopefully it's coming up, he's okay. So Jesus Rios is out of this, and a bit of a shame, because he's had quite a few fastest laps at points throughout this season, but he's just not able to get that bike to the end. Boggio through into the lead as Moodley goes wide. Not sure if Moodley went wide or if it's just his line through there. O'Gorman's going to have a look as well.
We saw Moodley top 5 in the opening race of the day, but this is a really good performance by him to be able to back it up. But it is going to be difficult for him to be able to hold on to those podium spots. You can see just down the inside of Uriarte into turn 6, able to make that move from Moodley on the 21, and then a big look over his shoulder. No need for that whenever you've got a rider and a group of riders around you like this.
Number 57 is in this group as well. That's Johnny Garness. That's the other Michael Laverty Vision Track Academy bike. So brilliant stuff from Michael Laverty's team. The 67 of O'Gorman just under attack now by Pini. That's back to 5th. But Garness knocking on the door of the top 10, which is this leading group as well. Gonzalo Perez is also making progress as well. He's on the other purple bike. The number 21 is Moodley. Then it's Ferrandez on the 54. Then it is Perez, who is, well, hang on, Perez is gone. Have I missed that? Perez has gone somewhere. Well, either way, Ferrandez is making it work for the Finetwork team as well. Moodley's race leader though with 9 to go.
Yeah, Perez came into the pits last time around, so on that 25 machine, he's out of this one. But it is a leading group of pretty much all the way down through the points-paying positions down to 15th spot. But it is a case of just trying to elbow your way out, create some space out there. Moodley able to find a little bit of space out at the front of the field on the 21 machine, then the Boggio on the 47, and then the 67 of Casey O'Gorman. Guido Pini, though, on the 93 machine, trying to make his progress. He knows if he finishes on the podium, he takes over the lead of the European Talent Cup Championship.
Other Brit in this group as well is Emmanuel Brinton. Brinton is looking very, very good in 7th place as well on the number 43. He's just behind the second purple bike in picture, the 54 of Alberto Ferrandez.
Yeah, we saw Ferrandez run wide there at turn 4. He had a quick look over his shoulder to make sure he wasn't going to come back on top of anyone else, and able to maintain his momentum. Brinton, in the opening race of the day, was given a double long lap penalty. That really did scupper any of his chances.
Moodley holds on. Casey O'Gorman up into 3rd place as Peeney's looking on the inside. Max Martinez coming from a long way back on Brinton. Brinton holds on. Good stuff from the number 43. And Johnny Garnes is in this group as well. So it's great for the Brits and the Irish here. Very, very good race. Very, very tight. Peeney looking on the inside of O'Gorman at the Aspar turn. That's turn 8. Also in this group on the fluorescent blue bike, just in the middle of the shot, that's Hamad Al Sahuti. Already gave Qatar a best ever qualifying of the top 10. He was 10th on the grid. He dropped back in race 1, couldn't recover. He's dropped back in race 2, he has recovered. So be on Al Sahuti, because he's a rider who can really, really come good. He's got a bit of history, but he's good.
Yeah, he's been able to qualify very well all the way through this season inside the top 15, so his speed is good, and he's a former ATC podium finisher as well, so he can mix it out at the front of the field in these Talent Cup races.
Yeah, he's right there. There's a moment in the middle of that pack, I think it was for Boggio on the exit of turn 13. All this fighting is giving Rouge Moody a slight breather at the front as Brian Uriarte comes on through at turn 1 on Casey O'Gorman. O'Gorman's going to be snapping straight back, you can be sure of that, into turn 2, and does so. The 67 back into 2nd place. Guido Peeney's looking on the inside as well. This is an absolute battle and a half at the front of this. Uriarte at turn 4, O'Gorman will sweep. Oh, O'Gorman tried to sweep across and couldn't, pushes himself out wide. Uriarte, a big, bold move at turn 4 there. O'Gorman just going back a bit. Yeah,
O'Gorman, he had 2 top 5 finishes here in the Red Bull Rookies Cup earlier in the season. He's been able to run inside the top 10 pretty much everywhere in the Rookies Cup, but in the ETC it's been a little bit more of a challenge for him, but good to see him finding a little bit of form now. He's had 3 top 5 finishes though this season, so for O'Gorman the last couple of rounds, well, which have been difficult for him, at least now finding his good form again.
And how important is it for a rider to have that one good ride, Steve?
Well, I think the one thing about it is, for someone like O'Gorman, he's had the speed all the way through this season. He qualified in the front row of the grid last time out in Catalonia, but this weekend has been really tough for him. And it's where that momentum, when it starts to shift a little bit after a crash in Catalonia, he wasn't really able to build on 2 top 5 finishes in Valencia. You go into the Rookies Cup, you have a tough weekend at Sachsenring. Momentum is it's the toughest thing in racing. And certainly once it starts to go against you, you really do feel like the world is starting to turn. But once you find that one bit of form, you can really come good again.
A glimmer of hope is sometimes all it takes, and with just over 6 laps to go, Casey O'Gorman sitting pretty, but Rouge Moody, what a fantastic ride. Oh my goodness me! Max Martinez made a beeline for an apex that didn't even exist, but somehow he created one. Wow, Max Martinez, well, if he wanted to be back in this title race, he's going to have to be making moves like that, and he got it done on Emmanuel Brinton and Hakim Danish, and he's going to try and do the same on Guido Pini, but he can't. The AC Racing team rider holds on, as does Rouge Moody at the front from Brian Uriarte. Uriarte, in race 2 in Catalonia, was able to outdrag.
Ooh, that looked like it might have been Rico Salmela having a big moment through turn 2.
Dear me, Salmela's right back in the pack now, but in Catalonia, Uriarte was able to outdrag Joel Esteban, your current championship leader, to the line. He couldn't do it in race 1 here. There's not enough time to outdrag someone to the line. He's sitting second at the minute. He needs to make his move for the final corner, or before we get onto that straight on the last lap.
Yeah, calm yourself down, Kiko. We've still got 5.5 laps to go. That's a lifetime in the European Talent Cup.
It's very true. I don't know why we get excited. Boggio's now come through, look. So Boggio, the 47, back into the lead. He was the race 1 winner, and that went down to the final corner as well. Moody just back into second, but Uriarte, every time someone gets ahead and takes the lead, he's always there in second place. Very good riding from Uriarte.
Yeah, he's been smart all the way through today's races. In this morning's opening race, he was able to come away with 20 points for second spot. He knows that that has to be the target. Come away with podiums just to make yourself in a position to keep the pressure on Joel Esteban whenever he comes back. Of course, Esteban out this weekend with illness, but he should be back in 2 weeks' time in Portimao, when suddenly the season really does come down to crunch time. You've got 1 race in Portimao, and then you've still got a double header in Aragon and a single race to finish the year in Valencia. So the clock is ticking down on the ETC season, and that's where it becomes really important important for any of the championship contenders to get themselves in as many points as possible. So for Guido Pini as well on the 93, getting himself into those podium spots, or at the very least holding on to that top 5, really is important.
Yeah, very important indeed. And the other thing as well is by the time we get out of Jerez, you would imagine Esteban is going to be back, and it just taking easy points becomes harder. As does holding on to the lead. If you're Brian Uriarte's being shoved out by Boggio again. Boggio pushes back, and that is just bringing Queso Gorman and Rouge Moody back into play.
I like that though. He had the bike all the way cranked over on the curb, trying to just find whatever drive he could. He wants to try and hold on to that lead. He's managed to do that in front of Dodo Boggio, but this is a big group now at the front. You can see it goes all the way back to what looks like Plonk at the back of that field, which is 14th position, and then you've got a 3-way fight for the last points paying position. Johnny Garnes a couple of seconds behind.
14 bikes in the leading group. You don't see this every day, but this is Jerez, and it does give great racing. 4.5 laps to go. Uriarte on the 51 trying to make a move, as is the 67 of Queso Gorman, who slots behind him into second place. But Uriarte, your winner from Catalonia, is now at the front of this snake. It's incredible. It's the fastest moving snake in the land, it looks like. Boggio on the inside, can't quite get it done, but Guido Pini's trying to shove out Alberto Ferrandez. Ferrandez, good ride from Ferrandez from the middle of row 5, I think, 14th on the grid.
Yeah, snake riders at the front, and this is ideal weather for a snake as well. 45 degrees track temperature, so it's tough to find the grip out there. It's tough for the riders to deal with this as well. This is where, even though most of these riders are 13, 14 years of age, they all spend a lot of time in their physical training so that they're able to give themselves the best chance possible of being as fit as possible through this race, to give themselves every chance of being able to come away with a podium spot.
Queso Gorman just trying to sneak through there on Uriarte. Couldn't get it done this time around. We crossed the line. We will have 4 laps to go. Number 93, that's a track limits warning for Guido Pini. Can't afford to do that. He's second in the championship as it stands. He needs to be on the track. He cannot be taking long that penalties. He will lose so many points that he won't get back in it either. It's a big old group, and well, with this stage of the race, it's just a bit too late to be trying to make up time. 14
points is the deficit between himself, Joel Esteban, and the championship standing. So the key for him is just to make sure you're able to come away to the top 5, and then you're down to the last 4 races of the year, a real shootout for the ETC. You can see there are a lot of riders exceeding track limits on the run through turn 4, but at this stage there's only been a handful of riders given that warning, so nothing to be too concerned about right now. Even for Pini, he still has one more time that he's able to exceed track limits, and then he'll get the penalty if he does it once more after that.
I was just going to come on to that, because we haven't seen, as Queso Gorman hits the front, the number 67 leads.
Yeah, well, Gorman hasn't led a lap so far this season in the ETC, needs to lead across the line to officially lead a race, but this is good showing from him to come through from that 6th row start.
Very, very good stuff from the number 67 as he bounces his way into turn 8. He has now got a track limits warning though.
And that'd be for exceeding turn 4, where we just saw him a couple of corners ago. But 3 laps to go at when they come across the line. Still a case very much in this group of everyone just having to give it what they've got.
O'Gorman leads the way then. Your race leader is on a track limits warning, as is the rider in 5th place, who's second in this championship, Guido Pini. O'Gorman with clear track. When he gets to the front, normally he's able to stay there. He's out wide again though. He doesn't want to be doing that. He won't actually know if he's had the warning or not until he comes to the pit board, where the Michael Laverty Vision Track Academy team will be there holding it out, potentially with a warning sign on it. O'Gorman, 3 laps to go as he crosses the line, looking finally now leads a lap in the Hawkers European Talent Cup, but looking good as Guido Pini dives to the inside up into 4th place.
Good move by Pini on the 93 machine to get down the inside there. Max Martinez, 3 laps to go. He's got 3 more riders to get through on to take this race victory. Pini second in the championship standings as it is right now, but Joel Esteban out of this race, so this is the chance for Brian Uriarte on the 51, Pini on the 93 to make up big points and give themselves a chance of winning the ETC this year.
So far, O'Gorman has not had a podium in this season, but he's doing well in the Red Bull Rookies. He's leading this race. 2nd place at the moment, Dodo Boggio. Hadn't won a race before coming into this round. Was a race winner in race 1. Alberto Ferrandez, the 54, 14th on the grid, now in with a shout too.
Really interesting tactic there from Ferrandez and from O'Gorman on the 67 machine. Both of them holding on that left-hand side of the track. That looks like it's Salmela that turn 6, that's him out of that lead group, but both those riders holding the left hand side of the track rather than taking that narrow line down the right hand side. and a little bit of a different strategy than we've seen in any of the races so far today.
What could that mean, Steve? Why are they doing that?
They're just trying to make it where they're in a slightly different area of the racetrack. They don't want to get themselves boxed in by anyone else. And obviously for O'Gorman as well, he knows that there's a track limits warning for him. We've seen a lot of riders go down that narrow side using the slipstream, getting caught in a slipstream, and then getting pushed into the blue paint there as well. So maybe just slightly different strategies there at this stage. Also, they don't want to show their full hand.
What a move. Casey O'Gorman, oh dear, he's gone out one wide though, and he made the move as well at turn 12. Good move from O'Gorman. He's pushed back, and now Ferrandez. Oh, Ferrandez, he's pushing and shoving. He's forcing a gap where there isn't one, but he's got through into fourth.
Yeah, O'Gorman though lost a spot there, so maybe that'll be enough to make him not get a penalty from race direction, and wait and see what happens for that. But it was pretty clear he was over the blue at one stage, but makes a move into turn 1 now.
Fingers crossed. So 2 laps to go then, and O'Gorman is back into second place. Ferrandez looking up the inside of the 93 Guido Pini. That is for fourth place. This snake of riders, this is going to go right down to the wire. Brian Uriarte has got a couple of tenths of a second here at the front as he tries to continue his charge towards the title lead. He won't lead it at the end of this, but he will be within 5 points if he takes victory of Joel Esteban.
Yeah, just really quickly on Ferrandez. Oh, a big moment for Pini there as he comes over to Cito Pond's corner. Ferrandez on the 54 machine came into this season, a lot of expectation on him to do really well. He hasn't lived up to that expectation in the ETC, but in the Italian Championship, he's been able to be really strong. 4 podiums out of 4 races in that.
Lap and a half to go. We got a crasher
that's
at the back.
Al-Saouti.
That's Al-Saouti, the Qatari rider who was on for points here, and he's not going to get them anymore. He's on the deck, so I think he took one, might have took Danish with him. So we'll get to that in a moment. Just over a lap and a quarter to go. We are coming through the final sector for the penultimate time. Uriarte's been reeled in by race 1 winner Dodo Boggio. Saouti is out. He's not going to rejoin. Back at the front, Dodo Boggio is right on the case here. Casey O'Gorman is also on the case, and Ferrandez is shoveling him along. This is going to go right down to the final corner, I'm fairly sure of it. Through turn 12 for the penultimate time. That's going to be crucial on the final lap. Down into the final corner for the penultimate time. Ferrandez trying to push and shove, and he did shove as well. There was contact there with Ferrandez and O'Gorman. Last lap time, who's it going to be?
Yeah, there's a fair bit of rubber being put onto the ladders there at Casey O'Gorman. If you look at his back, there's an awful lot of black there, but you can see at the front of the field, Boggio trying to get down the inside, take the race lead. But really good defensive riding there from Uriarte.
Very good stuff indeed. Uriarte's looking good. Just a quick one at the start of this lap. It's the last lap. If you exceed track limits, you will be demoted a place, and that doesn't matter, because if you are down there, that looks to me like it could have been
Carter or Thompson there, maybe.
Yeah, I think it may well have been, but that's a disaster down there. Oh, Pini was out on the green now. Gorman was pushing track limits for sure, but Dodo Boggio, this is where he is so good. Building through there. It's his Carter Thompson who's gone down. The Australian champion, well, he'll get another chance at Portimao. Boggio has swept through into the lead. We've got half a lap to go. 47 leads. Ferrandez lets the brakes off. O'Gorman nearly gets his front end wiped it. This is going to be dramatic in the last couple of sectors.
Yeah, the last couple of corners is what it's going to come down to. Who's going to have the momentum through the fast corners at the end of this lap? And certainly for Boggio, we know how good he was in race 1. He's going to have his work cut out for himself, though, because these other riders are going to build the momentum in that slipstream behind him.
Has Boggio timed this to perfection again, or will Uriarte have something to say? Ferrandez was loose on the front, but he gets it pulled down. O'Gorman is sitting pretty in fourth as long as he doesn't exceed track limits, but this is the run to home for the final time today. Boggio leads the way, won race 1. It's his first win. Will he double up on a debut like Max Martinez did last year in 2021? Ferrandez almost ran up the back of Uriarte. O'Gorman's on the brakes. Surely not. Oh my goodness me, what a move. Third to first. They've all got through. Casey O'Gorman for Ireland is going to try and deliver a win for Michael Laverty's team, but he's been milked on the line, and Dodo Boggio does double up in the end. Unbelievable final corner. They threw the house out of its own front window, and we have just self-combusted here in the comms box. Unreal scenes. Dodo Boggio, a winner. Again, it's a double. It's a debut double for Dodo Boggio. Casey O'Gorman, how much did he try there? It's a first podium of the season in an incredible August European Talent Cup race. Well, we have leapt right off the scale as far as drama is concerned. What a fantastic race that was. Dodo Boggio, you just are the man today. The Italian, it's a 6th win for Italy. It's his 2nd of his career. His 1st was only earlier. So a great effort from Dodo Boggio. What a race. Well, what an incredible battle. Dodo Boggio is your winner in the most incredible of circumstances. The 47. Well, that has propelled him right back up into the mix. I must say, Brian Uriarte got 3rd behind O'Gorman. Alberto Ferrandez was 4th. Max Martinez 5th. Emmanuel Brinton took 6th. Guido Pini, I think the track limits warning was just hanging over him a little bit there in the end. He got 7th ahead of Lorenz Tony Luciano, the Belgian. Rouge Moodley was shuffled back down to 9th, and Guillaume Plonk, after his lap 1 misdemeanor, recovers to a top 10. Hakim Danish in 11th. Cesar Perea, he took 12th place. I should say the fastest lap of the race was actually a 49.022 by Tony Luciano, the Belgian rider. But look at the scenes on the screen here. Casey O'Gorman overjoyed with 2nd place. Now, I got this slightly wrong in Junior GP when there was a late race direction change for the podium, and it was Eddie O'Shea who got on the podium instead of David Alonso. I haven't had anything on the timing monitor to say that the podium or any results are under investigation, so I believe the top 3 will be as they are. Uriarte arrives to the podium. It arrives to Bartolome in 3rd place. O'Gorman with a round of applause as well in 2nd. But Dodo Boggio, Super Dodo Boggio, there it takes another race winner, just completing the points here. Cesar Perea took 12th, 13th was Rico Salamella, Pau Alsina was 14th, and Johnny Garnes, another point-scoring ride, 15th, despite being in that leading group, but a very, very good ride indeed. Both of them lost a little bit of time, Alsina and Garnes, at the end, but look at this from Dodo Boggio. Fantastic stuff from the number 47, who has very much made a name for himself here today in the heat of Jerez. And we are just seeing on our timing monitor that because of exceeding track limits, Casey O'Gorman from 2nd place to 3rd. Well, that is just, that's the race rules. It's a bit of a misfortune as well in the heat of the last lap battle, but it's still a podium nonetheless. He's got plenty to be happy about going back home. So 2nd place is Brian Uriarte. Now that is important for the title. That's very, very good indeed from Uriarte. The championship is going to be very interesting here though in the European Talent Cup, because of course there is no Joel Esteban, and that is a big, big blow to his championship, although by my calculations he will still lead it at least. We will find out very, very soon though. I cannot do mental arithmetic, so I can't actually do many things regarding numbers, but Casey O'Gorman still 3rd and number 67. Plenty of reason to still be happy. 2nd, Brian Uriarte, and 1st, of course, a double win for Dodo Boggio. Last year, Max Martinez took his 1st win at Jerez, and he went on to do the double. So, is Dodo Boggio just starting now to come into a bit of form? The win earlier put him right in contention for the title. This was earlier in the lap. That was Carter Thompson, the number 50, going down out of what would have been a fantastic result. And this is on the last lap. Ferrandez gets pushed out. I think he nearly hit O'Gorman. O'Gorman with a sublime overtake in the final corner. Boggio just slices under them though. And O'Gorman looking, he knew what was coming. Boggio just got such drive coming on down the straight. An elation for Boggio, dejection for O'Gorman, and even more would come when he got penalised and demoted 1 place. But still, nonetheless, a fantastic ride. But the race honours really do go to Boggio. A fantastic effort from the Italian. It will make for an interesting championship read, and we'll get to that in a bit of in a moment. We've got the race results first, and we'll get race highlights as well. And of course, we'll get the winner's thoughts again. Dodo Boggio spoke very eloquently in race one, sorry, about his first career victory. He was very, very happy with that. I wonder if he'll be very, very happy again. He'll just getting weighed in now. And then he should be joining Steve English, who's already down there. You can see him in the background, ready to do the interview, the winner's interview. What a season it's turned out to be. Joel Esteban has won a race in this class. Brian Uriarte won last time out in Catalonia. Max Martinez has won. And now Dodo Boggio has won. He's won twice. He's with Steve.
Dodo Boggio, what a day. 2 race victories here in the European Talent Cup.
Yeah, incredible day. 2 victories for me. This is the first time to win here, and this is the second. In the same day, incredible day. A very difficult race also did, because there was a lot of odd. But we last corner, two rider passed me, but I do the correct line and I exit to the corner second, and in the straight I pass O'Gorman. I have to tell thanks to my sponsor, Talenti Azzurri, la federazione, e ora è una pronta guarigione a Joel.
And some words in Italian as well, Dodo?
È stata una gara bellissima, molto difficile, faceva molto caldo, ma sono riuscito all'ultimo giro a arrivare primo. All'ultima curva mi hanno passato in 3, ma sono riuscito a fare la linea giusta, uscire secondo e sono riuscito a passare O'Gorman sul rettilineo. E gli chiedo scusa per averlo toccato, non era mia intenzione. E ringrazio tutti i miei sponsor, la federazione, Talenti Azzurri, e un grazie per queste gare al mio team.
Great job, Dodo.
Well, race 1 was a belter. Race 2 was incredible. Right from the start, it was an absolute manic race at the front. We had this big moment. This was Guillaume Plonk just going a little bit wide. And at the front, Rouchet Moodley was leading away ahead of Brian Uriarte. Uriarte snapping straight back, and the two would change hands. At the back, there was a bit of a crash, and that was all over. Further down the order, Jesus Rios set the initial fastest lap before Heat 2 would also follow suit into the gravel trap. Casey O'Gorman on the number 67 was making a name for himself, and it was a very good ride from the Irishman, and who's leading at one point, whilst Dodo Boggio, race 1 winner, was looking to double up in the same way that Max Martinez did in 2021. First race win coming then, and then race 2 would go to him as well. O'Gorman up into second ahead of Uriarte. Guido Pini with the opportunity to become title leader didn't capitalise as much as pre-anticipated, and he had to settle further down the field come the end of the race in 10th place, despite being in the podium mix for all of the 15-lap encounter. Hamad Al Sahuti was a crasher as the number 71 Qatari rider threw away a top 10, and then Carter Thompson, the number 50, went down as well in the closing stages. It was a hectic final corner as Casey O'Gorman put this majestic pass on to hit the front before he got out-dragged to the line by Dodo Boggio, and Brian Uriarte would later go on to inherit second due to Casey O'Gorman exceeding track limits. But Boggio, unbeatable in the heat of Jerez in race 2. He will be very, very happy with that. He's right in contention for the championship now. Can he capitalise? Time will tell. And now time for the podium. Steve English is back with me now for the final time today. Steve, we get the podium, and what a race that was.
Yeah, great race once again from the ETC, and great performance by Dodo Boggio to take 2 race victories today. Really impressive from Casey O'Gorman as well to find something here in race 2 after what's been a pretty difficult weekend, and hopefully for him that's what gives him that momentum for the rest of the season. Same can be said for Dodo Boggio as well. 2 weeks until the next round in Portimao, and Boggio's really given himself a real chance now for the championship as well. He's going to probably take over the championship lead now after that.
We'll soon see the championship standings, but by a point, we believe Boggio will be the championship leader. Of course, we'll get confirmation of that later on. But Boggio on the podium, Casey O'Gorman, how good is that to see the Irishman there in third?
Yeah, and for Boggio, I think he came into this one 49 points behind. So the double win will put him up a point clear of Joel Esteban. This man, Brian Uriarte, is going to be within 10 points of Esteban as well. So that'll be 11 points in the championship. So we've got a real battle with 4 races remaining in the championship.
We had a worry at Estoril that Esteban would run away with this, and it turns out that might not be the case. Okay, he's absent, but he still has been reeled in. This is the national anthem of Italy for the second time in the European Talent Cup today.
Fuerte el aplauso para Dodo Boggio, el piloto italiano.
We didn't get 5 different winners today, but we did get a first-time double winner in Dodo Boggio. What a way to end the programme here. Of course, we have to have a look at the race results and the championship standings, but we do get a debut podium for Casey O'Gorman, and I know, Steve, you're going to be particularly happy about that, as is Michael Labbit.
Yeah, I think for O'Gorman, we've really been able to see a big step forward, and that's a really impressive performance by him all the way through, but you have to give the attention to Dodo Boggio on a day like this, because that was 2 perfect races from him to give him the championship lead.
Sublime racecraft all day for Dodo Boggio, and he put himself in a perfect position to double up. He's a race winner in race 2 at Brian Uriarte, and Casey O'Gorman 3rd place for him. Alberto Ferrandis from 14th on the grid took 4th. Max Martinez not being able to capitalise on pole position. He was only 5th. Emmanuel Brinton with a career best 6th, ahead of Lorenz Tony Luciano, who set the fastest lap of the race. Guido Pini could have taken the title advantage today, but he didn't. He was only able to finish 10th despite running inside the top 3 for most of the race. Whilst the final point score in place went to the other Michael Laverty Vision Track Academy, 15th with Johnny Garnes. There's plenty of riders all the way through. Cormac Buchanan made an absolutely electric start. The New Zealander coming home in the end in 21st position. Crashers included Carter William Thompson. The number 50 was out of action on the closing stages. Hamad Al-Sahuti also crashed out of the leading group, as did Jesus Rios, whilst Gonzalo Perez came into pit lane. And maths, obviously a strong point for Steve English alongside me. 96 points is the lead for Dodo Boggio. It's a title amount for Dodo Boggio. He's got a point lead over Joel Esteban. Guido Pini does close in, only 9 behind. Brian Uriarte is 11 back, but Steve, Dodo Boggio leading away to Portimao in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I didn't do Guido any favours there. I forgot about him, and up there in 3rd spot now for Guido. But 11 points between these riders with 4 races to go. This is what you need for the ETC. It's going to be really exciting.
It's been very exciting indeed, and we have been enjoying bringing you the coverage from the Circuito de Jerez, Ángel Nieto, here in Andalusia, Spain, the south of Spain. We have got 2 weeks until Portimao, where there'll be 1 European Talent Cup race, 2 Junior GP races, and 2 Moto 2 races. And all 3 title battles are well and truly alive. We'll come through till the end of the programme in a moment as we get through the end of the championship standings for the Hawkers European Talent Cup. And of course, if you're missing action in July, then of course you can tune in to World SBK as well. But Dodo Boggio is your man to close the show. He has been fantastic today. A double in style. Racecraft, very, very good throughout. I've been Kiko Giles, and alongside me, Steve English. Until next time, we'll see you then. Thanks for tuning in. Goodbye.